Yo, yo, yo. Oh boy. All right. Listen, first off, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Nate. Welcome back to another live weather tornado outbreak coverage. My goodness. So, there's a good chance that we could be on for 2 live streams today. We could possibly be live for over 12 hours in 2 separate live streams. Today is going to be separated into 2 separate areas. So if you guys remember last night when we were talking about today's event, I separated into 3 areas. I'm going to combine 2 of them, and they're going to be separated into just 2 instead of 3. First off, the northern risk, so the risk that is up into portions of Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky. All right, that is still the main risk. We are still expecting a local tornado outbreak within some of these areas, and of course we could potentially even see more tornadic thunderstorms that extend even outside of that. But I'm going to combine the Kentucky and the Tennessee event with the Indiana, the Ohio, and the West Virginia event. All of them, combine it. Combine it together. There's that event, which is up there. Charge my phone. Is my phone? My phone is charged. Everyone else needs to charge their phone. True facts. Oh, I just got the weirdest notification. That's cool. Anyways, throw that to the side. We don't care about that anymore. We don't care about our phones. We're going to be looking. Everyone else should care about their phones, though. Everyone else should. Yeah. We're combining the northern half of this event right here, which is from northern Alabama, northern Mississippi, all the way up into the Ohio Valley. That right there is event number 1. Event number 1, right there. Boom. Easy. And then we have a sleeper risk down here, which honestly is pretty cold. Tristan told you to say. Tell Tristan that he needs to go consider. Down here, this is honestly a sleeper risk. I'm not gonna lie. This stuff down here in Alabama, I was talking about it last night. Sleeper risk for tornadoes, maybe a strong tornado as possible. The Storm Prediction Center now agrees. It is now included areas down into Tupelo, Birmingham, Dothan, Albany, Warner Robins Air Force Base, and Macon, as well as the metro complex of Atlanta. So, a lot of people down here could potentially see some tornadic activity. And I'm going to be honest, we might have multiple live streams here today. The good news, I will say, there's a little bit of a gap, probably about an hour, a little bit of a gap between the end of the northern risk and the beginning of the southern risk. If not, somewhere in between that. So if I can find a decent, stopping point in the middle of the 2, I could stop this live stream, put on a new one, and then we can continue to go live and try and cover as much as possible. But I'm telling you right now, this channel is going to have a live stream. Whether it's this one or another one that I'm going to create later on, we're going to be live for over 12 hours, covering all of this. All right? So, I'll tell you what, guys. If you haven't thought this was a good idea to stick around and watch for tornadic thunderstorms, I don't know what you're doing today. I mean, today, there's a lot of people that could be impacted by this. And I want to make sure everyone is safe. Good thing I have that mute button right there. If you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread this information with as many people as possible. Hit the thumbs up button down below. You can see that pinned message that's at the top of the comments. If you tap it, you can see it says the exact same thing. Make sure if you see anybody new in the chat, just make sure you continuously hit that thumbs up button. You do that, you help me spread the information with as many people as possible. And a lot of people are going to need to hear about this stuff today. I guarantee you that we are going to see a couple strong tornadoes, some of which could be long track, some of which could potentially even be intense or violent. So, something to consider with that. Tabletop Geek with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says thoughts for Wilmington, North Carolina tomorrow. I think Wilmington's going to be a little bit too far south, but I think your severe weather has the potential to be decently interesting. So I would just kind of watch out for how things move on through. But as I said, not really too crazy. Hail, wind, chance for a tornado. And then Hell Advocate with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks always for the coverage. Get your caffeine fix for the long haul today. Yeah, last night I actually had a decent sleep. It was actually pretty decent. And my voice is not gone, so I'm okay with this. So, I want to once again remind everyone where we are talking about today. I'm going to pause the mosaic. I'm going to take the radar, the watches, and some of the other stuff off. And I want to show you, this is the outlook for severe weather here today. We have very expansive risk for severe weather. If you are in the light green, this is just a general thunderstorm risk. So if you are in any of these light green areas like Chicago, Detroit, New York City, don't worry about it, all right? Thunderstorms, not really too much activity. Thunderstorms. If you are in the dark green, like me today, you're in a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. There's not really much that you need to watch out for. I'm going to be honest with you. This is where people need to start paying attention. If you are in the yellow, here today, so these localized areas of yellow, you need to be paying attention. You're in the area where you can either get severe weather or not get it. And if you get it, it'll be pretty significant. If you don't, it won't. All right? Notice how I said severe weather. All right? You can get general thunderstorms. You know, you can get like a little rain shower that'll pass on through and it won't do anything. But if it's any kind of severe weather, it will be very severe. Once again, the chance for tornadoes, large hail, strong damaging winds. If you are in the orange area, and you can see very expansive orange area here, going as far south as Dothan, Alabama, all the way down to Albany, Atlanta, Birmingham, Tupelo, up into Tennessee, the majority of Tennessee actually, all the way up into Kentucky, West Virginia, and Ohio and Indiana. If you're in any of those areas there in the orange, you need to monitor the weather extensively today. The threat for strong tornadoes is possible within your area. That is also going to include the chance for hail up to the size of golf balls, maybe even larger than that, as well as hurricane-force wind gusts localized within some areas if it's not tornadic. But there is still a very real chance that a lot of these areas here in this orange could potentially have a real, once again, a real chance of seeing a couple of tornadoes localized within your area. And then, last but not least, we have the red right in here. This includes areas like Columbus, Cincinnati, Dayton, Ohio, all the way over to Louisville, Lexington, Bowling Green, Frankfort, Somerset, Elizabethtown, all the way over to Ashland, and just barely to the west of Charleston near Huntington. You are in a 4 out of 5 of the severe weather scale. And this here today is going to be the highest risk area, in my honest opinion, as well as, of course, the Storm Prediction Center, for strong, long-track tornadoes that could occur within this area. This may sound very weird because this is, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia. These are not the areas that you would typically expect strong tornadoes to exist. When you think of Tornado Alley, right, you think of Oklahoma, Kansas, Texas, maybe Alabama and Mississippi. There is, however, a third and hidden Tornado Alley that does exist in the areas over here in the Ohio Valley. And it is called Hoosier Alley, Horsier Alley. And this is where there can be some localized impacts of tornadic development. And it just so happens that because of how things have formulated within just weather in general over the past few days, the localized area of severe weather will likely be within these areas. So if you know anyone that lives in these areas, let them know, especially since we are pretty early out ahead of time to kind of tell people what's going on. And this to me, I'll say this right now. This is really strange in a sense because I've covered so many tornado outbreaks in my life. And, I've been doing this since summer of 2019. I've been covering as many outbreaks as I possibly can. This has got to be the closest tornado outbreak to my home, my general region that I've ever covered. And it's very unnerving to me in a sense because this is kind of an area to where, I don't live in Kentucky. I don't live in Indiana. I don't live in Ohio. But I used to live in West Virginia. I currently live in Pennsylvania. But this is kind of the same general area, right? This is kind of the same geography in this general vicinity. So I kind of feel a little bit for the people that have to watch the severe weather here today. And so just the one thing that I want to mention here is that I'm going to be live for as long as I possibly can. I'm probably going to have 2 separate live streams, one covering the northern event, and then later on tonight, we will eventually start a new live stream after we've been live for about 10 to 12 hours, and we will be covering the southern event, which will continue on into portions of Alabama and Georgia. But we're going to be trying to cover as many things as we possibly can. And there's going to be a lot of questions in chat, of course. I kind of figured as much that there will be. My one thing that I would want everyone to know in the chat is that it's obviously going to be very difficult for me to answer every single person's question. It's just not going to be realistic, especially with how many people are in the chat. But what I can do is I can make it a lot more efficient if people can tell me what parts of the state they want to know is doing stuff, all right? Or if their part of the state is okay for now. I can do stuff like that. I can be able to say, hey, much of Kentucky, with the exception of the western portions like Paducah, Mayfield, and areas west of that near the Mississippi River, that's pretty much, the outskirts of the risk. And the further east and the north and east you go, that'll be more significant. I can say stuff like that. For the majority of Ohio, if you are south of I-90 by a good bit, you can even say south of I-80 to an extent, even. You can go 80 in south, and then you can see how 71 obviously goes down to Columbus, right? If you're south of US Highway 30, that goes over to like Lima, It goes from Mansfield to Lima. You're probably going to be in the main risk here today. It's just, that's simply how I can put it. If you're in central and southern Ohio, even southeastern Ohio to an extent, you guys could definitely be a part of the risk. The good news is that I will say is that the risk has shifted a lot further to the south and west. So portions of extreme eastern Ohio is not in as heavier of a risk as they once were. So that's one thing that I can mention as well. Portions of Indiana, they are also in the risk. But if you are, let's say in southern Indiana or eastern Indiana, you guys are mainly in the risk, and that includes Indianapolis. If you are north of that, if you are northwest of Indianapolis by any stretch, let's say you were to take I-65 northwest out of Indianapolis, if you're along that pathway over there, you guys are fine. If you're in like Lafayette, you're good. Don't worry about it too much. That's already a supercell that's forming on the border of Illinois and Indiana. That's going to be something to watch. You know, the majority of Tennessee today, you're going to want to watch out for the threat of severe weather. It's very real. It is very real that there could be severe weather in that area. Here's my thing that I also want to mention. And this is going to be, we're going to have to see how much this actually comes into fruition. Hypothetically, the chance for strong tornadoes is possible in northern Alabama. But it's kind of, it's hard for me to say if that is all too likely. I think if you were to ask me where the better chance of tornadoes would be, it would be further south from Birmingham down to Montgomery, all the way down to Dothan, and then, of course, the Atlanta areas, the Macon areas, the Albany areas. Down there is probably the better chance for localized tornadic activity. All these storms that are over here near Nashville are not anything super significant at this time. I can show you guys on radar. Go over to Nashville over here. There is a pretty elongated thunderstorm here, as you can see. This big line of orange and red and maybe even some pinks in there. But there isn't really too much. I'm looking at the velocities, and you guys can look at this with me too, of course. Here's the radar up here. We have a lot of greens moving towards the radar. We don't really have any reds, however. We have some reds that are over here, and that's only because stuff is finally pushing away from the radar. So this, to me, looks relatively tame. There might be a localized area of large hail over here, southeast in Nashville, near Rural Hill and Belinda City, as well as Gladeville. That could eventually head off towards Lebanon, but honestly, doesn't look too much. Let's go up further north into Kentucky. Might be better if we use Nashville's radar for that after all. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over here for this storm that is over in Metcalfe County in Kentucky. If you're near Edmonton, you should stay indoors, stay away from windows. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. There is a little bit of rotation on this storm, believe it or not. There is a little bit. So we'll have to see how that continues to develop in the short term. But for right now, there is some severe weather that is in south central portions of Kentucky. And as I said, the majority of Kentucky is going to be seeing severe weather today. So people that are asking about Kentucky right now, trust me, the stuff is not happening that intense right now. It's not that crazy. It will later on. All right. Right now is just kind of the beginning where we're trying to see if weather tries to, pull a quick one on us, we're right here. We're able to kind of figure things out and tell people what's going on. But I'm monitoring radar, and I'm trying to see if there might be something extra, but otherwise, not really too much. There might be a severe storm over here in Estill County, Kentucky. That'd be just to the east of Richmond, just to the east of I-75. That could potentially be heading off towards the Slade and the Campton areas, so it would be Lee, Powell, and Wolfe counties. It may actually be northern Lee County. And that could even get towards the Menifee County area as well. So folks that are over there should definitely watch out for the threat of some severe weather. I would say this would mainly be a hail threat, and the reason being why I'd say this is, though this is looking like a classic supercell, and you can see there's a lot of pink in here, which indicates there's a lot of hail. It's not wrapping around completely. A lot of these winds are supposed to wrap around into the bottom part of the hook, and you'll see that as we continue to do more coverage today. It's Estill County? Cool. I'll try and remember that. Estill. And you'll try and see how this, continues to spin around and rotate. Right now, it's just not doing a great job of it. The storm is not strong enough to really do so. So there's not really too much to mention with that. New severe thunderstorm warning for Adair, Russell, Metcalfe, and Cumberland counties here in Kentucky. If you're over there, please watch out. How's today for East Central Ohio near Zanesville? Thank you for the 2. I really do appreciate it. Just here to leave. Thank you for the support. Zanesville is definitely going to potentially see some activity. It'll be a lot later on this evening, however. I'll be very close to the sunset hours. Very, very close to it. I'll pull up Ohio just so you guys can kind of see what I mean here. Time. I'm actually going to zoom out just a little bit. All right. Time is right here in Eastern. It might be a little bit difficult for you to see, but that says 9 a.m. Zanesville, of course, is... I believe in the, it's Eastern. I think it's right there. I think it's intersection of the interstates, if I remember correctly. Yes, it is. It's just to the west of that, actually. That's Cambridge. But you can see here's, that's a heck of a lightning strike that I just saw. 5 p.m., you can see there's storms that are moving through. So 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then we're going to have another batch of storms that are going to try and move on through. But this may not be as significant once it gets to you. Once again, the further... this is the general rule of thumb that I like to mention here on this channel. And this it happens for most instances. It's not exactly... it's not exactly a foolproof statement. All right, there are some exceptions to this rule. But the further northeast you go, or not the further northeast you go, the further northeast you go and the longer it goes in this event, if it starts to move more and more east out of the risk, specifically if you look at how this risk is proportioned from the Storm Prediction Center, if you were to look at this graphic, the further east you go out of the main risk of where severe weather could be, which is right here in this red, the less activity, or the less activity and the intensity it will likely be. All right. Now, it's not completely foolproof. It's not, that's not 100% factual because there are some exceptions to the rule. But the main activity is over here in this red. And as these storms continue to move off towards the north and east, they'll move out of this red. And the main reason why they have this orange is because sometimes stuff can go out of the red and still be pretty strong. And so when they issue these risks, the Storm Prediction Center does it out of 5. The red risk is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So that can include stuff like tornadoes, hail, and wind. And then the orange is a 3 out of 5. And so they say, all right, well, the risk is not as strong as, say, the area in the red. And that's something to kind of consider in this instance, because this also can make a claim into how confident they are in stuff actually happening in this red area. So just something to kind of pay attention to later on. But as I said, later on in the late afternoon, early evening, that's when you could probably see some stuff. And then, of course, the line of storms will try and move into your area sometime around 10 to 11 tonight. And it may not be all too strong. J2 Ace with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what about Atlanta, Georgia? Is it bad or okay? I would say it's in between the two. I would say it's... How can I explain this? Georgia is weird in this event. You are definitely going to see nocturnal thunderstorms. Stuff that could potentially be severe, maybe even significant in that sense. All right. If I'm in Atlanta, I'm watching out at around 10 to 11 p.m. That's when I really need to start watching for tornadic thunderstorms to be within my area. All right. So as I said, for people that are talking about specific counties and specific towns, if you could please tell me what part of the state that is instead of just saying a specific town, because I'm not going to be able to get to everyone if I do that. But yeah, Atlanta, your activity is really going to start to uptick as you get closer to midnight. See, that's the exception to the rule as well. Their event is later on. How's northwestern North Carolina looking like today? Northwestern North Carolina, honestly, is probably going to see a lot of wind. Maybe some, possibility for a tornado or two, but I think it's going to be a lot of wind. And even if the tornadoes form, they may not be super strong. So South Central Kentucky. So South Central Kentucky right now has a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not the main event. The rain that you're seeing in South Central Kentucky right now is not by any stretch whatsoever the main event that we are going to be seeing today. There are going to be more thunderstorms that are going to form throughout this area, and some of which could potentially be tornadic, some of which could potentially include strong tornadoes. What should you be expecting near southwestern Ohio, Cincy and Dayton? So Cincy and Dayton, I really do believe that they are probably, and this is, hear me out when I say this, when you take a look at severe weather, it can be separated into two different aspects of what makes severe weather so strong. You have the moisture and the temperature component, as well as the thermodynamic component of energy, the instability in the atmosphere. And then you also have your wind shear, how strong the winds are in the atmosphere. The further north you go, moderate 4 out of 5 banner is still listed as yesterday's locations. All the others are right. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. I'll have to fix that. My apologies. The further north you go, the stronger the wind shear will be. So you have probably the strongest winds that are up in the northern portion of the event, which I believe is the reason why in the northern portion of the risk, in the extreme northern portion of the risk, I do believe that that could probably be where some of the strongest tornadoes could be located. The problem is this is another thing that I'm going to have to mention for you all. And this is going to be kind of interesting how you guys take this. Because it's interesting in its own right. You can see how weather can help each other and weather can sabotage each other. And so there's something funny that I have to show you all that might be a little bit of a saving grace for everyone, especially since, you know, everything is a little gloomy right now, obviously. We got a lot of weather that's ongoing, and we're, you know, expecting something tornadic to happen at some point today, right? I'm telling you right now, there is a very real chance that there could be absolutely nothing that happens today. And I really do hope that is the case. Do I think that'll happen? No. I think at some point, somewhere in this risk today, there's going to be a strong tornado. I firmly believe that. I really do believe that that'll also be the case somewhere in central Kentucky. I hate to say that to people who may be, you know, concerned and stuff like that. Obviously, I don't want you guys to be scared about this event. I don't want you guys to be, you know, really scared about, you know, what all is happening. Because realistically speaking, in order for you to be safe through storms like this, you are going to want to be weather aware. The way you are able to protect yourself is if you don't be ignorant. All right. But I really do believe that southern Kentucky probably has the best chance of seeing a strong tornado. And I think that could even continue all the way down to where there could be even a risk for strong tornadoes down in Alabama. Someone just said tornado watch. I wouldn't be surprised. Linda with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says Ashland, Kentucky and Boyd County, northeastern Kentucky tri-state area. What timing would you expect them to get the worst of the system? That's a very good question. So northeastern Kentucky, Ashland, Kentucky, and stuff like that, I really do believe the main activity for you all will be, believe it or not, in about an hour or two, into which that'll be the first wave. And then there will be a second wave that will occur at 6 p.m., somewhere around then. All right. So if you guys kind of watch out, in a sense, there, multiple waves that are possible that could move on through, then yeah. Now, some of these storms that might move on through at 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern, they may not be all too strong. And I'm kind of hoping that's the case. All right. But the storms around 5 to 6 p.m. Central, those are the ones that you're going to want to be mindful of. Those ones will probably be the more significant storms out of the bunch. What about Pensacola, Florida? Honestly, Pensacola, I think, could probably just see a lot of wind. Not really too much tornadic activity, and if there is anything tornadic, it will be... it'll just be, let's say, weak tornado. That's a new tornado watch. If people want to do the prob game, I'll tell you guys what the probs are here in a bit. Southern Ohio. Yeah, Southern Ohio, I think we'll definitely need to watch, especially if you are closer to Kentucky than you are to West Virginia. Southern Ohio is definitely in the main risk for significant tornadoes possible. Northeastern Mississippi, I do believe they could potentially be a part of the risk as well. But it's... The thing about Mississippi, at least in my opinion, is that there is some inconsistencies in regards to if stuff could be significant. But storms could still start to move on through your area sometime around 2 to 3 Central. And then once those storms move on through, I mean, you'll be done by the time it gets to the late evening. Timing for Dothan, Alabama. Dothan, Alabama is going to be an overnight threat tonight. We're talking about 4 in the morning. As I said, we're going to be up for probably a long while. There is a good chance that we are going to be live for several hours. Several hours. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us spread the information out to more and more people on YouTube. And of course, we want to continue to spread this information with as many people as we possibly can. Go back over here to the main risk and we'll play the loop of what all has been happening. I'm gonna go over to Nashville's radar. Look at that storm. What about Tallahassee, Florida? Tallahassee, Florida, I believe is kind of the same. A lot of wind overnight, tonight into tomorrow. That's what I personally believe. Anywhere that is in, you know, coastal Florida, or really just Florida in general, I do believe is going to be a lot of wind. It'll be further up into Alabama and Georgia, to where there could potentially be your more significant severe weather down that far south. All about caution, but is this overhyped a bit? I wouldn't say so. And the only reason why I say that is because from a wind shear perspective, it is very, very strong. And usually when there is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for tornadoes, especially if it's tornado driven from the Storm Prediction Center, they have pretty high confidence that there's going to be several strong tornadoes within an area. And it only takes about, I'd say, 6 to 8 tornadoes, believe it or not, to, well, not I'd say, it is a say, 6 to 8 tornadoes to classify as a tornado outbreak, which is pretty crazy. What do I think about the area between Birmingham and Huntsville? They're definitely going to want to watch out overnight tonight. They are definitely in the risk for a few tornadoes. Levy, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Dayton, Ohio times. Dayton, I would say, would probably be, if I remember correctly, I think they are getting their activity sometime around 5. Yeah, sometime around 5, give or take. There is the potential for them to get stuff a little bit earlier, but from 5 o'clock and onwards until about, I'd say, 8 Eastern, that's the time you should watch out for. As I said, if you want me to figure out what's going to be happening near your area, please be sure to say the specific part of your state. All right, so I see some people that said, I saw someone that said northwestern North Carolina earlier. That is absolutely perfect, because I know where that is instead of some other towns and stuff like that. I know some people may live in some rural areas, so it'll be kind of hard sometimes for me to find that. I could try and look it up on Google Maps, but it'll be obviously not that efficient. Victoria Scott with the 5, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. It helps a lot. It says Chillicothe, or Chillicothe. I think it's Chillicothe. I'm pretty sure it's Chillicothe. Chillicothe, Ohio. What's happening down there? I think they are going to be in the risk as well. They should definitely watch out from 6 p.m. Eastern and onwards. And your event may not be done until a little bit before midnight, honestly. Paducah, Kentucky. Paducah is in the general area for severe weather right now. They just got issued a tornado watch, but that does not mean that there's a tornado imminent at this moment. You still have a lot of time between now and then. So realistically speaking, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm going to move Fort Campbell's radar over to Paducah. Be a little bit easier. All right, we have a lot of people in chat. Thank you so much for helping me out and saying some areas. Columbus, Ohio, they're definitely going to want to watch out. Go Jackets, by the way. Love me some Blue Jackets. People are talking about timings here. Yeah, Columbus, around 6 p.m. Really, if you're in the central portion of Ohio, 6 p.m. If you're on the western portion of Ohio, 5 p.m. You might have it maybe an hour early, something like that, but give or take. Middle Tennessee. So Middle Tennessee is definitely not expected to see as significant of activity as, say, some of your counterparts to the north. But Middle Tennessee is still definitely something that I'm going to want to watch out for, especially starting from 4 o'clock and onwards. And there's going to be multiple waves of storms that are going to move on through, some of which could be tornadic. So I would watch out in that sense. Realistically speaking, when I talk about Tennessee, I'm really talking about areas that are as far west as Jackson to as far east as Knoxville. All right? All of you guys are likely to see some of that activity. If you're west of Jackson, if you're east of Knoxville, you're not really going to be seeing a whole lot besides wind. So Louisiana is good for today. No one has to worry about Louisiana. Just to go over kind of everyone, if you guys want to kind of see where the risk is for some of your severe weather, I'll turn off the MCD, the warnings, and the watches. This is the risk for severe weather here today, right here. All right, so if you're just tuning in here right now, we have the potential for a tornado outbreak here today across much of the eastern United States. And if you have anyone that lives within these areas, or if you live in this area, I would advise that you take your proper precautions and heed warnings from the National Weather Service today whenever they are issued. If they're not issued, then thank goodness, all right? Because I would rather have nothing happen and me be the boy who cried wolf than people being impacted by tornadoes. But the Storm Prediction Center has issued this convective outlook here. You can see all these colored contours that are labeled over portions of the United States. This light green is a general thunderstorm risk. So if you're in this like light green area, you don't have to worry too much. Like Chicago, Detroit, New York City, Buffalo, don't worry about it. Just general thunderstorms. If you're in the dark green, you don't have to worry about it either. All right, I'm in the dark green today. This risk is relatively close to me, and yet I'm still in the dark green. Which is great. I don't get impacted too much, and if I do see some severe weather, it'll likely be some wind. That's pretty much it. And that should be advised the same to everyone else as well. If you are in this dark green that is in the outskirts, over here, Delmarva, Pennsylvania, all those areas, you don't have to worry about it too much. If you're in this yellow, right here, see this yellow? This is where you guys are going to want to start monitoring for severe weather. This can include strong damaging winds and large hail, but it is possible that tornadoes could exist near these areas. So I'll look through here. You can see Pensacola, Tallahassee, Meridian, Athens, Greenville, Columbia, Charlotte, Memphis, Paducah, all the way up over into Roanoke, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Fort Wayne. Now, the one thing I will say is that in the yellow risk, okay, the closer you are to the orange, the more likely you are to see the potential for tornadoes. Otherwise, if you are in the yellow, the majority of your risk is going to be a lot of wind, maybe some spotty hail, and the chance for maybe a weak tornado. It is possible that a strong tornado could exist outside somewhere in that risk, but it is very unlikely. All right. And then we have the orange risk. We'll start down south here. Dothan, Albany, Warner Robins, Macon, Atlanta, Montgomery, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Tupelo, Mississippi, Huntsville, Alabama, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Knoxville, Nashville, Jacksonville, or not Jacksonville, Jackson. Jeez, I'm losing my mind. Jackson, Evansville, Pikeville, areas that are just to the east of Paducah, Indianapolis, Charleston, West Virginia, Parkersburg, West Virginia, Mansfield, West Virginia, Wheeling, West Virginia, all the way up into Lima. If you're in those areas, you have the potential to see significant severe weather here today. Strong tornadoes are possible across all those areas that I just mentioned at some point today into the overnight hours and even past midnight, especially if you're in the southern risk. If you are in the southern risk, it is likely that your significant severe weather event is going to happen towards the nighttime hours. So we're talking about areas that are over here in Alabama and Georgia. Whereas if you are up further north, this is likely going to be more into the afternoon and evening as well as the dusk hours. So something to make a note of for folks that are over there. And then, of course, we must mention the elephant in the room, if you will, the big red area that is right in the middle of that giant orange area. This is a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. This includes areas like Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati, Lexington, Bowling Green, Louisville, as well as areas over here in Jackson, Kentucky, Ashland, Huntington, West Virginia. All these areas over here could potentially see the threat for a regional tornado outbreak. So if you know anyone that lives in any of the areas that I just mentioned, and if you would like to help me, because my whole purpose of being on here is to spread information with as many people as I possibly can. If you would like to help me get this information out to more and more people, please be sure to do so. You can also do that by hitting that thumbs up button down below. You hit that like button down below, you actually help me spread this out to a lot of people. And that would be greatly appreciated. So thank you so much for doing that. If you haven't already, of course, we are also going to be covering this for as long as we possibly can. We might have 2 separate live streams here today, believe it or not, that we may cover. We're probably going to be live for longer than 12 hours. It may not just be one stream. All right, we may have a new live stream that will upload. But we're going to be live for quite some time. Quite some time. All right, hopefully y'all did the prob game. I'm spoiling it now. Probs for the tornado watch that is over in southern Indiana, southwestern Indiana, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, and extreme southeastern Missouri. A few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Probs are 60-30. 60-30. What are my thoughts on the tornadoes last night and the NWS power outage? I didn't really see too much of the power outage, or at least I wasn't really paying attention too much of it. Hopefully they got it fixed by now. As for the tornadoes last night, they were pretty much on par with what I kind of thought would happen. Tornadoes that would be kind of similar to strong gusty winds. Yeah, probability is 60-30. And a new tornado watch for eastern Kentucky now. So now, new prob game. Anyone want to do that one? Guess the probs for eastern Kentucky. I know Missouri is in the tornado watch, but I'm not going to actually add it onto the scroll text. That's a lot. There we go. All right, everyone got their guess in. Few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. 70-50. 70-50. I'm just going to say much of Kentucky. Much of Kentucky. Boom. Save. Done. Easy. Easy, easy. So the numbers, okay. So tornado watches, if I bring this up here on my side screen, where's the current watches? There's the current watches. All right, we're pulling this up here right now. So actually, I'm going to pull it up on the center screen because I can't see it. There we go. Wow, this is wonderful. Okay. So now it's a little bit better for everyone to see. So a tornado watch, or just watches in general that are issued by the Storm Prediction Center, have probabilities of what they could see. They separate it into 4 categories: tornadoes, wind, hail, and then combined severe hail and wind. With tornado watches, we do the probs. We do this prob game in chat to where we guess a number that is a multiple of 10. What the probability of 2 things are. Probability of 2 or more tornadoes to be within that watch. The probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes to be in that watch. So when they say 60-30, 60% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes. 30% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. If that makes sense. Man, there's a lot of moisture convergence on that backside. Yep. Cold front's going to be pretty nice. Canton, Ohio is in the risk today. They are definitely going to need to watch out. I'm fixing my screen here, guys. All right, I'm deleting that. Don't need that. Enough. Perfect. Check X. Checking Twitter. Didn't get blown over. Sheesh. By the way, go Ravens. Love me some of my Ravens. I need to not have that in my weather room, but I've got a Ravens thing on the side here. I respect, by the way, I know there's a lot of people that like the Bengals in this chat. Listen, I respect the Bengals. I really do. It's just, y'all are rivals. Tough. I'm going to go over to that storm that is over into portions of southern Illinois. this severe thunderstorm warning. These storms that are over here in Jackson County, as well as Union County, Williamson County, as well as Franklin County here in southern Illinois. Nothing real tornadic on this to report, but a lot of these storms could be producing some really large hail. And you can actually see that. You can actually see that here with a lot of these very dark reds and even pinks localized within this area. So there is definitely a lot of large hail that is present, at least quarter-sized. Usually when you see pinks on a thunderstorm, you can usually tell that you got some pretty gnarly stuff. New SPC outlook looks the exact same. Did they just come out with the new outlook for tomorrow? Did they do that? No, they haven't yet. They're probably still waiting on that. We also got quite a few cameras that are in some of these areas. I'm actually going to turn on MRMS. Make that a little teeny bit easier for us to kind of go around and navigate. But this is a live view over here in Gainesboro, Tennessee. We're going to have a lot of cameras here to show you all today. And if there are any tornadoes today, hopefully we are able to capture them here on some of our cameras. That's my hope, at least. Lamau. Wonder if there's ever been a tornado inside another tornado? Hypothetically, yes. It's happened before, multiple times. Multi-vortex tornadoes are, that's what it's called. You're in Pennsylvania, right? You're a Ravens fan? I used to live a lot closer to Baltimore than I do now. South Carolina, they're getting the risk tomorrow, and it's not supposed to be a whole lot, so you won't have to worry about it. Look at this pretty heavy precipitation that's moving on through here in northern Tennessee. Is this? Yeah, Gainesboro, Tennessee. I'm going to actually go over to Nashville's radar. And that's actually a gnarly looking thunderstorm here on radar. It's not exactly severe quite yet. I'll show you here on radar. It's this storm right here. Here's Gainesboro right here. It's this one. And there are some localized pinks. There are some localized pinks in there. So we could be talking about some large hail, but we'll have to see. Over the next 2 hours, we are likely to see some pretty significant severe weather that is going to start to unfold. I know there's going to be a lot of people that are waiting for what is going to happen. There's a lot of uncertainty that some people may have about what specifically may happen. The one thing I will say is we are going to be with you all for pretty much all of it. So much stuff that we're going to be talking about here. So if you want to stay tuned, feel free to do so. We're going to be here live I mean, we've already been live for about an hour. We're probably going to be out, live for another 12 or 13. We're going to be here for a while. So if you guys would like to stick around, feel free to do so. If you know anybody that would enjoy this type of content, feel free to send them over as well. You send them over, and, we're able to get this information out to more people. That's what I want to do. That's a pretty gnarly storm, I gotta say, over here in the portions of Indiana. I'm very interested, because that says it has a mesocyclone. I'm very interested to see what these lines of storms here, this line of storm that is approaching the Indianapolis area, could try to do. Because we can see that right there, clear as day. That storm heading up into Indianapolis. Do I have any worry for Lawrenceburg, Tennessee? I'm not worried or really too concerned about. I don't want to use those type of words to describe. I would just be aware. That's the best way I would be. Best way I can word it. It's not going to be as bad as some of the other areas, but there is the threat for significant severe weather. But this storm right here, getting up near Greencastle, Putnamville, Cloverdale, it's going to be really interesting. A lot of people are dropping south for good reason, of course. There's no real cameras up there, from what I know. There is a camera on the north side of Indianapolis looking south, if that helps. I'll have to look for more sky cameras in Indiana and Ohio. There's not really a whole lot of live views over in those areas. There's a lot of live cameras over in the portions of Kentucky, though, which is nice to have. So what's left with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you for the generous donation. In Central Kentucky, can you go to sleep now? No, you cannot go to sleep. I mean, you could take a nap for a little bit if you want to. Wake up in about an hour. But I wouldn't go to sleep. Unless if you're a nocturnal person. Excuse me. Do I know what Hamilton County, Indiana looks like for today? What part of the state is Hamilton County? As I said, if people are going to be coming in here for, Hamilton's North Indianapolis. I just looked at it. So for reference, for anyone else that's asked questions like that for what county or for what town that's not a big city, try giving me a specific part of the state. You give me a specific part of the state, and I'm more than likely going to answer your comment. But Hamilton County should watch out in the short term here for severe weather over the next hour or two. Live stream storm coverage. Shout out from Philly. That's pretty cool. Thank you so much, Scott. Nice to see you around. Philly always has a lot of good love and support. The reason why it's called brotherly love. Any threat in Phoenixville, PA? Kind of nervous. Have to go to work tonight. You're afraid of the storm coming in. Phoenixville, I'm assuming, is the western portion of the state. I'm guessing. Yeah, as I said, if you're going to ask for an area, I'm more than likely to answer it if you say what part of the state, like not the county, but like southern Ohio, southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, you know? Stuff like that. Oh my gosh. Phoenixville. Oh no, that's the eastern portion of PA. Yeah, no, you're good. Don't worry about it. Stuff that's over there, don't even worry about it. Nothing. Louisville definitely is going to get the main activity here today. They're going to want to watch. Watch very closely. Looking through Southwestern Virginia. Southwestern Virginia, I think, is going to get a lot of wind, especially on the eastern side of the mountains. But if you're like in the mountain range of Appalachians, or the Appalachians, however way you call it, I call it the Appalachians as a person who lived in West Virginia. But some people, for whatever reason, have corrected me 1,000 times saying, no, it's Appalachians. I'm like, what part of the Appalachians have you lived in? But no, Appalachians. If you're on the western side of the mountain range, you're probably going to see maybe a little bit higher risk of tornadoes. But if you're on the eastern side, there'll be more wind. Baltimore, DC Metro, not really too much expected for today. Tomorrow, DC Metro and southern DC Metro all the way down 95 towards Richmond. And east of that into the Bay. You're going to want to watch. It's in Chester County. Yeah. Eastern PA, don't worry about it. The main risk for tornadoes today is within this area. Right here. See this? If you are in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, I'm going to take away some of these boxes so that way you can see correctly. If you are in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you should pay attention today. That's where the main activity of severe weather is going to be. Everywhere in there. Otherwise, if you're in the green, don't worry about it. Joe Burnell with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what's up, Nate? Good to see you and your coverage. Well, thank you so much for coming out to the stream. I really do appreciate it. I have seen that too. Appalachia. I have seen that too. How's today looking? Today's looking very interesting. It's not as intense as last night, Model Run said, because the storms that came through in the morning. But what is a good traffic cam site for the U.S.? It's hard to say because each state has their own traffic camera site. So just look up the state in particular and then say traffic cameras. Northeastern Tennessee up near the corner. Oh, so you're like, yeah, Kingsport. I would watch for mainly wind. I don't really see that as being a place for tornadoes. A lot of winds overnight tonight. It's probably what you guys can see. Severe activity over there. Turn on the watch, the MCD, and the warnings again. What about northeastern Mississippi? Northeastern Mississippi is starting to see some thunderstorms in and around the area. So I would watch for the potential of some severe development. I'll actually pull up a radar for us that we can try and see. A lot of these storms over here don't seem to be too strong, and they really aren't. There's some lightning. It may sound a little scary, but I promise you it's not really that crazy. You can even see this is a camera in Iuka, Mississippi. It doesn't really look that crazy. Morristown, Tennessee, East Tennessee near Knoxville. Morristown's going to want to watch out for a lot of winds. There is a small chance for tornadoes, especially along some with strong gusty winds, storms that are associated with strong gusty winds. So I would watch out. Central PA, you guys are good today. You're kind of like me in South Central PA. We're not really doing a whole lot. Columbus, Ohio is definitely going to want to watch out for significant weather today. Central and Southern Ohio, as well as Southwestern Ohio and Western Ohio. All those areas are the main risk here for today in that state. Be the timing of severe weather for those located in South Central Kentucky asking for family. I'd say around 4 to 5 is a safe bet to say storms will start at the latest around there. I think things could happen maybe an hour or two earlier. And they're even saying here, according to the model, that 2 p.m. Central to 3 p.m. Central is when we can get some pretty big-time supercells that can move on through. Central Virginia tornadoes, not today, and maybe not even tomorrow. Siren sounding in Somerset. That should be fun. There's a storm over there. I don't really see it doing too much, though. Not in my opinion. Louisville's radar. Yeah, there's not really much with those storms. I'm going to pull up Paducah's radar over here on the side. I want to take a look at the severe storm near Marion, Illinois, where we once again have storms that are trying to develop. That also is a new storm that is initiating out in front of the line over here in Hardin and Gallatin counties. So that might be something to watch as well. Denmark, Tennessee, and West Tennessee. West Tennessee, believe it or not, your window of opportunity for severe weather is pretty short. Over the next 2 to 3 hours is when you guys should just probably watch out the most. And then when stuff starts to feel like it's getting cooler, you're over. You're done. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Do you know what time we can expect strong weather from Louisville? So, throughout the afternoon, pretty much you can get storms that'll be on and off. But the latest you can probably get it is sometime around 6 to 7. 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock is the latest. And then once that final band of storms move on through, you guys are good. Tornado level 3 or 4 today. It's a 4. It's a 4 out of 5. Oh, new day 2 is out. Cool. They better have issued a 5%. They probably didn't. That is a heck of a graphic. There's the 5%. See? 5% chance for tornadoes tomorrow. Across portions of Myrtle Beach up into the Outer Banks and into Norfolk. Pretty nice. How's Philadelphia, Tennessee looking? Philadelphia, Tennessee, right now there's not really too much going on. I mean, there might be storms that are near your area, but later on today is when you're supposed to see the activity. Into the late afternoon. That's a mesoscale discussion over Tennessee. It says ongoing convection in Middle Tennessee may intensify as it ingests increasingly unstable parcels. Additional convection moving northeast out of northern Mississippi may also move into Weather Watch 75. Oh. Damaging winds. Wow. So they're basically saying the activity is going to start to uptick over the next hour. Yep, no problem, Gavin. Don't worry about it. We're going to be here for quite some time, too. We're going to be live for a while. All sorts of people are going to be getting a lot of severe weather. From Lake Erie all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. Huge risk of severe weather today. Usually it's not this large. What app do I use to use these sky cameras? I created my own Google map with little icons and stuff like that. So... yeah, I'm going to be trying to make sure that Cincinnati gets as much information out of me as they possibly can. Trust me when I say, if I start to see anything that starts to become suspicious, I will call it out immediately. I feel that, Sarah. It seems Tornado Alley in like Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas has just been dormant over the past 5 years. How's Tuscaloosa going to be tonight? Tuscaloosa, I believe, could potentially see some severe weather in the late afternoon, the early evening hours. I would say probably the evening hours, actually, more than anything. Yeah, I would say sometime around 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock Central. Now, there are some storms that could potentially form in southern Alabama. That's going to be something to watch. And once again, those ones might be pretty significant as well. Man, that's just an overnight threat for tornadoes that goes into tomorrow. That will also be a little bit of a speed shear event, so a lot of wind tonight into tomorrow as well. Why would the sirens be sounding? Everyone says there's nothing to be concerned about. Guess we'll see. The reason being, I would assume, is because tornado watches that have been issued. That's my guess. Yeah, Kentucky, in my opinion, is going to really be... Kentucky and southern Indiana heading into Ohio will be, at least in my opinion, the main area to watch. There is the possibility, small possibility, that storms could try to go around Columbus. Small possibility. But the one thing I do want to say here, ladies and gentlemen, is that by 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, the northern risk, everything in the Ohio Valley will be pretty much done. It'll be a lot of wind, and that's it. You might get a spin up or two, but any of those tornado warnings that occur towards the latter stages of the northern event, so the Ohio Valley, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, West Virginia, and then portions of North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania, those areas over there, those tornado warnings, if there's a tornado that forms, it'll be just like a very strong gust of wind. It'll be very similar to that. But it won't be like a strong tornado. It'll be a weaker tornado. So it's just kind of almost comparable to such. And then meanwhile, as that is going about up north, we'll be having our stuff that's going about down south, to where we'll have more storms to cover down into portions of Alabama and Georgia. So we're going to be here for a while. We're going to be here for a long while. I'm expecting myself to be talking about tornadoes constantly. I'm going to go back to Indianapolis's radar, because I still believe that this line of storms over here that's moving into Indianapolis could be associated with some stronger thunderstorm activity. Anything interesting yet, or is the main tornado threat just getting started? I would say you would still need to wait about, at most, an hour. At most an hour. It could happen a lot sooner, but I would say at most an hour. There's already stuff in southern Illinois that's trying to spin. And there's already storms that are trying to form out in front of it too. So realistically speaking, it's getting very close. Is the timing for Eastern Ohio? A lot later on tonight. A lot later on tonight. We're probably talking about 6 to 7, maybe even 8 o'clock. How do I feel about the Torcon values? I think it's a good way to help put into perspective the threat for tornadoes. So I think it's definitely useful. Is it coming to Virginia? It eventually will. If you're in southeastern Virginia, you have the risk for severe weather tomorrow. If you're in central to western Virginia, it's going to be happening overnight tonight, but it'll be a lot of wind. Especially overnight tonight. It'll be like midnight and onwards as to when you guys could potentially see your activity. Timing for storms in northern West Virginia? Ah, so you're probably talking about like Wheeling and stuff. I was actually at Wheeling in beginning of February for hockey team that I was coaching for states. Wheeling, I believe it'll be around 7 or 8 o'clock, sometime around then. Storms may not be as significant as it gets closer to you, which will be obviously very good. But the main activity for you all, yeah, I'm thinking sometime around 8 o'clock is when stuff can really start to be a little bit more widespread. Don't be surprised if you see something a little bit earlier than that, say 6:30, but other than that, that's kind of what I'm thinking. If that goes through West Virginia as a slabber, I'm not gonna like that very much. Yeah, I saw that West Virginia got hit pretty hard. It was kind of crazy too, because a lot of those areas down there in Charleston I've been to. So I was thinking, I was like, huh. You know, like, I'm trying to imagine what these storms would look like as they would go through those areas. It's really crazy to think about, honestly. Is Western Pennsylvania going to be okay tonight? I would say for the most part, you should. A lot of winds, though. Chesterfield rated EF0? Oh boy. The tornado of all time that we covered last night. It'll be 14 next month? Oh, interesting. Yeah, Convective Chronicles is a one of the best meteorological discussion channels out there. He's very good at what he does. I try to do as good as he does. Usually, I'm really into meteorology and talking into specifics. But lately, I've been trying to just make things a lot easier for people to just understand. I don't need to go confusing people a whole lot. But people can easily, like, if you ask a complex question about weather in the chat, I'm going to answer it, because catch me. Lima, Ohio area, trying to decide whether to head home, get your dogs, and move to a safe space. You know, it's not a terrible idea if you decide to go north, like towards Findlay for the day. It's not a terrible idea. The one thing I will say is that storms will be out of your area by around 8 o'clock. By around 8 o'clock, storms will be starting to exit your general area by around 8. So that's something to consider. When will it hit Nashville, Tennessee? The first wave of storms would likely be sometime around 3 to 4. Second wave could probably be around 5 o'clock, something like that. Give or take. Satellite looks good. I'll look at it in a bit. Yeah, possible hazard types on soundings is terrible. It's stupid. Don't look at it. See this right here? I'm going to pull up a sounding. This possible hazard type here, don't look at it. Imagine it doesn't exist. Who cares? Look, when you're looking at a sounding, your SKU-T and your hodograph should tell you everything you need to know. And then, of course, some of the parameters down here. Well, parameters down here. These parameters help kind of visualize that as well. But I promise you, you should not look at possible hazard type. It's stupid. Lawrence County, Tennessee is going to see some pretty strong severe weather today, so you definitely should watch out. Do I think the 15 sig for tornadoes should be shifted further south? Probably not. If anything, they might shrink it a little further south. That's if they do. But honestly, I think where it's at right now is probably the best we're going to get. How bad will it be in Nashville? I don't think it'll be the worst area that'll be impacted today, but I still think you could get some significant activity. So just be weather aware, be mindful as storms move closer into your area. That's funny. How come the original moderate threat shifted out of Indiana? Because a lot of the activity that is starting to develop, the cold front is no longer oriented north-south. So it originally was supposed to be this north-south here. Let me make it blue. This north-south fashion. Instead, it's a little bit tilted. So we have a bit more of a positively tilted cold front that's going to be moving on through like that. And you can actually see that here showing up in these storms right there. You can see that as it gets closer and closer to the blue line. You can see the line of storms. They're no longer up and down. They're on the side. They're kind of diagonal. And so they have reflected that based off of how storms could evolve. And they've trimmed some of this area here. What about Cookeville? Cookeville should definitely watch out for severe weather tonight as well. Nashville, Cookeville, that general area. Definitely monitor. What about Lexington, Tennessee? That's a good question. And this is for future reference, by the way, for people, because I'm going to answer this one town, and then I'm going to ask for other people to ask me in a different way. There's a lot of towns, obviously, across these areas, and I'm not going to be able to know every single one. So if you could, try and tell me, let's say if I didn't know where Bowling Green, Kentucky is. Obviously, everyone knows, but this is just as an example. If I didn't know where Bowling Green, Kentucky was, you would tell me, do you know what's going to be happening in South Central Kentucky? Easy. Easy right there. You tell me that, I will be able to tell you because I know where Kentucky is, and I know, hopefully, my directions of north, south, east, and west. About a couple of years ago, one of my Nate-isms, if you will, of my random words that I, for whatever reason, were creating to try and relate more. I combined the word west and east because I was just all over the place one day, and I said west was east and east was west, and I just called it Weast. Lexington, Tennessee is definitely going to be in the risk for severe weather today, but kind of similar to what's happening with the rest of western Tennessee. You have probably about, I'd say, a couple of hours to maybe 3 or 4 hours at most before your window of opportunity is pretty much done. So once you start to feel the environment around you start to get cooler and cooler, you're done. You'll be good. Gainesboro, Tennessee just had some pretty decent severe weather here recently. Oh, what the heck is this storm? Clay County EMA. Look at that. That's some scud right there. Where's Nashville, Tennessee? This is north of Cookeville. Man, that looks pretty ominous. Not gonna lie. Look at that. How bad will Lexington, Kentucky be today? You know, we're in a 4 out of 5. Tourists still want to know my opinion. I think you guys are probably in or around the best place at seeing tornadic activity. I think it might be a little bit better just to the south of you. A little bit stronger for severe weather. Talk about Georgia tonight. Georgia tonight along I-20. So I firmly believe that if you are near Atlanta or west on I-20 all the way to Birmingham, you guys have the potential of seeing tornadic weather. I think along the I-85 corridor also is going to be a hot spot from Montgomery up to Atlanta. And then once you get further and further overnight, I think the chance for tornadoes will continue to maintain. So it'll be a long overnight threat for severe weather that you will definitely need to monitor. How long we are going to be late live tonight is going to be a little, I don't know, hard to say. But where is this camera at? This is in northern Tennessee. We are currently looking at a storm that is just to the north of Livingston, Tennessee, near Salina. Pretty ominous clouds over here with this storm. We can try and take a look at another camera in Jamestown. There's also other cameras across the board that we can try and look at if we wanted to. Like this camera here in Waynesboro, Tennessee. Not really too much. We got Lawrenceburg, Tennessee as well. That's a little interesting. But we got a bunch of cameras here in Tennessee. We'll be able to kind of figure out what's going on. And we also have a bunch of cameras over in Kentucky too. So we'll figure it out. Pretty strong severe storm that's starting to move off now south of Cincinnati. It actually isn't severe yet, but it might be severe storm or a severe storm here soon. That'll head off into Independence, Walton, Alexandria, as well as the southeastern beltway of Cincinnati on 275. So you can see this storm right here. That storm right there has some really intense thunderstorm activity, and honestly, might be a little mini supercell based off of what I'm looking at. Decent velocities, got some general rotation of greens moving towards and reds moving away, but it is very broad at this time, so it is spinning counterclockwise, which is of course favorable for tornadoes. But we'll just have to see the overall development of this storm and its progression. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us get our live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. YouTube kind of, I don't know what the best way to word it would be. It would just, I guess in this instance, it would just be, it helps put us out on their platform, shares it with more and more people. But yeah, we have a storm that could try to be severe here on the south side, on the Kentucky side, south of Covington, south of the Beltway. West side of Cincinnati for right now, you guys are okay. Just a lot of scattered rain. But other than that. What's up, Queen Kong? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Go back up here to Indianapolis's radar. I want to continue to watch out for this bit of storms that are heading off into Indianapolis. Quincy, Illinois, okay, your dad lives there? Where is Quincy? Isn't Quincy like north side? I can't remember. Quincy sounds familiar to me. I just don't know where. See, this is why I said, if you can, please try to tell me about what part of the state that is. I think Quincy, I'm pretty sure Quincy, Illinois is like Chicago, but I'm not sure. No, it's not. It's southern Illinois. No, it's northern Illinois. What the heck? It's actually neither. It's western Illinois. I saw the river and I was like, oh, it's western Illinois, or it's northern Illinois, I'm sorry. And I was like, wait a second. No, that's not right. Yeah, Quincy's fine. Way too far out of the risk. Way too far. You're good. You're good, you're good. Hopkinsville, Kentucky? I'm pretty sure Hopkinsville is also in the risk. I'm not too sure. Hopkinsville. As I said, I'm more than likely going to answer people's questions on what's happening or what's going to be happening in specific parts of the state. If you tell me what part of the state it is, not what city, not what county, southwestern, southeastern, northern, eastern, western, whatever, stuff like that. Hopkinsville, they have a small window of opportunity over the next 2 to 3 hours that I would watch out for. Storms are starting to form across the board, or they're trying to form across the board now in some of these localized areas. So I would watch out. but give it another 3 or 4 hours, and once the temperature starts to drop, then that's when you know the event's done. What about Cincinnati, Ohio? When is it going to get bad? So believe it or not, there's actually a storm near Covington right now that's trying to be severe. Keyword trying. It's not doing too well at the moment, but it does have rotation. But Cincinnati, as of right now, they're pretty good. They're probably going to be seeing some more severe weather sometime around 5 or 6, though. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, sometime around then. How bad do I think Rome, Georgia will get? I don't think it'll get too bad, but I think it'll definitely get interesting. If I look at the models. Yeah, sometime around 10, 11 o'clock. There we go. Go back to this. See if we get a new view, actually. Is there another thunderstorm that we could look at? I was about to say that looks slightly ugly, but what about Atlanta, Georgia? Atlanta, Georgia is going to be seeing the risk for tornadoes overnight tonight, around midnight, give or take an hour or two. So it may start as early as, say, 10, 11. Southeastern Ohio is still in danger. Parts of southeastern Ohio. It's not exactly in danger, I would say. I just would say, well, right now they're not in danger. It'll be later on tonight, today, to where we can determine as to if they are. Let's keep it here at Carthage. Do I know yet why the issues with the National Weather Service radar were down last night? I honestly have no idea. I'm not a technician. I don't know. Okay. I just read what they said on this event. Warner Robins, Georgia, so same thing as Atlanta. Tomorrow morning is when they're going to want to watch out for significant activity. Coldwater, Mississippi, just south of Memphis, Tennessee. Are they going to be okay? Pretty much. Pretty much, yes. What does humidity do to the storms? Humidity makes the environment, if you will, a lot better. Because there's just a high moisture content. It makes it easier for stuff to condensate, like clouds. Or whatnot. There's a new batch of severe weather that probably is going to start forming over here in Mississippi. It'll be an elongated threat. I'm half tempted to open my window. I don't know why. It just feels like my chest is just compressing. I'm drinking water, though. I don't believe I'm dehydrated. What about South Central Ohio? South Central Ohio is definitely going to want to watch. They're probably going to see their activity more around 6 Eastern, give or take. So I would watch for that. Storms are getting pretty close to Evansville, Indiana. Looks like there's a supercell that is also near Carrier Mills that's trying to develop. Might be our first real supercell of the day. That might try to be tornadic. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how that works. We do have sky cameras down there as well. But we do have a little bit of a supercell right here in southern Illinois. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking of opening the window. Listen, I've been drinking all sorts of water. I really have. I'm going to open my window. It just, I don't know. There's a weird smell in this room, or I guess it just feels really compact. Rain-cooled air makes things better. It'll also provide some more lighting in this room. How's Cleveland, Ohio going to look? Cleveland's going to be a little too far north, so you might get a lot of thunderstorms. Nothing really maybe all that really severe. This is a precursor for hurricane season because these are very dangerous storms happening now. So believe it or not, what happens with now and the severe weather that it's over land has nothing to do with what's happening with hurricanes. Trust me when I say that. Hurricanes, they do their own thing. We have 2 separate seasons that we look for. All right. We have hurricane season, which is in like July through October and November. And then we have tornado season, which is March through June. 2 separate areas. We kind of cut it in half. Do I think tomorrow will be bad for Wilmington, North Carolina? I don't think it'll be too crazy. National Weather Service Cleveland says there's a warm front pushing into Ohio. Will that cause the risk more upwards? Yes. It will. That warm front rising north will allow moisture to get into some of these areas, and it will allow the activity to become a little bit more robust. Yeah, I'm watching for this storm here, maybe a potential supercell that is going to try and form here in southern Illinois. It's hard to say what that's doing specifically, but I really do think that is something we'd have to watch. I'm gonna look at side screen here. There's a storm that's forming north of Hendersonville. I might want to put on my Nashville radar and see what some of these storms are doing. Yeah, they just formed up here in the northern portion of Tennessee. This is where there's a lot of robust moisture here. Some of these areas here in Kentucky and Tennessee have a lot of very robust moisture. A lot of very potentially active areas where the ingredients for severe weather can come together. And there's actually some storms that are forming here. Once again, I said there were storms that were forming over here near Hopkinsville. Those storms, as they move east, will probably be the main threat of severe weather. They probably will. The stuff that's currently south of Nashville right now, they don't seem to be too severe. They don't seem to be too crazy. So that's the good news. But I think we might be starting to see some of that initiation. We might be starting to see some of that initiation. I'm going to double check Paducah's radar here. And I just don't really see too much with that aspect. So I'm going to go back, put this back over at Fort Campbell's radar. A couple of friends in Zanesville, Ohio looking out for a big tornado risk for them today. There's a good chance that they could potentially see a risk for tornadoes. So I would just tell them to monitor the weather. Around 7 o'clock is when they could see stuff, give or take an hour. I don't know what happened outside. Explanation of storm warnings last night versus baking a cake was very good. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys enjoyed that explanation. I could say that explanation again, especially since I know there's people in chat that probably haven't heard of it before. Guys want to hear that the explanation of the difference between severe or between warnings and watches? There's a bunch of tornado watches out right now. And I'm sure when you guys hear stuff about tornado, you think instantly like, oh, it's happening right now. But there is a difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning. Just a reminder for people in chat, if you're going to ask where or what specific places could be seeing which, or if stuff if stuff is going to be significant in your area, please tell me what part of the state. Please tell me what part of the state. There's a good chance that I will not know a lot of the people that are from some of the other towns that aren't major metropolitan areas, and trying to go through every single person and finding out on Google Maps all that is going to be pretty difficult. I just got a random text message from someone. I have no idea who that person is, but they just asked me what about Alabama, Huntsville, Decatur area. First off, I have no idea who you are, and do not make a habit of that. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I will say there is the threat for severe weather in your area. It'll likely be in the afternoon into the evening, so I would watch out. Ever thought about teaming up with Weather Central Nazro? No, I haven't. I haven't really thought about teaming up with a whole lot of people, with the exception of the people that come into my stream every now and then. What about Elizabethtown, Kentucky? Elizabethtown, Kentucky, I believe, could potentially see some severe weather today. And that goes for pretty much everywhere else in Kentucky, unless for the extreme western side. Mama Bear coming out. I'm fine. I'm gonna be 22 in the end of April. It's gonna be fine. It'll be good. Will today be as bad as the Easter outbreak of 2020? No. Not anywhere close. Not anywhere close. At least I don't believe it will. Some people might sound the alarms for whatever reason and be like, oh, look at the updraft Felicity tracks. This is going to be worse than April 27, 2011. It's going to be the ultra mega storm of the century. For those of you who know that meme, by the way, I applaud you. I wish I could give you a cookie. So there could be a tornado in, I don't know where that is in North Carolina. Please be specific as to what part of the state that is, whether it's western, northern, central, eastern. Leno, what's up? Welcome to the stream. What time do I expect the worst in northeastern Kentucky? 4 or 5, maybe 6, something like that. Sometime around then. How about March 2nd, 2020? Listen, when it comes to the stuff that people could have experienced in the past with some of these storms and previous severe weather events, I think every single event is different in its own way. It can be very similar, but I don't believe it'll be too crazy. It won't be like the worst thing to ever happen in the world. I've definitely seen way worse. What are the ingredients set up missing to exceed the severity of the Easter outbreak? Well, it's got to have way stronger wind shear than this. This event has pretty strong wind shear, to be fair. It has very strong wind shear. Not as strong as Easter. And it's got to have more instability. I don't know why Easter should have been high. It should have. I will die on that pedestal of Easter 2020 should have been a high. Like, everyone knew going into that event that Easter should have been a high, and it wasn't. So, lovely. How reliable is the HRRR? Looking at Southwestern Ohio projections, doesn't look too bad. HRRR is pretty reliable. RAP is pretty reliable. You would really have to know what specifically you're looking for in both of those models, however. You'd have to get a little bit more into detail with what can happen. Holy DCE with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that so much. It means a lot. So, sup, Nate? Just wanted to give you 20 bucks since you haven't gotten your Minute Maid lemonade and Snyder's pretzels. And that's not even Snyder's, that's Cinders. Oh, jeez. Thank you so much for the 20. I really do appreciate the generous donation. All right, so I'm going to show you all. Sup, Farmer Matt, by the way. I want to tell you all the difference between a severe thunderstorm warning, or not severe thunderstorm warning, a weather warning and a weather watch. So all these red boxes right here, actually I'll fix it to that. There you go. All these red boxes right here. This is a bunch of tornado watches. Okay? Now, you might be asking, because someone brought it up in the chat. There might be a chance for a tornado in western North Carolina, but I think it'll be more wind more than anything. That's just me. You might be wondering, because people said in chat, best way to explain it here is, or have a rhetorical question. How is the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service issuing warnings and watches similar to baking a cake? Perfect. Perfect sentence to get straight to the point. Well, when I bake a cake, I obviously have to go to the store. I have to buy the ingredients. I have to get flour. I have to get sugar. I have to get eggs. I have to get what other additional stuff that you can have. Vanilla extract or chocolate extract or stuff like that. Icing. If you like ice cream, you can get that as well. There you go. All sorts of stuff that you need to make a cake. And then once you have all the ingredients in front of you, okay, you say, all right, I plan to make a cake soon. Maybe not right now, but soon. The National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center looks at Mother Nature, it looks at the weather, and they're saying, are they trying to make a cake? Looks like they're trying to make a cake. And don't ask what type of cake they're making. They're just making a cake. Because we won't know what type of cake they're making until the cake is made. But it looks like they're making a cake. Everyone, they're making a cake. That's basically what they're saying. They're saying, hey, Mother Nature might make a tornado. The ingredients are there. They've got the instability, the moisture, the wind shear, all sorts of additional stuff that I could mention as well. They're trying to make a tornado. It's not there yet, but it's close. And then, of course, I know, some of you may have encountered some of the your family members or friends once they make something in the oven, in this case, our cake. And when the cake comes out of the oven, it's super fresh. It's like, oh, this cake is great. I want to eat it right now. Put the icing on it, or you could slice it in any sort of way. The cake is made. It's ready. It's ready to eat. And I know my mom or my nana would say, it's ready. We're ready to eat the cake. And I'm like, oh yeah, I want to eat that cake. The cake is great. Cakes are delicious. I'm ready to just, enjoy the moment right now, have a good time. I want a cake. I want to eat it. And the big key thing there is that I wouldn't be able to know if that cake is made unless if it was told to me. Someone could make a cake and hide it in the freezer, and I would just be unaware. That's just simple enough. I would not be able to know if no one didn't tell me that a cake was made. So if I eat the cake, it's going to be because I know that it's there. Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service looks at storms and say, oh, cake is ready. The cake is done. It's happening. And I'm letting you know that the cake is ready. It's made. It's there. You need to do something about it. Or in this case, tornado is ready. Tornado is done. It's happening right there in front of you. Need to get ready. So when we talk about the difference between a weather watch and a weather warning, there's a lot of people that look at tornado watches and they're like, it says tornado. Not really anything that's going on right now, right? Right now, the Tornado Watch basically says that thunderstorms have the ingredients, or there's ingredients in the atmosphere for thunderstorms to try and form or sustain. And they could eventually try to produce tornadoes. But notice how I said could. They have the ingredients. The ingredients is laid out there. But there is no tornado at this time. It says it's there. The environment to try and form, it's starting to build. The ingredients is there. The tornado is not. That is where you wait for a warning. A tornado warning. When a tornado warning gets issued, the ingredients have came together to form a tornado. And in some instances, you might have a watch and nothing happens in the watch. There's been times like that. Have you ever tried to make something in the oven and you burnt it? Do you eat your burnt food if it's really burnt? No. So you throw it away. That's the same thing here. Do you sometimes tornadoes don't form at all. You get no cake. So that's the difference between a weather watch and a weather warning. Those are the difference between the two. That's the best way I can describe it. Hopefully everyone enjoyed that. How's Central Ohio? Central Ohio is probably going to see, after this batch of weather, of course, because right now you have some thunderstorms that are moving on through, specifically the Columbus area. That is not really all that significant. Your significant weather is likely going to be sometime around 5 to 6 Eastern. So I would watch out for that. But there is a small chance, especially if you're near Columbus and stuff like that, that storms could try to go around you. Otherwise, I would just kind of watch out. I would kind of just see how things move about. We'll be live around that time anyway, so if you have any more questions about it, feel free to come back. Go Jackets, by the way. Jackets are my favorite hockey team. Although, we can't decide whether or not we want to be good or not. We'll lose to the worst teams in the league and then beat Colorado. Make that make sense. If someone gives me a $500 donation, I'm going to flip. Someone said that in chat. It's like, one day someone's going to donate $500. No, let's just not. Donate that to the Red Cross. There could be some people impacted today. I'd rather see that money go over there. $1 to $2 donations, I'll take that. It's like chump change. That stuff builds up over time, slowly but surely. You give me a big donation like that, I might return it. I might give you back that $500. It's just, there's no reason to donate to something like me. I'm just talking about weather. So there's the taco analogy, the pizza analogy, and the cake analogy. All food related. I mean, I feel like that's the best way to do it. It's like you're making some form of food item that contains multiple ingredients. And the weather is kind of similar. It takes multiple ingredients to make something. How are the storms in Mississippi looking like? Right now, they're not really all too significant. You'll be fine. West Central Alabama could definitely see some severe weather eventually. Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Fayette. So I would watch. Holy DC, what? The 50? Why? Why? Says Nate, since you didn't read my 10, I'm giving you... That doesn't make any sense. I apologize. I was making my cake analogy. I'm going to have to read your 10 before the 50. Well, actually, I read the 50 already. So that's unfortunate. Holy DCE with the 10 says, here's 10 for all the ingredients you need for your cake analogy. How much is the ingredients to make a cake? One day, I might make a weather cake with the donations and record it. And share with y'all my cake making experience for the analogy. Y'all are crazy. I don't know why you guys do this. Lacey with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, just move the decimal low. $499. Thank you. Oh, thank you for the 5. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know why you guys do this to me. Once again, donate to the Red Cross. You don't have to just donate it to me. Donate to the Red Cross. I promise you. They're going to do more with that than me putting it back into the stream. Is it possible to donate 1 cent? I'm sure it is. You would just have to put it in a separate currency. Nate cooking. Oh, boy. Oh, there's something wrong with me. Excuse me. It's 2:48 Eastern and I'm yawning. You can't have a Nate stream without him yawning. Just can't happen. Going back to Fort Campbell's radar. These storms over here in southern Kentucky are supposed to uptick here soon. So we're watching out for that. Around $15? Interesting. Should I add some icing and try to put a supercell on it? Like our radar supercell? That'd be pretty fun. Do I think Central Tennessee will get storms? Yes. At some point today, I think they will. Akron, Ohio will definitely see some severe weather later on tonight, but it won't be as strong. I think it'll be more towards 6 or 7 o'clock. I just got a notification from my video game. I'm not paying attention to that today. Asked an hour ago, you're going to ask again. The tornado threat, 15 sig. Is the 15 sig going away? Storms look to be moving away from it. No, there's going to be more storms that are going to form and move into it. So there's going to be a couple more waves. A lot more thunderstorms that are going to move into it. Good question, WB Travels. Wonder if we'll see a small moderate place somewhere in northern Alabama into northwestern Georgia the next couple of hours. I don't think so. I think if anything, you might see the tornado risk trimmed in some parts. But I think they just connected it all to make it a lot easier. That's what I believe. What's happening in Walton, Kentucky? So I'm going to look up Walton, Kentucky for right now, but I want to mention for anyone who might be new to the stream here, if you would like to ask where or what is happening for a specific area, please say the part of the state. So if I was talking about Knoxville, Tennessee, and I wanted to know where Knoxville, Tennessee was, I'd ask Eastern Tennessee. If I wanted to know what's happening in Cincinnati, Southwestern Ohio. Stuff like that. That way it's a lot easier because I know where the states are. It's just there's a lot of towns that are across the board, and I want to make sure that you know, I get to everyone. You know, I have to look up every single town over here on Google Maps, and then I have to try and tell you all, and then I have to look through chat again, and it's just it takes forever. I want to try and get through as many people as I possibly can. Walton, however, I drove through that area, by the way, when I was chasing last summer. That was pretty cool. Walton is going to see some severe weather today. You should definitely watch out. You should definitely watch out for the threat of some significant severe weather. Yeah, baking with Nate. Summer's coming back out here in Cincinnati. Does that mean good news or heating up for stronger storms? It looks like the environment is starting to heat up for stronger storms. So, storms will be coming out eventually. They'll be coming eventually. Alyssa with the 50. Oh my gosh. Why do you guys keep doing this to me? Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much for the 50. I really do appreciate it. Since I come to you first when severe weather is near, helps anxiety, you've helped me warn friends and family early from tornadoes over the years. You deserve this. Thank you so much for the support. It really does mean a lot. And I'm glad I was able to help you whenever I was live, for whichever times you may be watching, including now. Ugh, oh my goodness. Thank you. We need a cooking stream with Morgan. Morgan can't cook. That's one thing I do know. Holy DCE with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, if you do the math, I just gave you $100 because you're the man for YouTube streams. Also because I'm to do what I have done and twist or take down your balls. Oh boy. Holy DCE. You're insane. Thank you so much for the $100 in super chats. That means a lot to me. Thank you so much. The support. Wow. Y'all are crazy. Yeah, everyone has been saying a bunch of stuff in chat, so I'm just going to try and zoom through as quickly as possible. Southern Central Tennessee's already getting storms. Yes, this is true, but nothing is really significant at this time. Nothing much has happened. They put the 4 out of 5. Did nature just pull a yesterday? Nope, stuff's going to be happening later on. Don't worry about it. As I said. Turn laptops. Close up shop when it's start blasting. Good, dude. Good. Has to make us a cake now. Oh boy. How many cakes would that make for me to have to feed everyone here in chat? That might be more than all the earnings I've ever earned on YouTube. Southeastern Ohio. Southeastern Ohio will definitely have to watch out for severe weather from 6 to 7 Eastern. Southwestern Ohio, around 5 o'clock Eastern is when you guys are going to want to watch. Southwest Indiana. Southwestern Indiana actually is starting to get some storms that are moving through the area right now. Nothing is really severe at this time. But that doesn't mean that over the next 30 minutes that could change. It's just stuff is starting to become a little bit more widespread. You can see Evansville is right here. And actually, I have a live camera over in Evansville that I'm probably going to want to use. So let's pull that up, shall we? North Central Alabama is definitely going to want to watch out for some severe weather later on this afternoon into the early evening. Oof. Look at how ugly that looks. That's a look out of Evansville, looking to the south and west. Look at how ugly that looks. We caught a tornado, by the way, using this Evansville sky camera before, so who knows? We might be able to catch another one if stuff starts to increase. But I just hope, you know what I hope? I hope this thunderstorm disappears. That's what I hope. That'd be great. I think if this thunderstorm disappears, that'd be amazing. North Central Tennessee is definitely going to see some severe weather, especially over the next few hours. So please watch out. Central Ohio could have a sick tornado. Yes, it's possible. Very much so. Tabletop Geek with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, new thoughts on the Wilmington, North Carolina with the day 2 risk. Yeah, same thing as I pretty much said. 5% is pretty much as high as you're going to get with the tornado risk. At least that's what I'm thinking. I might have to look at the models one more time to kind of get a second consensus, but that'll be at a later time. I'll definitely do that later. North Central Tennessee, will they get tornadoes? It's definitely possible. Your friend is traveling to North Carolina, Virginia for a year. I asked you a few days ago before when he used to expect. Is this something he will probably be experiencing, or is it something less normal? This is something that he will probably be experiencing bi-weekly. I would say bi-weekly over the next 3 months. Summer, things might kind of calm down just a little bit. It'll just be hail, some wind, and then once you get into the late summer into the fall, that's when the potential for tropical weather will exist. But yes, the stuff that is supposed to be happening in North Carolina tomorrow, you could probably see bi-weekly. For Dahlia down in Florida, really puffed off since then. Thank you. Dahlia was a crazy, crazy hurricane. Akron, Ohio. Akron's going to definitely have to watch for some severe weather a lot later on tonight. I'm thinking around 7 o'clock. 6 or 7. Very tired, yes, with the 2. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Says, I donated yesterday and you'll do it again today. Thank you so much. You don't have to. You really don't. But just know that all the donations that have occurred today, including yours, will be mostly put back into the channel. Other stuff will be my daily necessities that I'll need. Like food, coffee, the whole shebang. But thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, that is the Ohio River. The Ohio River looks very, very murky. Very murky. If you're just tuning in here right now, this is a live look out of Evansville, Indiana. It's looking at a storm that is approaching the Evansville general vicinity here. It is over near the Mount Vernon area as well as Uniontown. So those storms will be getting pretty close. That's wonderful. Did the stream come back alive, chat? I think it did. I hope it did. I'm going to pray that it did. Yep, it did connect. All right, we're good. Refresh. There we go. Cool. It's back. We're good. Yeah, listen. When I get my own place, I'm going to have such a better Wi-Fi service than what I have right now. Because it's just... Yeah. Anyways, refresh, please. If you can, refresh YouTube. Please do that. Parts of the tornado watch have been trimmed. So now Missouri is no longer in the risk. You see a gap in the linear storm between Evansville and Indianapolis? Do I think that'll fill in the gap? I think eventually it could. It'll take a couple of hours to do so, but yes. I think it could. I think this line over here that is forming along the border of Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky, is probably going to be the beginning of the back end of the tornado threat. So once this line moves on through, anything behind it really won't be anything more significant than it already has been. That is what I believe. Do I think the moderate will move down into Tennessee the next update? No. I believe it'll stay where it's at. Montana's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. Walton, Kentucky. As I said, Walton, Kentucky. Walton, Kentucky needs to watch out for severe weather today. As I said. Just anywhere near Covington, Cincinnati. Anywhere here. Okay? That's not what I wanted. Thank you. Anywhere here from Columbus down to Cincinnati to Lexington to Bowling Green to Somerset and back around to Ashland. Anywhere in this area right here needs to watch out for significant weather today. So parts of Ohio, parts of Indiana, parts of Kentucky, parts of West Virginia. How's the storm in Louisiana looking? By my calculations, not very strong. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But other than that, not really too crazy. So if you're in like Natchez, Mississippi, you have to watch out. But other than that, not too crazy. Let's see. Northwestern Florida under Alabama. So overnight tonight for northwestern Florida, there's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds. But anything other than that, it's going to be pretty difficult to kind of maintain. I think there's probably going to be maybe a spin up or two. But anywhere in Tennessee has a decent chance of producing a tornado, with the exception of western Tennessee. West Tennessee is out of the risk. So that includes areas like Jackson, Memphis, Dyersburg, Union City. You guys are good. Do I think tropical season will be anything significant? I definitely think it could, especially since we're transitioning back into a La Nina pattern, which is favorable for above average sea surface temperatures. And seems how we're already hitting record high sea surface temperatures in a non-La Nina pattern, which for those of you who don't know what that is, it just basically dictates as to if the equator has above average or below average sea surface temperatures in the Pacific Ocean. And yeah, it's whack. You live near Dayton and Columbus, you live in the middle between them, you definitely should watch out for severe weather today then. Threat for a strong tornado or two is possible. Maybe a localized tornado outbreak. It'll definitely be here in this late afternoon, early evening into the mid-evening hours. Is 18Z just 6 p.m. Central Standard Time? No. So, for Central, well, right now we're in daylight time. We're not in Standard Time anymore. So, for Central Daylight Time, you have to subtract 5 hours from Z. All right? Because Z is its own time zone. That's over in, like, Africa and the UK. So it would be like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that.
nor dangerous at this
No,
moment, but
no, 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 no. Go away. I appreciate you guys, by the way, hitting that thumbs up button down below and subscribing and stuff like that. We're over 49,200 subscribers now. Eventually we'll get to 50,000. Eventually. Slowly but surely. How do I think the tornado risk will go in Virginia tomorrow? I think it'll be very localized. Zulu is UTC. Yes, it is. I think it'll be very localized within some areas. I don't think it'll be too crazy. At least based off of what I've seen. I guess now would be a good instance to try and find out. Let's watch the live camera while I look at the weather for tomorrow. I'm going to use 12Z. I haven't used... 18Z is not ready yet. Wow. Wow. That's funny. Yeah, North Carolina and the Delmarva Peninsula, as well as areas near the Chesapeake Bay, they are definitely going to be interesting. There will likely be a lot of strong damaging winds in some localized areas. If you're in northeastern North Carolina, that might have a better chance at producing a tornado. Heading off south of Norfolk, south of Virginia Beach. I definitely think it's a bona fide 5% chance for tornadoes. I don't think it's anything more crazy than that. Woof. Does that just... Wow, that's a huge storm that forms now in central Ohio, according to this. Storms come in later. And that is like a derecho. That's like a big bow echo. I'm just kidding, that's not a derecho. It's not that strong. It's a Rachel. Next SPC outlook is in 50 minutes. Yeah, over the next hour is when more storms are going to start forming. Things are going to start becoming a little bit more crazy. Definitely the most intense activity that we could start to see is from 4 Eastern to 8 Eastern across portions of Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio. And then once again, sometime around 10 Eastern is when stuff starts to kind of decrease significantly. Once again, this is from Evansville, right there. We also have another view over here from Owensboro. And you can kind of actually see it's not bad. It actually looks like a nice day if it weren't for the fact that there were tornadoes and stuff like that could happen. Holy DCE with the membership, the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Just got sent something here. What in the world? QLCS tornado damage on the north side of Evansville, Indiana from this morning's storms. Wow. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Nashville sounding. Oh boy. That's a heck of a photograph. Yep, ouch. Ouch, ouch. What do I think about Eastern North Carolina with the update, Nate? It's the same as I thought it was yesterday. 5% chance for tornadoes, localized area of severe weather. You're going to see a couple supercells. Where is the Evansville radar? There's the Evansville radar. So yeah, it looks like Owensboro is looking off. This is looking off towards the northwest. So this would be a nice camera to use a little bit later on. Hopefully I'll be able to provide some good information for you, Tennessee Country Rebel. Ellis Park. Oh, that's Ellis Park. That's right. Yeah, that looks to be looking south, so we don't have to worry about that. USI tower camera. Where is the USI tower camera? University of Southern Indiana? Is that what that is? I'm guessing. That's the Henderson tower camera. That's looking north. That's a heck of a storm. That's... Wow. That actually might be a... there might actually be something tornadic that's trying to develop south of Mount Vernon. So we might be able to see something here pretty soon. If this storm continues on its current trajectory, we might be able to see something on this camera. What about Hopkinsville, Kentucky? Storms are going to start to pop in and around, near and around Hopkinsville over the next hour or two. Give it another 3 or 4 hours, and then you should be done. But that's going to be very interesting. Tornado just occurred northwest of Kankakee, Illinois. South of Kalot. Really? Cold core? Yeesh. Am I going to go live tomorrow? It's honestly very much so possible, but I would need someone to cover for me while I'm at my family portrait. Yeah, that seems legit. That definitely was a cold core tornado that occurred. There's one west of Kankakee. Woof. Talk about crazy. I was crazy once. So yeah, just for reference here, right here, I'm going to show you guys. We have a little supercell that's starting to try and spin up. This is due west of Henderson, Kentucky. You can see there's a little bit of a hooking appendage right there. Inflow coming in unimpeded. This storm is going to be paralleling the Ohio River all the way up. And we're probably going to be able to see, if this thing does produce a tornado, we will probably be able to see it as it passes right in front of us. We can look at it from both the Evansville tower camera, even though it's pretty far away at this time. Or the Henderson tower camera. But it's probably better if we look at it from Henderson. So we'll have the camera up above. I'll try and see if we can find something. But yeah, we're starting to get to the event here, guys. Once again, this line here is the line that we're going to be watching to see if it can try to become a bit more tornadic. This is the back end of the line, if you will. So this is as far west as you can probably get within this orientation of severe weather. And what I mean by that is notice if we go back over here, okay, we have, I'm going to turn the watches off so that way no one gets confused. You can see this line of storms is oriented in a northeast to southwest fashion. So anything behind this is not really going to be seeing a whole lot. Like Mount Vernon, St. Louis, you guys are done. Don't worry about it, right? But everything that's further out to the east, there's likely to be at least these storms to hit them. But there could be more out in front of that. You know, storms that can form further east that can try and do stuff. So that's the stuff that we have to consider. That's the stuff we have to watch out for. Will there be a tornado in Pikeville, Kentucky? It is possible that Pikeville, Kentucky could get some tornado activity today. Will it directly be over Pikeville? It's hard to say. But I think Pikeville, Kentucky does have a very good chance of seeing or being near a tornado. All right, it looks like the storm is starting to cross over Henderson, or it's getting just to the north of Henderson. This is going to be very interesting. I wonder if we will be able to see anything. Did we lose the camera? No, we did not. I went back to it. I'm also going to cycle, or I'm actually going to have on the side, I'm going to have the Evansville camera, and I'm going to watch that as well. So that way I'm looking at both sides. I see a wall cloud on the Evansville one. At least based off of what I'm seeing right here. I'll show you guys, and I'll full screen it, and then we'll go back to the Henderson camera. Right about here. See that? I'm actually going to move this over there. See that right there? That I'm pretty sure is a wall cloud. That I'm pretty sure is a wall cloud. 100 pounds? Farmer Matt, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, you guys are... Why do you do this to me? What time is there a possible tornado in Columbus? Sometime around 7 Eastern. That's the time that I'm looking at. My gosh, you guys are crazy. Farmer Matt with the 100-pound super chat. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Y'all are crazy. Oh boy. As I said, this is the view from Henderson. Wanted to show... Holy DCE. With a $100 super chat on top of Farmer Matt's 100-pound super chat. I don't know. I appreciate you guys. I think we all want Nate to get his own place with better Wi-Fi. I know, right? If I can get my own Wi-Fi, my own place, I'd be cooking. We'd have probably Best show on television. Best show on YouTube. True facts. Oh, wow. Thank you so much. Where is Henderson? Henderson is on the border of Indiana and Kentucky. If I were to zoom out right here. Here is Kentucky. There we are. Border of Kentucky, Indiana, and Illinois. It is on the southwestern portion of the state of Indiana. It's on the border right there of Indiana and Kentucky. That might be our wall cloud there, chat. Look at that. Look at that wall cloud. Woof. We could be talking about a tornado here in a second, honestly. That is a heck of a wall cloud. Norbert on Beans with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Listen, you don't have to donate. You guys don't have to donate. Like, I mean, it helps support the channel. It helps us keep alive. But, like, these are obnoxious amounts of, high amounts of super chats that you guys are just absolutely, oh my gosh. Khaki Nacky Wacky with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Just don't have that much money to spend. That's all I have left after yesterday's. Listen, as I said, you don't have to do that much. That's a heck of a wall cloud. Look at this wall cloud, chat. Look at this tail cloud. Look at the wall. That's a heck of a view right here from Henderson, Kentucky. Farmer Matt with the 200. Oh my good lord. Oh, I'm gonna go insane. Y'all are making me go insane. Farmer Matt with the 200. It's a bidding war. Stop. Donate to the Red Cross. Red Cross. Oh. Y'all are crazy. That's what I gotta say. Oh! There you go, chap. There you go. You want a wall cloud? There's your wall cloud. Oh my goodness, that's getting very close to Evansville now. That is a heck of a view. Jay with the 1, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $1 super chat. Small amounts like that mean a lot. This is a heck of a view, by the way. Can I just tell you right now, if you are in Evansville, Indiana, or if you're north of Evansville, Indiana, you probably should get into a sturdy building and stay away from windows. That is a heck of a supercell. Yeah. Wow. Woof. Is that a lowering on that left side? It's hard to say. Garrett for the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says request for Matt to be my sugar. Oh boy. You're gonna have to ask Farmer Matt. Holy DCE with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says I'm not spending over 215 USD for another donation, but let the bidding wars to become Nate's top donator begin. There it is. So what? That's Holy DC has given... Oh boy. You two are crazy. Want my PayPal? Oh, JK, don't even y'all are just... Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You guys don't really have to do that. Hey, once again, if you're just tuning in here live right now, we are looking at Evansville, Indiana. It'd be greatly appreciated if you guys haven't already to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread information with more and more people on YouTube. It'd be greatly appreciated. And if you are in Evansville, you have a heck of a supercell that's getting very near you. You're going to want to get indoors. You're going to want to stay away from windows. Yeah, Holy DCE, thank you so much. And Farmer Matt, thank you so much. Fossil Gamers with the 2 says, this wall cloud is insane. I 100% agree with you. This is a crazy wall cloud. Yeah, I would have to agree. I think this storm is definitely trying to spin up something. If I were to be looking for a tornado, it'd be right in here. Right in there. Because what I see right now is I see the RFD that's coming through the side. Right there. We have a lot of rain. We have our wall cloud that's spinning. Just like that. Yeah, this is a strong surging of wind and rain. This is our RFD. Under this rain base, right here, or maybe even right back here, like right back here, this is where I would watch. We have no tornado warnings right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings right now. We're just kind of sitting around and waiting for more storms to try and do more stuff. I'm going to pull up this here real quickly, because there's just storms that are forming all over the place. That's a new mesoscale discussion that just got issued. Thunderstorms moving across western Kentucky and southern Indiana should continue to pose some risk this afternoon. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm going to have to put this over to the side. There you go. So I'll leave the camera right here. Downstream watch issuance will eventually be needed. Tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds appear all possible. A strong tornado may occur with any supercell that can be sustained. There will likely be a new tornado watch that will get issued at 3 Central, 4 Eastern. Did this camera go out? It better not. I'm going to be very upset if it did. It did go out. That's not wonderful. Mr. Anarchy, what in the world? Once again, y'all are crazy. Y'all are actually crazy. Thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That's absolutely crazy. Thank you. The camera got back up again. That might be rain on the right side, but I think I'm watching for this lowering right here. Either that or something back in here. That would be crazy. That's what I'm watching. looks like something is trying to congeal over here on this side. Tornado warning. Evansville.
Tornado warning for northwestern Warwick County in southwestern Indiana, central Vanderburgh County in southwestern Indiana, east central Posey County in southwestern Indiana, north central Henderson County in northwestern Kentucky.
I think it's this. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado warning for this cell that's over Evansville, Indiana. We're looking at a live view in Evansville at this time. I'm going to actually change this to where it says Evansville. And we're trying to find a tornado. We are trying to find a tornado within this mess of rain. Is that it right there? Is that it? It's hard to say. It's going over the water right now. We have a lot of winds that are going in this direction right here. But we have a lot of... Did it just cross? Is it crossing the river right in front of... Is that it right there? That might be the tornado. Right there. Right there. Yep, that's the tornado. There's the RFD right there. There's the RFD jet. That is a weak tornado and or some form of tornado that just went through. And it just went to the western side of Evansville at this time. It has now made landfall. It has just crossed the river. That is indeed a tornado. That is a tornado that just spawned and is now on the western side of Evansville, Indiana. If you're just looking at this on radar here, you can see greens are the winds moving towards the radar, reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. This is, once again, a tornado in progress right now, or at least would have been a water spout that just went across and officially made landfall as a tornado, and it is going to the western side of Evansville. If you are in Evansville, Indiana, near Melody Hill, in Vanderburgh County, areas over here near Chandler, as well as areas to the west of Boonville, here in Indiana, you need to get in your safe space. We just saw a tornado that just crossed the river. We just saw a tornado that just crossed the river. See you, Farmer Matt. Sounds good. Yeah, we just saw a tornado that just crossed the river. It just crossed the river as we were watching it live. We'll play the loop here so that way you guys can see. But once again, new tornado warning has been issued here. Vanderburgh and Warwick counties here in southern Indiana. If you're in Henderson County, Kentucky, and you just got this tornado warning that just went across your screen, believe me when I say it is not going to be impacting Kentucky as of right now. That storm in particular is not going to be impacting Kentucky. It is going to be heading off further into southern Indiana. Eventually, this storm in particular could head off towards Boonville, Chrisney, north of Chrisney near Dale, Interstate 64 near Ferdinand and Holland, as well as Linville. So folks that are over there might have to watch eventually as to what's going on. Remember how I said earlier, chat, that we could potentially see a tornado with the Evansville camera? Because we said earlier that we've had a history of seeing tornadoes on the Evansville camera. Yeah, I didn't think that we would actually see it. But no, we did see a tornado. We did 100% just see a tornado that crossed the Ohio River into Evansville. It's a relatively weak tornado based off of velocity, so that's the good news. Based off of velocities, you can see we have a lot of these dark greens and these dark reds. Greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. It is right over Evansville at this time. They are moving the camera. I wonder if they could move it further. They're zooming it all the way out here. I wonder if it's possible if they could turn it around to the right again. Going to be seeing a new velocity scan here in a second. Hopefully they're not keeping it right here. They turn this camera to the right, I'm going to be pretty happy. I don't think they will, which might suck. State of emergency has already been declared in Kentucky. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these storms are expected to be pretty severe. How could I get access to those cameras? How does that work? So a lot of websites, a lot of news companies have cameras that are offered to the public. So I look at their cameras and stuff like that, and I'm assuming the news companies are the ones that are watching it. And of course, it's likely that the news companies just watched the tornado cross the river as we did. So 21 minutes until new update from the Storm Prediction Center comes out. Yeah, that Nashville sounding I did see. It was pretty mental. Velocity signature still shows that something tornadic is possible in that area. I wonder, do I have any more cameras that could be within this area? The answer is not really. They just updated. Yeah, they just moved that camera over. They just updated the tornado warning here. So areas near Highland and Elberfeld, as well as Linville, have been taken out. It's now Boonville and Chandler. The storm is moving a little bit further to the east-northeast. So once again, areas near Tennyson and Dale and Selvin could be areas to watch a little bit later on. Should northeastern Arkansas be concerned tonight? No, Arkansas, you guys are good. Welcome to the stream, by the way. If you're just tuning in here right now, we just saw a tornado that crossed over near Evansville, Indiana. We saw it cross over live with one of our sky cameras that we've been using. Now we went to a new camera to see if we can try and find anything else, anything additional. There's a storm that's over here near Jasper, Indiana. It's small, but it's got a little bit of rotation. So that might be something to watch out for a little bit later on. There's a severe thunderstorm warning that's over near Bloomington, Indiana. This definitely looks like a supercell, but it is not very organized at this time. You can clearly see there's a lot of heavy reds, dark reds, and even some pinks in there, indicating some very heavy precipitation, maybe even some localized hail. Something of the sort. You threaten Twistcord VC? Really? You definitely should not. You definitely should not. Just saying. You need to just hold. I hope your bank account holds. I hope they hold your account for like the rest of the stream. They just enough. Let's just not. Donate to the Red Cross. I'm dead serious. Like, regardless of what you think about the Red Cross, like, the Red Cross actually does do some good stuff. Storms forming in southwestern Kentucky is now starting to become a little bit more widespread. This might be something that we are really going to have to watch out for, because eventually those storms are going to be the ones that we're going to really have to watch out for. And this right here in central Kentucky, this just popped out of nowhere, northeast of Bowling Green. This also might be something that we're going to have to watch. I'm not even going to respond anymore. Yep, the event is just starting to ramp up now. We just saw our first tornado warning of the day, into which I believe likely produced a tornado because we just saw it cross the river. Looks like the rotation is occluded. It is trying to recycle, however. This storm is trying to recycle, so this is one of our main supercells of the day today. Here's a live look in Owensboro, Kentucky. I'm going to take this thing off now. Owensboro, Kentucky. There you go. All right. I'm nuts. Oh, trust me, I know. I gotta do my life necessities as well. These either pay bills or these either go back into the YouTube channel. Trust me. Our radar scope is showing tornado warning in Evansville. Take cover, Evansville. Yep, that is absolutely true. And also had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust report over there as well. A very ominous storm that's up near the Evansville and the Newburgh area. It's now heading towards Chandler and Boonville here in Indiana. If you guys live over there, you need to continue to take your proper precautions. Yeah. And that's what I was looking at earlier, Doss, is some of these storms that are popping up here in southwestern Kentucky. Those storms are definitely looking to be the ones that we'll have to watch. These ones over here, in portions of northwestern Tennessee and western Kentucky, they're not doing anything right now, of course. But later on today, they probably will. That is a new tornado watch, or is it a new tornado? Yeah, new tornado watch. All right, prob game, guys. Another prob game, shall we? Tornado watch. Holy DCE with the 5. Thank you so much. Says, here's the $500 donation. Forgot the point in between the 5 and the 0. There it is. Forget it. You've already donated enough. I appreciated you all throughout these times, and I appreciate you now. Now I'm, God, you're crazy. I don't know why. I don't know why you do this to me. Thank you so much, Holy DCE, for the $5 super chat, the hundreds of dollars you've already donated. It's crazy. Well, it's not a PDS tornado watch because it would have appeared as a different color of border if that was the case. So, Vivian Lund with the 30 months of becoming a weather watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. All right, let's pull it up. A few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Probs are 70-50. Did I not tell people yesterday in Discord VC 70-50 tornado probs for a lot of these tornado watches? I called it. Called it right there. So new tornado watch for portions of Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. 70-50 tornado watch. Don't think that's the main watch. I think that's the main watch. It's for the majority of the moderate risk. 70-50. So I need to update the thing. I need to take Illinois out. They're not in the tornado watch anymore. Pretty much all of Kentucky is in the tornado watch. So I'm just going to say portions of Kentucky. I'm just going to say for the state of Kentucky. And I need to add Ohio, Southwest Ohio. Excuse me. Effective until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We'll save that. That's boom. We got that. Donna with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Sup, Kenny? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, we have a threat for tornadoes today across portions of the Ohio Valley. A 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale has been issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And they're probably going to even update the risk here over the next 10 minutes because last time they issued it was 3.5 hours ago. And they're going to have a scheduled update here at the top of the hour. But we have the risk for a tornado outbreak across portions of much of the United States. So we'll watch. Well, much of the eastern portions of the United States. You'll be able to see here specifically what I'm talking about. We got everywhere that is in the yellow, the orange, or in the red that could potentially see tornadoes today. If you're in the orange or the red, it is more likely that you guys could see tornadoes than areas in the yellow or the green. Especially if you're in the red. If you're in the red, there's a very good chance that you guys could potentially see tornadoes. It's a localized tornado outbreak that is possible. From Columbus all the way down to Bowling Green. And then that includes, of course, Cincinnati, Dayton, areas near Pikeville, Somerset, Lexington, Fayette, Louisville, areas like that. And then, of course, Charleston, Zanesville, Cambridge, all the way up to Mansfield, Lima, Indianapolis, all the way down to Evansville, of course, which just got impacted. Nashville, Cookeville, Knoxville, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Tupelo, Birmingham, Atlanta, Georgia, Montgomery, Albany, Georgia, as well as Dothan, Alabama. Goes as far down south as the Gulf of Mexico to as far north as Lake Erie. Imagine how crazy that is. That's widespread of a severe event that we have. Here's the storms that are currently moving to the north of Owensboro, Kentucky at this time. We do have a couple of them that are moving about. The tornado warning that was over for portions of Warwick County has now been canceled. That supercell is trying to recycle, but it'll take a little bit before it actually does, so we'll have to watch out. There is also a new supercell that is over near Du Bois, in Du Bois County, northeastern Du Bois County, as well as eventually moving into Orange County. This is going to be something that we're going to want to watch out for as well. These storms that are over here in southern portions of Indiana are now starting to become a little bit more significant. They are starting to uptrend in activity, and this is exactly what we've been waiting for in regards to the intensity of today's severe weather event. We mentioned that today there's likely to be a tornado outbreak across much of the eastern United States, with the exception of the coastal areas. This is no different. We have the Ohio Valley all the way down into the deep south and even into the southeast. So once again, this supercell here in particular near Du Bois is something that we're going to want to watch out for very, very closely. You can see we have a lot of hail associated with the storm, a lot of red, a lot of pink. So a lot of hail within this, but you can also see this little bit of a curl here. You see how this kind of curls around and hooks around to the bottom left-hand part of the storm? That right there is indicative of a supercell. And these supercells can try to spin up and try to rotate. And you can see already, it's already trying to do so. Reds are winds moving away, greens are winds moving towards. Right in the middle, some tornadic rotation is trying to develop within the storm north of Du Bois, just to the west of Cuzco. And that'll eventually head towards the French Lick area and areas of western Orange County here in Indiana. So if you're over there, please watch out. Once again, the threat for tornadic activity is possible. There's some other supercells that are within this area too that we're going to want to watch out for. We have some storms that are going into Martin County, Indiana. So we'll definitely have to watch out for the threat of some severe weather over there. And then, of course, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that is up north, north of Bloomington, that is going to be heading towards Morgantown, an area south of Martinsville in Indiana. So if you live in those areas, large hail, damaging winds are the primary hazards. But there could be a storm or two that can try and spin up and rotate here pretty soon. And those are the ones that we are just going to have to watch out for tornadic development. Severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for the storm that's in northeastern Du Bois County. So there you go. It seems the National Weather Service and, of course, us here behind our own desk are on the same page for the most part. We're thinking the same thing, so that's always a good thing. I'm able to translate what they are saying, so that way you guys can kind of just know what's going on. That's what I want to do. I want to try and make sure that you guys know what all is happening. And hopefully we have no miscommunications as we continue our live stream. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have, once again, widespread potential for a tornado outbreak across portions of the Ohio Valley down into Tennessee and the Deep South, as well as the southeastern portions of the United States, which includes Atlanta, Georgia. That threat down the further south you go will be a lot later on tonight. So the first event is really just this stuff that is over here into portions of Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky, as well as portions of Tennessee. If you would like to help me spread the information with more and more people, follow what the pinned message does, or what it says. Hit that thumbs up button down below. You hit the thumbs up button down below, it promotes our stream. Yes, you heard that correctly. It promotes our stream out onto YouTube. It helps get us onto more and more recommended feeds. And, you know, we're trying to get information out to as many people as we possibly can. And we can't really do it without you guys, without your guys' help. And, you know, our whole mission here is to not only try and help people, but we also want to try and create a positive environment where there's not as high of anxiety. You know, I know some people have some anxiety from thunderstorms. So we want to try and create a positive environment for people who might have anxiety with thunderstorms. And, of course, to around the same degree, maybe even a slightly lesser degree, for people who also might enjoy monitoring severe weather or even just any weather on radar. Can I look at the stuff coming out of Bloomington, Indiana, going towards Indy? That's a good question. So the stuff that we just looked at over here coming out of Bloomington, a lot of hail within this area. You can see a lot of these reds and pinks that are across the board, and it is very widespread, extending from Morgantown all the way over towards Indiana State Highway 37. So this is a pretty widespread swath of hail. It doesn't seem to be super significant when it comes to what the radar is specifically calculating. We're talking about something that's 3/4 of an inch in diameter, and that's at least the maximum. And this will all likely be heading off towards Martinsville, Morgantown, and then eventually towards the southern portions of Indy. That's another severe thunderstorm warning as well for areas over here near Owensburg, Indiana, heading into Lawrence County as well as southern Monroe County. So that'll be something we're going to want to watch for as well. Keaton with the 2, thank you so much, really do appreciate it, says, what of you think today, busy or outbreak? It's going to get busy here pretty soon. Storms are starting to fire off across the board and be severe. I mean, look at this. Look at this here, chat. It is now a wave of severe thunderstorm warnings. I would not be surprised, chat, if this entire line of storms, all these boxes start to turn red. I would not be surprised. I'm going to look at Louisville's radar here, try and see what I can find with the Boonville storm. It does have a little bit of rotation on it. It does indeed. Man, that's a lot of wind that's whipping around with this storm, too. This is, once again, Owensboro, Kentucky is the live camera that we have. Got some ominous clouds, real ominous clouds that are over there. That's looking up into the storm that's north of Owensboro. I mean, that's as ominous as you could probably get. I mean, wow. That's all I can say. This is starting to really unfold quite quickly. That's dope. The tornado over in Illinois. My goodness. Something tells me we're going to be pretty active here in a second. I'm just making sure that everything is set up. This is not mammatus clouds, by the way. All of this is just cumulus clouds that are popping out. A lot of these are just cumulus clouds. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust report, once again, that was associated with the tornado that went near Evansville. It was a very weak tornado that moved through that area that we saw cross the river. Man, these storms that are over here on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky are really going to be the ones that I'm going to want to watch the most. These ones, the storms that are forming out here near Princeton and Madisonville, if these can eventually just really blow up, and I'll actually take a look at satellite to try and see if things can get a little bit better with that. Yeah, like look, you can see down here, that storm that's popping up. There's a couple of them. Those ones might have the best shot at becoming one of the more active storms of the day. And of course, there's always this random storm that's popping off over here in West Virginia. What's happening over there? Why is it popping off over in West Virginia? That's a supercell. That might produce a tornado. Hold up. Time out. Time out. That's I-64. Before it splits at Beckley. Wow. We're going to take a look at this traffic camera here. Hopefully this traffic camera works. Hopefully. If the West Virginia Department of Transportation actually worked, you know, that would be amazing. Okay, so it's literally just those cameras that do not work. That's wonderful. Isn't that wonderful? We're going back to Owensboro. See whatever cloud that is. But this is a full-fledged supercell. I'm kind of surprised they haven't warned this yet. I'm actually very surprised they haven't warned this. This is in West Virginia, for those of you who don't know. This is southeast of Charleston on I-64. It is north of Beckley. It is near the Powelton areas, as well as Montgomery, Gawley Bridge, and Onsted, as well as eventually near the Fayetteville area. This might be something that we're going to have to watch out for very, very closely. Once again, something that could be tornadic here in West Virginia. And for those that might be wondering, well, West Virginia usually doesn't get tornadoes. It just so happens that today, West Virginia is in one of the main areas to where they could potentially see tornadoes. So, we got a lot. Got a lot of stuff that we're trying to watch across the board. That is a heck of a supercell that is currently moving about. Kaki Naki Wacky, I think I missed your super chat. $2 super chat. It says I donated the same as Farmer Matt. Ignore the point. Oh boy. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate the super chat. SBC Outlook just got updated. Not much change. I see something that majorly changed. The moderate risk got shrunk significantly. It went a lot further to the west. It came out, the moderate risk came out almost close to Pikeville and into western West Virginia. They shrunk that significantly. So that's the first thing I see. Sigtor, Sigwind. Yeah, I think the major thing that they changed is they shrunk the moderate risk. They shrunk the moderate risk. So areas near Pikeville, Hazard, Jackson, Paintsville, they're no longer near the 15 sig. TDS, West Virginia. Oh boy. Oh boy. Where are you? It's possible. I'm gonna need to wait another scan. But it's possible. I can't say for certain because there is some clutter, but it's definitely possible that something tornadic, that maybe a tornado is trying to form here in portions of West Virginia. New watch has been issued. Pull that up. Yes, there's a new watch that has been issued. Portions of northeastern Mississippi, northern Alabama, and much of central Tennessee. Few tornadoes likely, a couple intense tornadoes possible. Prob game, go for it. What do y'all got? Go back a scan. Yeah. Yeah. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible that we did have a tornado. Good call. I definitely think an unwarned tornado did occur. Good call, Nate. So if you're near Powellton, Boomer, Gawley Bridge, this area over here in West Virginia, you need to get in your safe space. Large hail and strong damaging winds are going to be likely with this one, but there's a good chance that a tornado could also occur with this within this storm. All right, let's see what the probs are for this one. Is 60-30. Go back to the live view here in Owensboro as I update this. And this tornado watch will be in effect until 9 p.m. Central. So it'll be over before some of the other stuff. Let me update this here real quickly here, guys, and then I will get back to answering some more questions. Northwestern Alabama, northeastern Mississippi. Western Middle Tennessee. Perfect. Save. We're going to want to do bottom stuff, and we are likely going to add more stuff. No, that's perfect. Look at that. That is perfect. Severe thunderstorm warning now for that storm in West Virginia. I wonder if they put a tornado possible tag on it. They did. Tor possible tag. But 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail for this storm in West Virginia. Please watch out. Someone asked about Bloomington, Indiana. Bloomington is seeing some general showers and thunderstorms, but nothing really too significant at this time. So that's the good news. Once these storms pass by you, believe it or not, you're actually pretty much out of the risk. But they got to actually pass you. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have the threat for a tornado outbreak to occur here today. Yes, today. And yes, I just mentioned Indiana. Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky. If you thought it was not possible to have tornadoes over there, or you didn't think a tornado outbreak was possible over in those areas, well, the weather isn't exactly just confined to Oklahoma and Texas. Believe me when I say that. There is the chance, very real likelihood, of a tornado outbreak to be possible from areas near Indiana, southern to southeastern Indiana, central and southern Ohio, down into much of Kentucky and into Tennessee. And that could even extend further down, closer into even Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Now, if you guys were to ask me, hey, which storm or which city was, is going to get hit today? Listen, I can only say which areas could potentially see the tornadic activity. Every area up here, at least when I pull up this graphic, has a pretty, I'd say balanced. Pretty balanced risk of severe weather. If I take all this stuff off, here is the graphic. Here is the graphic for severe weather here today. If you are in the yellow, the orange, or the red, you need to pay attention to the severe weather activity today. You need to monitor the weather today. All right? If you are in the orange or in the red, you guys likely have a chance of seeing a tornado with the possibility of it being a strong tornado. All right? If you are in the red, there is most certainly going to be quite a few tornadoes within this area. It may not be directly on top of, say, one area or another. It'll be somewhere in or around this area. So this includes central and southwestern Ohio and even southern Ohio, southeastern Indiana, central to northern Kentucky. That's the general vicinity that we're looking at. Now, it's not saying that areas around it are clear from seeing tornadoes. Once again, as I said, if you're in this orange, you have the very real chance of seeing a tornado too. It's just not as high of a probability as areas here in the red could see. So, once again, areas that are over here near Louisville, Columbus, Cincinnati, Dayton, Lexington, Elizabethtown, areas north of Bowling Green and north of Somerset. This is where the potential for a tornado outbreak is likely. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps promote our live stream out to more and more people on YouTube. And we want to continue to spread the information to as many people as possible. So that'd be greatly appreciated if you guys could do that. Go back to this storm that's over here in West Virginia. It's looking like a hot mess, but it does have quite a bit of rotation. This is a heck of a supercell. I'm going to be honest with you. It looks like it just performed a left split. And it 100% did. So this is now becoming a right mover. The storm that is over here in West Virginia, this is moving into Fayette County and eventually into Nicholas County, as well as Greenbrier County. Over there, if you're in these areas, you are going to need to watch out for the potential of a tornadic thunderstorm. Might even see a tornado. Especially if you're near Fayetteville or Oak Hill. I'm going to go over to Nashville's radar. Something interesting that I want to see, because there's an abundance of thunderstorms that are starting to form all over the place. Nothing's really becoming super significant as of this time right now. But we'll see. Over the next 30 minutes, I believe we probably could start seeing a lot more storms to become a bit more tornadic than just the stuff in Indiana. Let's go back to the storm that's starting to get to the southern portions of the Indianapolis metro. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Johnson County, as well as portions of Shelby, Hancock, Rush, Morgan, and Marion counties. So if you live in those counties, please consider monitoring the weather as these storms move on through your area. A lot of these storms here along this line are starting to spin up just a little bit. This might be a tornado warning here soon for this storm that's near Cusco and Du Bois in Indiana. We'll have to see. But I think this could potentially be a area to watch for something tornadic. We can see the velocities here. Reds are winds moving away. Greens are winds moving towards. If we see something that is a little bit stronger, maybe some brighter greens, or maybe some brighter greens, or maybe some more pinks, we probably could see this end up becoming tornadic. If you're in Orange County, Indiana, please, please, please watch out. There might be something tornadic heading off in that area. About what time will the peak for tornadic activity be for today? I would say in about an hour to an hour and a half. I'd say an hour and a half from now is when peak activity, where we could probably see a bunch of tornado warnings across the board, and a bunch of times in which I'm going to be running around like a chicken with its head cut off. I'm going to be trying to cover as many storms as I can, I'll tell you what. I'll be trying. I'm moving this Evansville radar down. Or at least I think I should. Yeah, I should. I'm going to move it back to Paducah. There's a storm that I'm watching very closely near Princeton, and it's really catching my eye. I told you, Holy DC. I told you. Angelica, what's up? Welcome to the stream. What time do I think Morgantown's going to get hit by the action? 10. It won't even be that strong, in my opinion. Something of the sort. Yeah, that's not great. Oof. 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 Yeah, oh my gosh. Holy crap. That's already becoming supercellular. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you asked when the event is going to really start to become significant. We might be getting there. It might be getting there pretty soon. I'm going to direct your guys' attention here to the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, as well as southwestern Kentucky. You see all these cells? See all these cells right here? This right here is a line of discrete supercells. A line of discrete supercells. These storms here are the ones that we're going to want to watch if you're in Kentucky. These ones, if you're in central Kentucky, if you're in south central Kentucky, if you're in western Kentucky, with the exception of areas near Paducah and Mayfield, you know, if you're in Bowling Green, or if you're north of Bowling Green by a good stretch, these are the storms we're watching. This is easily going to be the significant tornado threat right here. And there's 5 different storms that we have to watch to potentially be tornadic. This is definitely going to be very, very interesting. And do not be surprised within the next hour if we're probably talking about numerous significant tornadoes. Just based off of the short-term threat of what I'm seeing. Linda with the 50. Oh my gosh. Wow. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much for the support. That really does mean a lot to me. Wow. Thank you. Wow, wow, wow. French Lick will definitely need to watch out. There is the potential for some tornadic activity near their area as well. That's in Indiana. This cell here near Lamasco and Cobb has got my attention specifically. I mean, there's obviously so many thunderstorms that we have to track. I mean, as far north as Madisonville to as far south over here as Paris, Tennessee. There is holy DCE with the 50. Oh my gosh, why? As I said, donate to the Red Cross. You don't have to donate to me. Oh my, why? Holy DCE with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much for the support to the channel. Oh my gosh. Why? Well, the cell that's near Lamasco and Cobb just got a severe thunderstorm warning. So if that tells you about me and the National Weather Service's wavelength, we're pretty much on the same one. Oh, jeez. You guys are crazy. Yeah, we are watching here in southwestern Kentucky. Southwestern Kentucky is definitely starting to really pop off. Same goes for northern Tennessee. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Danny, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I'm just going to start shouting out people in chat because you guys are great. Love you all for being here. Lacey, nice to see you. April, of course. Always a pleasure to have you in the stream. Alma, what's up? How's everyone's day so far, chat? This is probably going to be the only time I'm going to be able to say hi to you guys and wonder about your guys' day. Getting all this out before, obviously stuff happens. Storm south of Hagenville, Kentucky looks very organized on the Louisville radar. I'll have to look at that. Louisville radar. I mean, this cell over here near St. Menard, this supercell here in southern Indiana still looks really good. French Lick still looks pretty good. But you said where? You definitely should not, Holy DC. You definitely should not. Fayetteville, West Virginia cell. That one looked to have potentially produced a tornado earlier when it was near I-64. It has still got some significant rotation on it at this time. So folks that are over near Lookout, Clifftop, Nallen, areas over here in Fayette County, as well as Greenbrier County and Nicholas County, if you're over there in West Virginia, you need to get into a sturdy building and monitor the weather for changing conditions. Yeah, for those of you who are just tuning in here right now, basically what I'm saying is the tornado outbreak that is likely to occur is starting to ramp up. We are starting to see a lot of these storms turn severe. We have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch from Indianapolis down into southern Indiana. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is over into portions of southwestern Kentucky. And this is just going to be one giant line, honestly. I'll show you guys here what I mean with what's going to be going on here in a bit. I'm going to take the MCD and the watch out, and I kid you not, this right here, from Indianapolis all the way down into Kentucky, is going to be our huge line of supercell thunderstorms that are capable of producing strong tornadoes. That right there is what we are watching. This also moves further down towards Jackson, but those storms are not super significant at this time. So it is this line right here from Indianapolis all the way down towards the border of Kentucky and Tennessee. That's the stuff that we are watching very, very closely. Did I get LASIK? I did get LASIK. We are also watching for storms out in front of that line. As you can see, we have a couple over here in Kentucky already. And we also have some that are also out in front over here in Tennessee, south of Nashville. Those will eventually move up and try to be tornadic as well. So that's what we're waiting for. That's what we're watching. I'm gonna find Clarkville, Tennessee. There's the Clarkville, Tennessee camera. We'll have that up because there's going to be more storms that are going to be moving on through here shortly. But yeah, we currently have this storm here that's near Cobb, Kentucky. That one's going to try and intensify gradually over time. That one will be something that we'll have to watch. Storm over near Paris, Tennessee. That also has rotation. But really, all these storms that have these real robust reds and pinks like this, as you guys can see, these are the ones that we have to watch. These storms not only have to grow larger, they also have to start to form a little bit more of a hooking characteristic. And hopefully we won't have to talk about that for the rest of the night. But knowing us, we will, because this is a pretty substantial severe weather event that could happen here soon. But you guys can kind of see with this storm right here. This is in southern Indiana. This is on I-64. This is what I mean. You see how the red wraps around into a hook kind of like that? That's what we're watching for. We're watching for the size of this storm, and we're watching for the rain to wrap around in that fashion. And if it does that, we should be talking about something that could be tornadic. Now, what I'm currently doing is I'm currently scanning for the potential of this thing to have a mesocyclone. It does, but it's very weak. So this storm, as of right now, if it had rotation, I'd be able to show you. It doesn't really have a whole lot of it. We have a lot of reds that are moving away. We have a lot of greens that are moving towards. There's only a small area of convergence right here. But once you start to get into like the dark reds and like the grays and even the greens, we're talking about like very weak wind. Very weak wind. So it's not really doing too much. How's Lima looking? They definitely need to watch out. That's a new tornado warning, by the way. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Nicholas County in southeastern West Virginia, northeastern Fayette County in southeastern West Virginia.
Well, that's not entirely too surprising. We've been talking about this storm forever, and that's probably a tornado in progress. Look at that. Yeah, Lima should definitely watch out for the potential of tornadic activity tonight. They should be very, very cautious. That's a tornado vortex signature. That's a tornado in progress near Lookout, just northeast of Fayetteville. You can look at this on spectrum width here. This is what basically looks out for turbulence. If you didn't know already that tornadoes cause turbulence, you do now. You definitely do now. There's the debris signature. Debris signature, tornado in progress once again. And, you know, we go back to the looking out for hooks on storms. Look no further than this one right there. See that? Rain is wrapping around into that fashion. We have the rain that wraps and kind of juts out just like this. Inflow is trying to be pulled into the storm here, and you just kind of get this counterclockwise spin. And look at that. That is exactly what we get. You can see that tornado vortex signature. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards right in the middle. This is going to go over US Highway 60 very soon, north of Lookout. And we're probably going to be talking about some areas being impacted here, unfortunately. So if you know anyone that lives north of Lookout or near Lookout here in West Virginia, please, please, please tell them to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. If you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, send it to friends and family, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That would be greatly appreciated. And if you would like to help us get YouTube to promote our live stream out onto more and more platforms, please hit that thumbs up button down below, or even subscribe. You can unsubscribe afterwards if you really want to. We just want to try and get information out to as many people as possible. That's what we want to do. That is a massive spectrum width ball right there. That is definitely a tornado that is in progress. And of course, the correlation coefficient, I look at this here constantly. This is a basically indicating that there is debris that is being spewed up from the tornado. Now, not always does a low correlation coefficient indicate that it is debris. So for instance, if you're on the outskirts of a storm, you can see some of these blues and greens over here. That's air, okay? But in this instance, if you were to pair it with our velocity signature, of course, so this would be where the tornado is, right there. Our spectrum width spike right there. You can see our ball of spectrum width. And then you can kind of see our correlation coefficient. Right under that same exact area is where there is a tornado. And it lines up perfectly. And that is a new scan. That is a debris ball. That is a heck of a debris ball that is now starting to move on through. It just crossed US Highway 60, so hopefully no one that was north of Lookout got impacted. Now we're talking about State Highway 41. This is going near the Nollen and south of Nollen over here in West Virginia. This is getting very close to the border of Fayette County and Nicholas County, and eventually over here, folks in western Greenbrier County. This is Quinwood. This is areas to the north of Quinwood. You guys are not in a tornado warning right now. You are going to get in a tornado warning here very soon. If you're over in those areas here in West Virginia, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Once again, a tornado that is in progress right now at this time. We clearly see there is a debris ball from the storm. This thing currently is a tornado in progress right now doing damage. And look at that. That is a heck of a velocity signature. That is as tight of a TVS as I've seen for as small of a tornado as it is. Let's take a look at the delta velocity. Let's see what the delta velocity is of this storm. I see 77 on top of 62. Wow. That is a strong delta velocity. We're talking about a 120 mile per hour or a 120 knot delta velocity. That's about a little under 160 mile per hour delta velocity. A little under as a wind gust. A little under 160 as a wind gust. And then the sustained winds within the delta velocity would be about 130-ish. And the velocity scan just, oof. Debris ball, widespread. Not as deep. Not as deep. You can see in the previous scan, notice how much more uniform this square was and how darker the blues are. They take the next scan here, the most recent scan that just came in. It's not as uniform. Sure, it's a little bit more circular, but you don't really have as many dark blues. Once again, if you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. The Wolfman, I'll get to your donation here in a bit. I appreciate you and the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Don't think I'm ignoring you, though. We just have a tornado in progress right now, and I want to prioritize the people who could potentially be impacted by this ongoing tornado. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado warning for portions of West Virginia. This is eastern Fayette County. This is southern Nicholas County, and we're going to be seeing a new tornado warning here for western Greenbrier County. This is a tornado that is in progress right now. We are seeing it based off of radar. We have numerous areas, numerous products that we are using that is indicating that we currently have a tornado that is in progress near Nollen. And if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to watch out. Of course, my computer is going to start having fun here in a second. So something's wrong with, yeah, Creative Cloud. Of course it's Creative Cloud. Of course it's Creative Cloud. There it is. Confirmed tornado. National Weather Service in Charleston, West Virginia has now confirmed a tornado. This is near Bingham, or 8 miles northeast of Babcock State Park, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, or damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. So once again, this is a confirmed tornado that is moving to the south of Nollen. It is north of Clifftop, and it is on State Highway 41. West Virginia State Highway 41. Tornado in progress right now. And if you're over on the west side of Greenbrier County, we're talking Quinwood. If you're near Quinwood, you need to get into your safe space as well, because we do have a tornado in progress with this storm. You can see here on reflectivity, the hook wrapping around just like that. All right, rain wrapping around, and what it does is it spins counterclockwise right at the tip of that hook. And so right in that area, that is where the tornado is located. It is going to be, once again, heading very close to Nollen, West Virginia. It's going to be moving off towards Quinwood and eventually State Highway 20. So this is right on the border of Fayette County, Nicholas County, and Greenbrier County. Pretty soon, Fayette County, you guys are going to be in the clear. You guys won't be getting as much activity here in a bit. So that'll be the good news. But Nicholas County and Greenbrier County, you guys need to pay attention to this very, very closely. I also think this thing is trying to recycle. We could be talking about another tornado here eventually, if it isn't already still producing a tornado, which it looks to me like it still is. We still have a debris ball that is right here just to the south of Nollen, which means, unfortunately, we have more impacts that have occurred within this storm. So hopefully the folks that are over there in Nollen and areas south of Nollen in West Virginia are okay. But once again, this storm continues to be tornadic. It is moving off towards the east near the Quinwood area. This would be southern portions of Nicholas County in West Virginia and western portions and northwestern portions of Greenbrier County. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Harrison County in south-central Indiana, southeastern Crawford County in south-central Indiana, northeastern Perry County in south-central Indiana, northwestern Meade County in central Kentucky.
That's not too surprising either. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a storm that has had a history of producing a tornado here in southern Indiana. It is going to head in the general vicinity of Louisville. If you are near Louisville, you need to pay attention. There is a tornadic thunderstorm that in about 45 minutes will be near your area. But for right now, the areas near Carefree, Leavenworth, Alton, and Corydon. If you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Tornado warning has been issued for your area. There is some rotation on this as well. You can see the tornadic rotation here from the velocities Let's see if I can update here. There we go. So red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle, right there. See where the velocities are starting to touch right there? That is where the tornadic rotation is located. If you live, once again, in Leavenworth, it's going to be heading directly for you. So you need to be able to get into a sturdy building if you haven't already. Mobile homes will not do it. And I'll tell this for everyone ahead of time as well. If you are in a mobile home, you need to find a way to get into an anchored building. That could be a gas station. That could be some form of mini mart. It could be, a Walmart. It could be something. All right. It could be even a friend's house if they have an anchored to the ground building. You need to just get into a sturdy building because I've seen mobile homes get blown over by 40-mile-an-hour winds, and that is below severe capabilities. Do not be in a mobile home during this severe weather event. Please do not be in a mobile home during this severe weather event. I want to go over that storm in Kentucky. No longer is severe thunderstorm warned, which is good. But these storms are starting to become a little bit more active. That storm in northern Tennessee is starting to rotate just a little bit more. So I haven't really missed a whole lot in Kentucky quite yet, which is good. That is a bounded weak echo region. Look at that. You actually have rain. So once again, we have our little hook that's wrapping around, but the rain wraps all the way around the area of rotation. And you see this little area here of green? That is where the tornadic rotation is located. This is a bounded weak echo region to where the rain is wrapping around the tornado. Look at that. That might be, that might be a tornado in progress. We might have just had a tornado. It's possible. It is very much so possible that we just had a brief tornado where the rain just wrapped around it and obscured the tornado. $3D wouldn't be able to show the wall cloud. It would just only be able to show the rain scattering. Yeah, it looks like there's no longer a tornado in progress right now with the storm that is in southern Nicholas County. Still, if you're near Quinwood and north of Quinwood here in Greenbrier County, West Virginia, you need to get into a sturdy structure. You need to get in your safe space. If you're in southern Nicholas County, once again, please, 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 tornado warning for your area. The storm has had a history of producing a tornado. And looks like it was a pretty strong one, too. Polygon looks like a supercell. I know, right? That's the one thing first thing I noticed. Yeah, if you're in Louisville, Kentucky, in and around Louisville, there is a supercell storm that is trying to be tornadic. It's heading off near your area. You need to pay attention very, very closely. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread the information with more and more people. As I said, we want to be able to continue to spread this information across the board. So by hitting that thumbs up button down below, it definitely does help. It promotes our channel onto YouTube. What part of the state is Letcher, Kentucky? Because I don't know. If you're asking, by the way, where if a certain part of your state is okay, try and say like southwestern or southeastern or northern, like northern Kentucky, southern Kentucky, something like that. It helps me be able to get a response out quickly and efficiently. Man, that storm's not even doing a whole lot, and that's kind of crazy. I wonder what the looks of that storm near Rhineyville would be. Near Elizabethtown? Don't I have a camera near Elizabethtown? I do. Oh. Guys. That's a crazy looking view. That's not Owensboro, by the way. I apologize. We're going to fix that. Elizabethtown, Kentucky. That looks to be a wall cloud out in the distance. Right here. Off of this small little storm. And if this small little storm that is right above my head is producing a wall cloud like that, today is going to be really interesting. That might try to produce a tornado. That might try to produce a tornado. Small little cell northwest of Elizabethtown might try to produce a tornado. Yeah, I'm looking right here. That's where I'm looking. Some significant rotation right within that area. Yeah, I'm going to be watching that very, very closely. That's a mini supercell that could be trying to produce a tornado. Let's go back to the tornado warning that is in southern Indiana. Over here, this is near Leavenworth. If you are near Leavenworth, Indiana, you need to get in your safe space. If you're near Carefree, Indiana, you need to get in your safe space. Perry County in Indiana is in the clear for right now. Nothing is tornadic in your area. If you're near Corydon, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, lowest, innermost part of your building if you guys can. Are the mountains causing the West Virginia storm to weaken? I don't believe so. I think that is still going. It recycled. So I would say not exactly. I think the terrain could have little tiny bit of influence. I'm going to go back down here. There is a storm that's over near Bremen that is starting to intensify. This over here, just to the east of Madisonville, and then this over here near Mannington. Both of these supercells here in western Kentucky are now starting to intensify further. These ones probably are going to start to be tornadic. So we really need to watch out for this as well. The Wolfman with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says having a not fun day. Caught a bug and it's been whooping on you. Progresso Halls. Sleep your best friends at the moment. I get that. In other news, it's snowing in your corner of the world, finally. Yeah, Wisconsin really hasn't seen a whole lot of stuff from what I've seen. It took you until April. Thank you so much for the 10 to Wolfman. I really do appreciate it. Sorry for the late shout out. I said I was focusing on a tornado, and I was. So this is the beginning of the event. It 100% is. This is the beginning of the event, and all the storms across the board here on the western end of the risk are starting to uptick. By the way, we also have Riley, who's going to be helping me out because the event's going to start to get pretty crazy.
Yep. Hello, everyone.
If Riley's too quiet, I can try and turn him up. So I'm going to ask chat if he's too quiet. And we'll see. I can hear him fine, but that's just me.
I will say I'm eating lunch right now. It's pretty late, but
Yeah, I get that.
I apologize if you hear that.
People are saying they can hear him fine. Other people saying maybe a little quiet, but I'll turn him up a little. That should be good.
So I don't know if you've mentioned the cell that is northwest of Scottsburg, Indiana yet?
Yep.
Have you?
Scottsburg, is that in Indiana? No, I have not.
North of Louisville.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And it's another one. See, this is why I have you around.
It's finally moving into that area in which had a lot of clearing earlier.
Yep.
So the instability's been able to replenish itself a bit and faster than I thought it would.
Yep, I get that. So once again, if you are over into portions of Seymour and south of Seymour, all right? Seymour is a pretty populous area over here in southern Indiana. That's a new tornado warning. Get in your safe space.
Tornado warning for southeastern Jackson County in south central Indiana.
Yep, there it is.
Southern Jennings County in southeastern Indiana.
So there's your new tornado warning for Jackson County and Jennings County here in Indiana. If you're south of Seymour, if you're near Crothers, if you're near Austin, if you're north of that, near Interstate 69, we have a pretty strong area of rotation that is developing here. We just got a new tornado warning as well.
Tornado warning for northern Jefferson County in south central Indiana, northwestern Scott County in south central Indiana, northeastern Washington County in south central Indiana.
So they just basically, they've got a jurisdiction issue here. So the National Weather Service has certain counties that they are supposed to issue warnings for. So on the northern end of this warning, you have National Weather Service Indianapolis that issued the warning. On the southern side, which is for Washington County, Scott County, Jefferson County, National Weather Service Louisville got that warning. So where is that south? No. I'm trying to pull up here a couple of the things. But once again, a pretty powerful storm that is looking to be moving very, very closely to Crothersville and Austin. If you live there, you need to get into your safe space immediately. According to the radar, we have a tornado vortex signature. I would say not quite yet. This thing has very strong rotation. It probably could produce a tornado very soon. Based off of this current velocity scan right now, it's still developing just a little bit more. But you can clearly see pink's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the rotation is at, and that just uptrended significantly. Yeah, we're probably talking about a tornado here very, very soon. If it's not on the ground already, it will be. It very much so will be. That will likely be a tornado that is going to head towards Crothersville and Austin. So if you're in those areas, please get into your safe space immediately. That could potentially be one of our strong tornadoes of the day. The large, violent tornadoes that we've been mentioning. That could be possible. That could be one of those And we are starting to get into that moderate risk. It is starting to transition. That storm is now starting to get into that 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. So this is starting to get very, very intense. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have the threat for a tornado outbreak across portions of Indiana, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, and the surrounding areas. And that could even go as far south as Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. So folks that are watching this, you need to pay attention. Right above me is the map of severe weather. If you are in the yellow, the orange, or in the red, right above me, you need to get to a place to where you can be safe for the rest of the day, as there's going to be some very strong severe weather. Once again, this storm here near Crawfordsville and Austin likely is going to produce a tornado here very shortly. I'm going to see... Riley, can you do me a favor?
Yes.
I know Indiana traffic cameras, they're not live, and I'm not even sure because I haven't even checked it. But that's about to cross over I-65. By any chance, could there be like a picture that is over near Austin?
I am loading up the map right now.
It would be south of Seymour, Indiana.
Yeah, it's going to take me a second. University Wi-Fi doesn't treat me the best sometimes.
Yeah, I get that. 100% get that.
I do not see any.
That sucks.
Yeah, negative. The closest one is just north of Louisville.
Yeah. Oh, wait. Hold up. No, there is.
Which would give us a good view at the...
I think.
Well, there is.
There are some cameras. Where is
Unmarked,
that?
I guess.
Austin. It's pictured ones. So it's basically... There's one that's looking north.
Maybe I don't have those enabled.
This one has a video. This one has a video. This is a live look here near Austin. That might be a tornado.
Okay.
That might be a significant tornado. We'll see. It's very low to the ground. It might be a huge funnel cloud. Huge funnel cloud at minimum. There is definitely... Look at that.
I do see what you're looking at.
That is a funnel cloud at minimum. That might be a large tornado. Might be a really large tornado.
What? Okay, so I believe Nate's fire alarm just went off. So I'm going to take over for him in a bit.
Never mind, it just went off.
As he was...
It just finished.
Okay. Okay, never mind. Good. We're good. All right.
That was... I have no idea what's going on with that. But anyways, once again, that looks to me like there was some form of tornado, funnel cloud, or something that just happened. Brandon has a view on it. Is there a tornado on that? I'm looking at it on the side screen here. I don't.
I'm still trying to find the camera that you're using.
Here. Boom. If you're in Austin, Crawfordsville, and Paris Crossing here in Indiana, you need to get in your safe space immediately. The potential for a strong tornado, it has been found and is localized near Austin, please get into your safe space immediately. Please get into your safe space immediately. We saw what looked to have been, is that, wow.
There's a big rain core there.
Big rain core, but back behind it, there's a lot of rising scud. A lot of rising scud. Yeah, I'm pretty sure earlier
Actually,
we saw at least a funnel cloud.
I suppose this is more of your RFD possibly coming in.
Yes, I do agree. Wow, that means we're gonna have to work on Indiana, right?
Yep.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. It's not on there.
Yep, not on there at all. Had no idea.
Which you were mentioning doing like a couple days ago.
Yeah, well, that happens. I'm smelling more smoke in the house. I think people are making food in here, but something went horribly wrong. So if my fire alarm goes off again, Riley, you might have to take over for just like a little, like 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Corey Gherkin on Omega right now.
The only issue is if I take over that they can't see the screen moving, so I'll just have to...
We can ad-lib.
Describe everything. Yeah.
I'll try and be the best background guy I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just tuning in here right now, we have numerous thunderstorms that are looking to be tornadic, that are starting to intensify quite rapidly. This is in portions of Kentucky, Indiana, and eventually into Ohio. If you are in those areas, you need to take this very, very seriously, as storms are looking to be significant. We could see quite a few tornadoes, some of which could be large, strong, to even violent tornadoes, and some of which can even be long-tracked, long-lived tornadoes across this area. In addition, there is more severe weather that is going to move off through into Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia tonight. And that is a new tornado warning that just got issued. Listen in.
Tornado warning for north central Greenbrier County in southeastern West Virginia.
So they did finally issue that tornado warning for Greenbrier County in West Virginia, finally. And for good reason. Look at this. The velocity signature on this storm here in Greenbrier County, it looks exactly like what you need for a tornado to form. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the north and east of Clearco, it'll be moving towards US Highway 219, eventually towards the Falling Spring and the Hillsborough area. If you're in those areas, you need to take your proper precautions accordingly. Get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's a report of damage over here north of Lookout. This is where the tornado was. It says one structure damaged with a person trapped inside. So unfortunately, this storm that, though, has had a history of producing tornadoes, we hoped that it didn't do a whole lot, as it did produce a tornado. But unfortunately, it looks like someone is unfortunately being impacted by this event here so far. I'm going to go back up here into Indiana. It looks like portions of extreme eastern Indiana are not really seeing that much intensification at this time. We are going to want to watch out for a storm that's going to be heading off towards Richmond, Indiana. So folks that could be over there, you are definitely going to want to watch out for the potential of that sometime soon. In addition, storms are going to eventually be heading off towards the general vicinity of Cincinnati. All right, Cincinnati, I know a lot of people that are in the stream that are watching from Cincinnati right now. The storm that is south of Seymour is going to be heading off towards that general vicinity of Covington and Cincinnati. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, we have a bit of time at this right now, but it'll be about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes before your name is going to be called. I am letting you guys know ahead of time. Cincinnati, it is going to be about an hour to an hour and 15 minutes from now. Your name will likely be called. Moving on through here right now. Once again, tornadic thunderstorm that is over here near Crawfordsville and Paris Crossing, heading off towards the Levette area. We have quite a bit of rotation here with this particular storm. You can see reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the east of Crawfordsville, just to the west of Paris Crossing, moving to the north and east at about 60 miles per hour. So these things are moving at highway speeds. We want to make sure that folks that are out in the path of this get into some form of sturdy structure, as of course, you know, tornadoes do damage if they are on the ground. I know that sounds kind of, you know, self-explanatory, but we want to just make sure that people are not getting into their safe space at the last second. Areas that we do call for the immediate danger of a tornado should be getting into their safe space. And once again, everyone that is in this tornado warning right now, this is Levette, Paris Crossing, DuPont, Canaan, as well as Rexville here in Indiana, need to get in their safe space.
Tornado warning northern Morgan County in East Tennessee, southwestern Campbell County in East Tennessee, central Scott County in East Tennessee.
New tornado warning in eastern Tennessee. This is near the Sunbright and the Wartburg areas, eventually over near Knoxville. So I'm going to actually move my radar that is over here near Jackson, Kentucky. I'm going to move that over to Knoxville, Tennessee, to try and see what we got with this one. But we have a new tornado warning over here. This is in Morgan County, Tennessee. If you're over in these areas, please get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. Get into your safe space. South Louisiana, that's looking, or not Louisiana, South Louisville. That's Simpsonville. We're going to be pulling up the downtown camera here. This is downtown Louisville. You can see very ominous clouds over here. We're going to try and see if we can find anything with the sky cameras as well. If you guys can, please be sure to try and spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, share it with friends and family through text, or put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That would be greatly appreciated. And if you would like to help us get this live stream promoted onto YouTube, please hit that thumbs up button down below. We already have 4 tornado warnings, which means we are going to want to spread the information with as many people as we can now, because tornado warnings, those numbers are going to start to increase. I'm just telling you guys right now, we are going to see more tornadic thunderstorms, some of which could potentially be strong. I want to talk about this Morgan storm real quickly, and then Riley, if you can, stare at that storm that is south of Seymour. I want to watch that storm pretty closely if you can, and give me some updates after I'm talking about this one.
Sounds good.
This storm that's over here in Morgan County, Tennessee, it does have tornadic rotation. Our radar is over on the right side of the screen. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the west of Sunbright, just to the north of State Highway 62 here in Tennessee. This will be heading off towards US Highway 27 very, very shortly. So if you're over near Rugby, Sunbright, Lone Mountain, Robbins, New River, Huntsville, and Norma, as well as the bulk of Scott County, Tennessee, you need to get into your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building, underground, or lowest innermost part once again. Sunbright, you are in immediate danger, of course. This is likely to try to produce a tornado here very, very shortly, if it hasn't already. Very strong velocity signature here in this case, and we just want to make sure that you guys stay safe from that tornadic thunderstorm. What's happening up there, Riley?
We have a law enforcement confirmed tornado that will be moving towards Paris Crossing, Indiana.
Yep. So if you're in Paris Crossing, Indiana, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, Breaded air, intense RFD surge with lowering collar, storm crossed I-65. So yeah, looks like this storm did have tornadic characteristics with it, obviously, even before when we watched it as it crossed live. Looked like it had a funnel cloud earlier. I don't think enough storm chasers were on it to kind of confirm our thesis completely. But this is a confirmed tornado now that is starting to head near Paris Crossing, Indiana. This is going to move just to the north of Madison, Indiana here. This is right on the border of Indiana and Kentucky. And if you live in those areas here near DuPont, Paris Crossing, Levette, Canaan, as well as areas near Rexville or south of Rexville, you need to get into your safe space now. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Storms are now starting to head towards Louisville. They are no longer tornadic as of this moment. We do have a new tornado warning, so please listen in.
Tornado warning for southwestern Pocahontas County in northeastern West Virginia.
So they issued a new tornado warning in West Virginia for Pocahontas County. That should be over, yeah, that's near Greenbrier, so I knew that. Is that National Weather Service Sterling? Is that Baltimore, Washington's jurisdiction? I think so.
Charleston.
Charleston has jurisdiction in Pocahontas?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
It is NWS Charleston.
That is weird. But anyways, once again, new tornado warning has been issued. This is now for Hillsborough, West Virginia, as well as Minnehaha Springs, as well as areas south of Marlinton, West Virginia. If you're near U.S. Highway 219, West Virginia State Highway 39, and West Virginia State Highway 92, near the border of Virginia and West Virginia, you need to take your proper precautions and get in your safe space. A lot of storms that are starting to develop now. Once again, please continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread the information with more and more people. This is exactly what we need in order for us to continue to spread the information. And once again, please be sure, hit that thumbs up button. If you see anybody new, tell them to hit the thumbs up button. All right, we want to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. Going back over to our tornadic thunderstorm that is in Indiana. It looks like that could be a little weak debris signature that is near Paris Crossing. It is possible. It is very possible that could be a debris signature near Paris Crossing. Once again, if you're near Paris Crossing right now in Indiana, you need to be in your safe space. All right, that's a new tornado warning that just got issued. You'll hear it here in a second. But it is an extension for this tornado warn storm. He's pretty far out there too. There it is, listen in.
Tornado warning for Ohio County in southeastern Indiana, southern Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, southwestern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, northwestern Switzerland County in southeastern Indiana.
Keep that there. Yeah, so once again, new tornado warning that has been issued. Ripley, Dearborn, and Switzerland counties. So they're really trying to warn people ahead of time of the storm. The storm's moving very fast. Very, very fast. So that's the reason why they issued the warning as far out as they did. It looks like there's probably going to be a recycling with the storm here near Paris Crossing. And we could be talking about another tornado here very shortly. Another tornado very shortly. We want to remind everyone that if you are in a mobile home in this event, you want to get into a sturdy building, all right? When we talk about tornado warnings and stuff like that, tornadoes, no matter how weak, will do significant damage to mobile homes. We want you to contact a friend, try and figure out if you can go to a different place. You can go to a building that is actually anchored to the ground, or if you can go to like a gas station, a fast food joint, a local shop, or a little mall, or something like that. Anything that you can do to ride out the storm system that is not riding out in a mobile home. That is safer than being in one. So please, 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 if you haven't already, you need to make those proper precautions, as there is the potential for significant severe weather here today. I'm going to go back to the tornado warning down in eastern Tennessee near Sunbright. That's Nashville. I need to go over to Knoxville. Sunbright, once again, we still have our tornadic thunderstorm here. This is not on the ground as of right now, or at least I don't see any indication that it is on the ground as of this time. But velocity signature is still pretty strong, though we do have a bit of contamination that is kind of ruining the idea of what exactly we are seeing here. But the general gist of it is we have a lot of reds moving away from the radar, a lot of greens moving towards. Right in the middle, just barely to the west of Sunbright, is where the tornadic rotation would be. So if you're in Sunbright, Tennessee, it is right there. It is right next to you. If there's a tornado on the ground, it is right there. You need to take this very, very seriously, as tornadoes do damage. They are impactful to life and property. Do not be stupid. All right? Do not. We have a bunch of thunderstorms that are forming across the board here. We have this storm that's over near Huntington, Tennessee. In regards to what I think that storm could do, it's a little bit difficult to say. Same thing with some of these other cells, although I'm watching this one that is just to the west of Cookeville. If that starts to intensify greatly over the next few frames, that'll be something to watch, and it looks like
Nathan,
that it started to...
Alistair, weather storm front, you copy?
Oh, I just got contacted by Zillow. I do. What's up? We'll wait for him to say something back. But this is let's look at our live view out of Louisville right now. Louisville, Kentucky. We've got a pretty ominous sky that is just off the coast of downtown.
Checking on status. One thing I want to mention, I don't know if my spotter information is up right now. On 22 in Harrison County, Ohio, heading west. Gonna drop down on 800, pick up I-70, head towards Cambridge, blast west on 70.
10-4. Thank you. So that was one of our spotters that are going to be out in the field here today. That is going to help us kind of hopefully get some good information out to you all. It looks like the storm that is moving off into Pocahontas County in West Virginia is starting to not be as significant. That's the good news. That's a very ominous cloud there, though, that you can see live on stream. That is something. I might have to go back to Louisville's radar, see what that is all about. That is probably a wall cloud. That is a wall cloud. That is a wall cloud. Wow. So we are looking at something tornadic that is moving into the northern portions of Louisville. If you're on the north side of Louisville, near New Albany, Jeffersonville, and Clarksville, you need to watch out very, very closely. A severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag on it. That definitely looks like something that could potentially try to be supercellular at least.
All right. So I have a cell that I don't know if you have touched up on because I've been running back and forth between staff chat and here. The cell that is currently in front of the confirmed one, moving towards Cincinnati, now has a decently strong upper level mesocyclone associated with it, and it continues to rapidly organize. It is near Dillsboro right now.
Yes.
It is moving into Dearborn County.
Yep. So if you're in Dearborn County, the Cincinnati area realistically speaking, I've been mentioning here for the past, what, 10, 15 minutes that you guys need to watch out. The storms are heading off in your general vicinity. That's pretty much unavoidable in my honest opinion. So you just need to be able to be weather aware, be prepared whenever storms do move on through. Try and put yourself in the safest possible position that you can be in. All right, that's where we're at right now. So please, 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 if you're near Cincinnati, or if you're west of Cincinnati, near Lawrenceburg, near Harrison, near St. Leon, Dillsboro, here in Dearborn County, Indiana, please watch out. As, once again, do have a little bit of rotation over here near Dillsboro. So this is Cincinnati right here. This is the confirmed tornado that we were talking about earlier that we saw on stream. There is the new storm that is forming right there. That's going to be, once again, heading off due east into the general vicinity of Cincinnati. Go back to Louisville's radar here. And it looks like we are still looking at something that is supercellular here. We have a lot of our clouds that are surging in and around. And we have a lot of convergence in this spot right here. A lot of lowering in the cloud base. And that's where I would watch for something to be tornadic. Right in there is where I would watch. So we'll continue to keep this live feed on, try and see if there's anything tornadic that could be ongoing at this time. The storm that's over near Paris Crossing and DuPont doesn't seem to be on the ground right now, which is good. But we do still have some strong rotation. You can see above me, reds are winds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So we would need to watch out for that particular area. It's pretty broad at this time. The rotation is pretty broad right now. So it's still got a little bit of ways to go. I think we also might be encountering some radar issues as well, unfortunately, which would not be the most wonderful thing in the world. I'm going to be honest with you. Looks like we're starting to get more lightning on that cell as well, near Louisville. Yeah, I think we might be experiencing...
It's got a solid updraft on it now.
When was the latest scan that you got off of the Louisville radar?
KLVX.
Yep.
As of less than a minute ago.
So maybe my... Oh, there we go. I just got a new one. Just got a new scan pretty recently. So yeah, it looks like it was trying to get its act together on its approach to northern Louisville. It might have gusted out just a little bit. Meanwhile, the cell that's south of DuPont looks like it's trying to recycle. If there was going to be a tornado, it'd be just to the south of DuPont. It would head towards the Canaan area. I'll show you guys here while we got stuff going on up top there. So if there was going to be a tornado, you can see we have the hook that wraps around, and right on the leading edge of that hook is where the tornado would be if there was going to be another one, or if it is still on the ground right now. Of course, it's a little difficult to be able to tell. We're a little far away from the radar, and some of the chasers are being outrun by the storm already. But if you know anyone that lives near DuPont, Canaan, Rexville, Cross Plains, and areas east of that, and north of Madison, please be sure to let them know that a tornadic storm is on their way.
Tornado warning for southeastern Jennings County in southeastern Indiana.
So that is a new tornado warning that connects the dots for northern areas of DuPont. So that's the new tornado warning right there, and another tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Jefferson County in south central Indiana.
They are connecting the dots once again. That might be a funnel, by the way. Like a funnel on the outflow boundary. It's crazy to say, but near Louisville might be a little area of scud, a little area of convergence, or that could be a little spin up. Tornado on the ground, Tennessee. Yes, it is on the ground. It just hit Sunbright. Oh. It just hit Sunbright hit on. That's really unfortunate. If you know anyone that lives in Sunbright, once again, I mentioned that there's likely a tornado that went through that area. I said earlier that there probably will be a tornado that moves into Sunbright. There it is. A confirmed tornado that just went through Sunbright. It is now heading off towards the Lone Mountain and the Robbins area. So if you know anyone that lives over there, please be sure to let them know that a tornado is in progress right now at this time, northeast of Sunbright, Tennessee. It is northwest of Knoxville. Northwest of Knoxville. And if you want to take a look here, you can see the debris signature right there. Big blue ball. So that's the radar telling me that debris is being picked up by the tornado, slung up into the sky. The radar is picking up that debris. Woof. There's going to be more storms still. A lot of storms still to come. A lot of storms that could potentially be tornadic. If you know anyone that lives in Kentucky, Tennessee, southern Ohio, or southwestern Ohio, as well as southeastern Indiana, that is where the main risk for tornadoes are going to be today. Let them know that this stuff is going to be happening or could be happening, and hopefully they take the National Weather Service's warnings seriously. That's another storm that's over on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky. Trying to see some of these other storms.
Yeah, I'm watching areas up north as you're looking south.
Yep. I'm going to go to Wilmington's radar real quickly. Looks like that cell that's still in Dearborn County, Indiana. It is still going. It is still rotating. That will eventually head off towards the border of the tri-state area of Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio. So folks in Cincinnati are still going to want to watch out because that storm still looks like it could be trying to rotate. Doesn't look to be on the ground right now. I'm looking at a chaser's feed on the side. I see maybe a funnel there, maybe. Otherwise, nothing really too crazy. Nothing really too much. Man, that storm near DuPont, north of Madison in Indiana, has now started to intensify, though. It has got a lot stronger. It's got to congeal just a little bit more. If it starts to become just a little bit more well-defined, we're probably talking about a tornado that'll form here very shortly. This is on
also
the...
want to add,
yeah, go for it.
our cell north of Louisville is trying to organize its lower level mesocyclone pretty quickly
Yep.
as well. Go ahead and jump back to your other one.
I was gonna say, if you're northeast of Louisville, then if you're near Crestwood, if you're in Oldham County here in Kentucky, northern Jefferson County, not including Louisville, but extreme northern portions. So if you're north of the interchange of 71 and 264, you guys need to watch out because there is a storm that will likely be tornadic here very, very shortly. Now I'm curious to see if... Oh, that might be a tornado. That might be on the ground. That might be a tornado in progress that is right over the end of 265 in Indiana. Yeah, that to me looks like a tornado that's on the ground north of Louisville. That's a PDS tornado over in near Sunbright. It has now moved off into Scott County, Tennessee. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 8 miles southwest of Huntsville, or 13 miles north of Wartburg, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. So large and extremely dangerous tornado over here into portions of Scott County, Tennessee. This is going to be getting very, very close to Jacksboro. Very, very close to Jacksboro. And if you are over in those areas, you need to monitor that very, very closely. We do have a camera that's... Never mind. Oh, we got disabled ad block. That sucks.
All money with all...
Nope. We don't care. That has a radio station with it as well, apparently. There's a camera in La Follette in Tennessee. I'm trying to see if we may be able to see something as it gets closer and closer to that. But once again, particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning here. Large and extremely dangerous tornado is moving near Lone Mountain, Norma, Robbins, New River, and Huntsville, Tennessee. Go back to the Louisville radar. Yeah, that thing is on the ground more than likely.
Yeah, that one just got tornado warned.
Yep, for good reason.
Yikes. Let's see if I can find a camera there.
Go in Kentucky. Try and see.
Tornado warning for South Central Clark County in South Central Indiana, Oldham County in Central Kentucky, North Central Shelby County in Central Kentucky, Southwestern Henry County in Central Kentucky,
Indiana traffic
Northern
cameras.
Jefferson County in Central Kentucky.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's some that are directly in front of this. That is a tornado in progress.
That is a significant tornado in progress.
Yeah.
Wow. If you live here near LaGrange, Crestwood, River Bluff, Goshen, and Buckner, you need to get in your safe space. Likely a significant tornado that is ongoing at this time. That might be a debris signature. I think that is a debris signature.
Yeah. That's what I was about to, or that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah. That is definitely a pretty powerful storm that is moving on through. I'm looking through the traffic cameras to the best of my ability. I'm going to try and see.
The ones right on the river have very strong winds pushing through there. Unable to tell if that is RFD. It's turning the camera.
I'm going to see.
I believe the tornado is crossing over these cameras right now. Actually, yes. Cameras are out.
Wow. Yeah, look at that.
It's moving right over Prospect.
Look at that. That's the tornado. Look at that there, chat. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is ongoing right now. Yeah, there's where the camera went out.
I'm going to shift states.
Yep, that's what I'm doing. That's, yep. That's a strong tornado ongoing right now. It is near Prospect. Strong tornado near Prospect right now at this time. Very strong tornado. 44 on top of 77. So that right there is around maybe even a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, around 120 mile per hour delta velocity. That is a
That is PDS now.
Yep. Kind of figured. Particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning here. Large and extremely dangerous tornado that just went to the northeastern side of Louisville. We just saw the tornado pass through on the live camera. And now it is heading further and further into Kentucky. If you know anyone that lives east of Louisville, northeast of Louisville, near River Bluff, Park Lake, Crestwood, Buckner, and LaGrange, they need to get into their safe space immediately. Once again, a large and extremely dangerous tornado is ongoing near Prospect and River Bluff. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a large and extremely dangerous tornado that just went on the northeastern side of Louisville, Kentucky, and the northern side near New Albany, Indiana. We would appreciate it if you guys would help us share the information with as many people as we possibly can. Because, of course, this is a pretty strong tornado that is ongoing at this time. Continue to hit the thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread the information with as many people as possible. Yeah. Look at how quickly that transitioned too. How quickly that became a tornadic thunderstorm. That just yoink, quick.
Still has a very impressive updraft on it.
Yep. Yep. ZDR arc is still there, 100%. Yeah, LaGrange. If you're in LaGrange, Kentucky, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Crestwood, Kentucky, you need to get in your safe space immediately. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, large and extremely dangerous tornado is moving off into that general vicinity. Need to take cover now. Velocity signature is weakened from the look of it just a little bit, but there's still a debris signature. Looks to be still a rain-wrapped tornado. Likely a rain-wrapped tornado that is moving on through to the east of Prospect. And once again, if you're near Park Lake, Crestwood, Buckner, LaGrange, or any of those areas in Kentucky, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Report from Bryce Shelton of multiple semis overturned on I-265, possible injuries.
Brief interruption. I want to add, Will Kirk should be on that Louisville storm.
Cool. Hopefully he's all right then. But once again, this is just kind of the beginning, if you will. We are expecting a pretty volatile day for tornadoes. A lot of strong storms that could potentially intensify further into tornadic thunderstorms. So if you know anyone that lives in portions of southern Ohio, northern Kentucky, central Kentucky, that is where the majority of our significant risk is going to be at. We also have a couple other tornado warnings that are currently ongoing. We have our tornado warning that is north of Canaan near Cross Plains that is still going. If you know anyone that lives near Cross Plains, Indiana, I should say, as well as areas near Dillsboro, Indiana, Ohio County, near Rising Sun, they need to get into their safe space as well. There's also another tornado warning over in the portions of Tennessee. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for another storm that will likely produce another tornado. This is a new tornado that is starting to form. This is getting very close to the Norma area and eventually over to Pioneer and Elk Valley, as well as areas near Interstate 75. If you know anyone that lives north of Jacksboro near Interstate 75, they need to get in their safe space.
Tornado warning for Campbell County in East Tennessee, southeastern Scott County in East Tennessee.
All right, so that's a new tornado warning here, an extension that is for Scott and for Campbell counties. We just had reports here out of Sunbright, Tennessee, of heavy damage reported to the Schuber's funeral home. So it looks like the Sunbright area has been directly impacted as we had feared. That is very unfortunate for the folks that are over there. I hope everyone is okay. But folks, we've had numerous tornadoes that have occurred, and you need to take this seriously. All right, we have once again a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning here. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Huntsville, or 11 miles southeast of Oneida here in Tennessee. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. It's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So once again, Pioneer, Elk Valley, areas just to the west of La Follette, you guys have a tornado warning that has been issued for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado that is going to be heading off into portions of northeastern Tennessee. I'm going to look around just a little bit more and see if there's any more storms that can try and do stuff. That might be interesting. I'm going to look at Louisville's radar again. That's a storm that's over there near Leachfield and Short Creek. That might be something to watch. There's another storm that might be supercellular near Louisville, but that doesn't really have a whole lot of rotation at the moment, so it might just be more of a damaging wind threat. That's not really too much. So right now, the main threat is going to be these storms that are over here in northern Kentucky and southwestern Ohio. This still appears to be a tornado in progress that is just to the south and east of River Bluff. This is northeast of Louisville here in Kentucky. If you know anyone that lives in these areas, they need to get in their safe space as well. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Hagerstown, Maryland is not screwed. I live near there, but I live in PA. We don't have a risk for severe weather today. We don't. We're good. I'm checking. A couple things here. It looks like the main... Oh, go for it.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was going to say that it looks like the main area of rotation is going to be heading just to the south of LaGrange. It'll be heading towards Park Lake and Crestwood more, and Buckner. But LaGrange still needs to watch out on the off chance that this thing curls to the left. So just because the current trajectory states that it's moving due east doesn't mean that that is exactly going to be the case. So please be considerate of that as this continues to move about.
Okay, I was just going to say that we have Matt that'll be helping us in the background. He'll be coming on
Moderator
shortly.
Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
And also that cell that is in Tennessee that recently got its PDS extended as it's moving towards Pioneer really is holding up on velocities.
Yep. I mean, that thing is looking to be really, really strong. And once again, if you're near Pioneer, if you're near Elk Valley, if you're north of Jacksboro, if you're north of La Follette, I-75, that general area near I-75, you need to watch out for the threat of a significant storm there that could be producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado. They just downgraded the tornado warning in Louisville to now just a confirmed tornado. It's no longer a large and extremely dangerous one. It is now just a dangerous one. If it makes any sense. It's not large anymore. It's a little bit smaller. So you'll see it here in a second on the new update. It'll start to turn to a darker red polygon. I'm going to go over to Wilmington's radar because that's a severe thunderstorm warning that's moving into the northern portions of Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to make sure folks that are over here near Cincinnati know that this storm, the main reason why it's warned is because of the large hail associated with it. But, all right, still be careful, all right? We've seen storms today flip a switch really quickly, okay? So just because the storm right now looks like it's not really doing a whole lot doesn't mean that it will continue to not do a whole lot, all right? We hope that it does. We hope that it even dies. If this thing were to disappear off the face of the earth, I would not complain at all. Actually, I'd be happy. I'd be very happy. But we still have to continue to watch out for it. And once again, this severe storm is starting to move off into the northern portions of Cincinnati. Forest Park, West Chester, Blue Ash, North College Hill, Dent, Cheviot, Finneytown. Areas that are north of downtown Cincinnati. There is a severe storm that is moving off into your area. It looks like the storm that was over near Canaan is now moving close to Cross Plains. It'll head towards Dillsboro, and then once again, eventually Rising Sun and Bellevue. That also is another thunderstorm that's over near Lebanon, Ohio. That might be something I'll have to watch later. That's an area of rotation near Richmond, Indiana. I'm going to take a look and see if I can get a better look at this through Indianapolis. And the answer is no. So we're going to start to get into an area where there is a lack of radar coverage, unfortunately. And coverage for some storms may start to be a little limited. Some of these storms have general rotation. Some of these other ones don't. There's just a lot of pop-up storms, and whichever storm can be able to become sustained is the one that could try and do so. The one that could try and produce a tornado. I want to watch out. There's a storm that is over near Gainesboro in Tennessee that just formed. Just formed here pretty recently. That one might be something that we're going to want to continue to watch. Yeah, as I said, near Gainesboro and Dodson Branch, there's actually a really interesting view here from Radar Omega. This is in Dodson Branch, Tennessee. That's a lot of rising scud that's going right over this camera. I wonder if there could potentially be something near there. Rising Sun, Ohio. Rising Sun, Ohio should watch out. There is the potential for a tornadic thunderstorm to move near your area. You're not in a tornado warning quite yet. There very well could be a tornado warning for your area in the future, so please, please, please monitor it very closely. Yeah, these storms over here north of Cookeville are really interesting in my opinion. Back over here. So let's move it into LaGrange, Kentucky. Doesn't look like this tornado is on the ground at this time, which is the good news. But it is starting to recycle. The storm is trying to recycle. It is potentially trying to get ready to produce a new tornado. So we'll have to see how this continues to work out. But I do believe it is going to recycle. I do believe it is going to recycle. And because of that, areas near Eminence, Newcastle, as well as areas in Henry County, northern Shelby County, and then eventually over into Franklin and Owen counties here. 100% watch for the potential of some tornadic development here soon. Once again, if you guys could, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It helps us spread information with more and more people here on YouTube, especially since there is some widespread tornadic activity at this time. We currently have 3 different tornado warnings, and one of which includes a large and extremely dangerous tornado over into portions of Tennessee. This is north of Jacksboro, Tennessee, to where we have the potential of a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is located near Pioneer. I also want to mention that Cincinnati, Ohio, is getting severe weather right now as we speak. We're getting quarter-sized hail that is being reported across some of those areas. Right now, it doesn't look tornadic at the moment, but it doesn't mean that that will stay like that forever. So just please continue to monitor the trends of weather. If you clearly feel like something is up, feel free to 100% go into a sturdy building, stay away from windows, and just be as safe as you possibly can. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Henry County in central Kentucky.
Henry County. Extension. That is definitely not central Kentucky, though, but Henry County, new tornado warning, Newcastle, Smithfield, Eminence, Pleasureville. If you're over there in Henry County, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, new tornado warning. This storm probably could produce another significant tornado. This storm can 100% produce another significant tornado.
It's having a little bit of a rough time trying to recycle, as it seems, but yeah, I would agree. Given some time and the fact that there's not really much in front of it, well, at all in front of it.
Yep. Yep, this is some untapped air mass.
Mm-hmm. Which I'm going to take a look at satellite. And
looks like the storm is finally crossing over Interstate 75 as we speak, the cell that is moving north of Jacksboro, Tennessee. It is now starting to hit some of the mountain range. If you're near La Follette here in Campbell County, Tennessee, continue to stay in your safe space. If you're north of La Follette, near the U.S. Highway 27 West area, or not 27, 25 West area, you need to get into your safe space now. If you're also near Egan, Tennessee, on the border of Campbell County and Claiborne County, you need to get into your safe space now as well. There we go. Do that. Close. I haven't heard of any more. There's a new report that came in. Trees down in the area of White Hills Circle. What if we actually... I think we can go to Google Maps and we can pull up the traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And we can go to Louisville and we can see. Yeah, this is where... look at that. That's where the tornado... area where the tornado went through. Look at that. You can see right here near Watson, all the way through into Beachland Beach. Right in this area, right here.
Wow.
And then maybe even over here near I-71 as well. Just this general area. Right there. Wow. If you're just tuning in, we had a large and extremely dangerous tornado a moment ago move through northeastern Louisville. You can see the areas here on Google Maps traffic where the area of traffic is slowed due to some form of damage. And you can see that areas over here on I-71 now, since the storm is moving through there, is pretty slow. It's pretty slow. But there is a good chance that a new storm or a new tornado could form off of this storm. And folks that are out in front of this are going to want to watch out very, very carefully. Potential for a tornadic thunderstorm to move into Newcastle, Eminence, as well as portions of Henry County here in Kentucky. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning, a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is moving into portions of Covington, downtown Cincinnati, all the way down to the airport, International Airport, as well as Independence here on the Kentucky side of things. Golf ball size tail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
We've got a new tornado in progress on that Smithfield Newcastle cell.
Okay.
It has a fairly large CC drop on it.
Yep, you're absolutely
And I was
right.
looking at it from 2 airport radars. It quickly spun up.
Yep, you're absolutely right. So that is a new tornado that is heading towards Newcastle, Kentucky right now. If you live near Newcastle and Eminence, you need to get in your safe space immediately. Once again, tornado in progress that is over here near Newcastle and Smithfield here in Kentucky. This is in Henry County. This is due east of Louisville. Please, 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 once again, get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Yeah, this is definitely a little small area here. You can see reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right where that tornado vortex signature is. See that upside down triangle? That upside down triangle right there is our tornado vortex signature here. And that's where the radar basically says, hey, that's where the tornado. That's where the tornado is. So if you know anyone who lives near Newcastle, near Eminence, or near Smithfield, please let them know that there is a tornado in progress and it is heading near their area. Get into the lowest innermost part of your building. That could be a bathroom, that could be a closet, that could be a basement. Anywhere you can to try and put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. That is what you are going to want to do.
Wow. You may want to take a look at the TSDF radar that is just southeast of Louisville.
On that Soren?
Yeah, because that is a impressive signature there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, my goodness. Once again, this is northeast of Louisville, Kentucky. And that's a strong tornado on the Louisville radar. Goodbye. That is, wow. 73 on top of 71. You can round that up. You can get to a 145 mile per hour delta velocity. That's a strong tornado indeed. Confirmed tornado, now confirmed by the National Weather Service. It is confirmed. And this is 100% a strong tornado. Look at that on normalized rotation.
That warning has now been extended as well.
Tornado warning for Owen County in northern Kentucky.
Texting someone that I know. Wow. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning. Woof. I mean, this is a pretty significant storm. Pretty significant tornado that is ongoing right now. Once again, if you know anyone that lives there, please let them know this stuff is happening. Clear, normalized rotation indicating how strong the rotation is. Let's put it this way. Blue is weak. Green and yellow is moderate. Red is strong. Pink is very strong. And then we don't talk about white because we never want to see white. White is violent. So we got a strong tornado that is ongoing right now, moving near Newcastle. It is lofting debris. You can see on the correlation coefficient right here, all these little blue pixels. This indicates that the radar is seeing the debris that the tornado is spewing up into the sky. And this is clearly a impactful tornadic thunderstorm that is moving on through. It is getting very close to Newcastle. I'm really hoping that Newcastle actually gets spared here. If this tornado can dissipate pretty soon, that would be greatly appreciated. Let's go back over into Tennessee. We still have our particularly dangerous situation tornado warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is up north of Jacksboro, moving off very close and almost parallel to Interstate 75. If you know anyone that lives near Egan and areas north of La Follette, you need to tell them to get in their safe space, because this storm continues to look like one that can produce a large tornado, and one that could even have a large tornado that's on the ground right now. We'll see, though. It doesn't really say based off of radar. Looks like the debris signature just fanned out a little bit as it got close to Newcastle, so hopefully that meant that the tornado dissipated before it hit Newcastle. That would be greatly appreciated if the weather just cooperated that way. That'd be absolutely wonderful. But we still have a tornado warning here for Henry County as well as Owen County here in Kentucky. We also have a couple severe thunderstorms that are moving about. The one that is in the northern portions of Cincinnati, on the northern portions of 275, that has a lot of hail, not really a whole lot of rotation. So that's the good news there. I don't really foresee that to really change too much. However, there is a storm that is over near Rising Sun and Bellevue. That'll be heading off to the southern side of Cincinnati and Covington. If you know anyone that lives, once again, near the International Airport, near Independence, near Florence, near Union, near Alexandria, near Highland Heights or Taylor Mill, please tell them to get into their safe space immediately. This is a very powerful storm that's going to produce some golf ball sized hail regardless, which can do damage to windows, sidings, and windshields. I've seen golf ball sized hail break through windshields before, which means if you're caught without shelter, you could be pelted by hail, especially if you are driving. I'm looking through this here real quickly, chat. I'm getting some texts. Oh, wow. That tornado in Sunbright was multi-vortex.
Hmm.
I'm going to show you guys your chat. This tornado over here in Sunbright. Thank you, Seabass, for sending this over. Multi-vortex tornado. Look at that. Wow. Look at the debris in the... Well, actually, you can't even see the debris in the air. I'm going to actually move it over to the side so you guys can actually see a full picture. Let's go with that. Actually, a little bit larger. Look at the debris in the air. So once again, that was a tornado that was had impacted northeastern Tennessee. That's the one that currently has the particularly dangerous situation tornado warning on it. No longer a PDS, no longer a large and extremely dangerous tornado at the moment. But this impacted the town of Sunbright. And now we have a new report of tornado report. It just said tornado spotted along Highway 27. So it looks like, obviously, based off of what we can see here, we had a pretty strong tornado based off of its multi-vortex structure. We're just hoping it didn't do as much damage as some of those strong tornadoes can do. A new tornado watch has been issued. This is for portions of eastern Tennessee and over into extreme southwestern Virginia. Probs are 50-40. 50-40 probs. I'm going to go over here to Louisville's radar again. It looks like that storm near Newcastle has dissipated from the tornado standpoint. So the tornado is dissipated just for now. It doesn't mean that, obviously it doesn't mean it won't produce ever again. It definitely can. But for right now, it looks like tornado is not on the ground over there at this time. Man, that Bellevue in a rising sunstorm, I don't like that at all. That's heading straight for Covington, and that's starting to intensify. If you're in Covington, Burlington, Union, Independence here, and southern portions of Kentucky, you need to get in your safe space. This is definitely, I do believe that this could probably be tornadic on its approach into Covington and Independence. I do not like that at all. I've been watching
this thing run through updraft after updraft. Every time one fails, another one immediately forms. And it's just constantly giving it shots. The terminal radar that is south of Covington, or the Covington terminal radar, actually is probably going to be very good for telling if this storm's going to do something, because it's pretty close to it.
Yep. I got a sky camera in Covington. I'm going to get Cincinnati. Cincinnati skyline camera. Live. It doesn't look to be on. That's cool.
That's
a new tornado warning.
There it is.
Ouch.
Tornado warning for Central Kenton County in northern Kentucky, Central Campbell County in northern Kentucky, Central Boone County in northern Kentucky.
So if you're in those areas, if you're south of Covington, if you're near Union, Independence area south of the International Airport, tornado warning for your area. Potential of a tornado to form and to do damage as possible. You need to get into your safe space. That is a live camera of Cincinnati, but it's looking north, I believe, or east. Yep, it is starting to try to tighten up just a little bit more. I think they might have missed the actual warning box just a little bit. I think they should have expanded it a little north. Joseph with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. I think they missed it a little teeny bit. I can try and see if there's any traffic cameras over here in Kentucky. I kind of doubt there will be anything that's really good.
I don't believe there's anything that is facing the desired direction,
Yeah.
or at least that is in close proximity to it. It will be moving towards several cameras.
Yeah, some of these cameras are not wonderful at all. Weather cameras, Cincinnati. That's not live. It'd be wonderful if some of these were live, but
I haven't found a single live one.
I know. It's just like, it's pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Sirens are going off in your area. Well, please stay safe. Please continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows. Rotation is starting to weaken a bit. That's the good news. Oh, you can use Oklahoma, or not Oklahoma, gosh, Ohio. Ohio has traffic cameras even though it's stationary. They actually show up on a map,
Oh, okay.
so they're actually useful. At least they're as useful as they can be. So we'll keep it on this image right here. This is the north large look. We're going to see, it'll update every couple of minutes. But once again, we have a tornado warning here for areas south of Covington, Kentucky. Very populous place here. Very populous place here. Make sure everyone is being safe right now. That just updated. I didn't see anything quite yet, though. Riley, can you talk about the areas that could be impacted by this storm here in the future, both in and outside the polygon? I need to step out real quick.
Yes, okay. Areas currently near the storm would include Union, Florence, Devon, Richwood, Independence, Erlanger, Edgewood, Maurice, Sunny Acres, DeCourcy, Taylor Mill, Latanya Lakes. I believe I said Independence already. If not, Independence. White Tower, Ryland, Visalia, Ryland Heights, Spring Lake, Cold Spring, Highland Heights, and Crestview. Now, shortly east of the polygon, Silver Grove, Melbourne, Camp Springs, Alexandria, Oconto, Carthage, New Richmond, and California, as we're getting closer to the Ohio-Kentucky border. Currently trying to look for a camera that will give me a good view on this storm. As of right now, it does look like it has weakened ever so slightly and is sort of starting to shift a little bit to the left, maybe onto the north side of the tornado warning polygon. It does not have a super organized updraft as of this time, but of course that could change in the near future.
boss.
Yep.
I'm gonna close my window here because it's starting to get a little chilly. I'm starting to get on the cold side of the warm front, and it's like it's 49 outside,
Yeah.
so a little chilly. But I mean, it's pretty comfortable inside here, and I was having trouble breathing for whatever reason a couple hours ago, so I was like, I'm just gonna open up the window. I guess whatever was there, I guess it just came out.
Yeah, it's not much better here. That's for sure.
There's a couple other storms that are also here in portions of southwestern Ohio. This is near the Lebanon area and west of Wilmington. So watch out there for some strong damaging winds and maybe some spotty hail, but not really anything too much more than that as of this moment. There's also a couple of storms that could be trying to be severe just to the west of Dayton. They're not really too significant right now, but new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Claiborne County in East Tennessee, northeastern Campbell County in East Tennessee.
So they've extended that tornado warning over here. It is now near the Egan areas, and it is now moving further east, north of Tennessee Highway. That's 63, I believe. Also watch out for this to move over into Virginia. I think this storm in particular may be starting to weaken quite rapidly, so maybe not as much of a significant threat as it once was, which is good. We can change the title of our stream now to just back to get that right there. So we're back over here looking at the storm. Once again, there's not really a whole lot with the storm that's heading off south of Covington, south of Cincy. There is just this storm here that really is probably our main tornadic one here in northeastern Tennessee. It will eventually head towards Middlesboro and Fondy over here in Virginia. So if you know anyone who lives over there, please be sure to let them know what is going on. There's also another tornadic thunderstorm that's over near Owenton and Monterey. That'll be moving north of Frankfort and north of Lexington Fayette by a good while. And it'll be heading very close to the Corinth areas on the southern portion of Grant County. So that'll be another thing that folks over there will have to watch out for. There's also a few other thunderstorms across the board that might be interesting to watch. There's one over near Campbellsville here in Kentucky. It's south central Kentucky that is starting to try to rotate a little bit. There's also another storm that is very interesting over here that is approaching the Bowling Green area. Bowling Green. If you are near Bowling Green, Kentucky, right now there's just a general thunderstorm right next to you, but it does have the potential to be severe at some point. So that might be something to watch out for. Maybe both Bowling Green and areas just to the east and northeast. Could just keep that one in the back of your head. Just be mindful of what could potentially be happening. And, we'll have to see if stuff continues to materialize in a more tornadic fashion. But yeah, that Bowling Green cell, to me, looks very interesting. I'm actually going to watch that very, very closely. It's not tornadic as of this time. It is not tornadic as of this time. But I really do believe that that could be an interesting storm that we could watch out for. I'm actually going to go over... I'm going to use Indianapolis's radar and use Covington and Cincinnati's TDWR to try and see what's happening with that storm. There might be a little bit of a spin up within this storm, maybe just a little teeny bit. I think it's possible we could be seeing just a little gust for right now. Just a jutting within the line, jutting within the storm. But for right now, this seems to be primarily a wind and hail threat that is moving through south of Covington. So that's the good news from what I can tell. I appreciate you guys helping me want to spread information to more and more people. Once again, if you hit that thumbs up button down below, and you can even subscribe, you help us spread this information to more and more people. That'd be greatly appreciated. Yeah, Riley, this is just, I guess, for future reference, or even just reference for right now. We really should watch out for some of those storms in southern Kentucky, whether or not they could potentially do stuff. I'm actually curious. I'm going to use, I'm ironically going to use the HRRR to figure out if stuff over there can do stuff. Yes, I know.
Okay.
That brings up a good point. What direction are the winds coming from? The southwest. Oh yeah, that's linear. Linear. The whole reason why the cell near Sunbright, you have, all right, there's a weather station out of Jacksboro where you have southeasterlies. Southeasterlies. Like, that's the whole reason there.
Eesh.
Ooh, yes, I will give that person the thing. I can do it right now because I have it on it. I have it on at the moment. Boom, done.
Sounds good.
I asked him to check. But yeah, you had southeasterlies in Jacksboro with that storm.
Wow.
And then once the storm passed, you had southwesterlies. So legit, the storm modified the environment around it.
Yeah.
We also have a storm that we're going to want to watch north of Dixon here into portions of Tennessee. That's going to be something that we're going to want to watch as well. I'll tell you what, there might actually be, let's see. Do I have any cameras that are down there in the portions of Tennessee? I do. I have one in Hendersonville. I have one in Clarksville as well, but Clarksville's not going to be useful at this time. There's nothing there. Yeah, this cell over here, north of Dixon, Tennessee, this is a supercell as well. You can see the rain wrapping around into a hook just like that. It's trying to wrap its rain quite rapidly on that bottom side. It's just going to have to, have to take a little bit. Mesoanalysis, wow, there's a lot of mixed layer cape. Some of those areas. Yeah, that might be the best looking area is southern Kentucky into central Tennessee based off of mesoanalysis. But I'll tell you what, there also is a real chance for the potential of some interesting severe weather in Ohio. Very interesting severe weather in Ohio. Let's go back to the stuff that is moving near Owenton and Williamstown. And actually, it might even be better for us to use Cincinnati's radar for both. The answer is yes. Oh, gosh. Give me a second here, Riley. 1 second.
Oh, good.
There's my 1 second. Told you. Except it wasn't 1 second. It was more like 20.
Yeah, it wasn't that long.
New reports of damage. Multiple structures damaged along a path from State Route 62 at a roundabout east of Lakeside Quarry Drive. That would be northeast of Louisville. That's where that damage report came in. And then there's another report of trees down northeast of Crestwood. We also have a spotter report, possible tornado that was south of Newcastle. Roofs blown off barns, several power lines down along Highway 421 near the Henry County High School. So very interesting to see there. Man, I'll tell you what, this Covington radar, Cincinnati is actually overpowered. I'm not gonna lie. You want to know why, Riley?
Bowling Green. Bowling Green has a tornado warning.
See? Did I not say?
You did. But what were you saying?
Tornado warning
Why?
for North Central Allen
You're gonna
County
say-
in South Central Kentucky,
Okay.
Central Warren County in South Central Kentucky, West Central Barron County in South Central Kentucky, Southeastern Edmonson County in South Central Kentucky.
Chat, did we not say to watch Bowling Green? We did say to watch Bowling Green, so therefore, we are good. Look at what the lowest tilt is on that radar.
Hold on, which radar?
On Cincinnati's TDWR.
Will do. You know, it would be great if my GR2 had that radar.
It should.
Cincinnati?
Yeah. It's like south of Covington.
Oh, that one. Yes, 0.1.
Yep. 0.1. Which means we are combing the frickin' ground. Getting apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur low.
Got the whole club looking at this radar.
Good thing about Bowling Green, however, is this storm is not really rotating too much. It's just, it's got a ways away. It's got a ways away. It'll take its time, but it's got a ways away. So a little bit on the struggle bus. And honestly, if I had to say, I think it's possible that there might be a little bit of an inversion in this environment still that Mezzo is not picking up. I want to double check that. Take a look at low-level lapse rates. Well, and low-level lapse rates actually aren't even that bad. It's like 6.5. That's not even terrible. 6 at worst. I mean, it's just, it's okay. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think there might be an inversion. I'm gonna look at SKUT maps. No, it's, oh well, actually behind it, it's elevated. Yeah, there's skinny cape at the surface. There's a little bit of an inversion.
There wasn't as much clear air
Mm-hmm.
in that area earlier as there was further north.
And that was because of the storms that formed near Memphis and died out.
Yep. And of course, now since the sun's going down, or starting to, in that area.
Fortnite. Report of a funnel cloud near Independence by a trained spotter.
Really? Independence.
Yep. There's also reports of trees down, multiple tree limbs down near Rising Sun. That's west of that storm. That's near Independence on the border of Indiana and Kentucky. There's 2 funnel cloud reports. Emergency management from Covington. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense in my opinion. And then there's another funnel cloud report near Highland Heights.
Yeah, I was gonna say Highland Heights is probably where it is.
Yeah, I'd have to say so. I think the emergency management report came from Covington's emergency management, but it wasn't at Covington.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if it's possible. Ooh, is that looking west? Oh, we got a decent camera here at 5 Mile Road. All right, let's take a look. I'll show you all here what's happening with this storm. This is currently located just to the east of Highland Heights. Just to the east. So, gonna want to watch out. But it looks to me like there's a bit of a wall cloud right in here. That's where I'm watching. That's not legit. I'm going to Wilmington's radar real quickly. Yeah, I can't find anything over there. There's a lot of wind and a lot of hail. We actually only have 1 tornado warning at this time. Believe it or not. We only have 1.
We've seen in a while.
Yep, and hopefully it stays this way. I'd be completely okay with nothing happening.
Mm-hmm.
But there is some storms that can produce 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts over here near Wilmington, Ohio. Please be sure if you're near Wilmington, you get indoors and stay away from windows. Cincinnati, you're currently experiencing some pretty strong severe weather, large hail, strong damaging winds. Once the storm passes you, all right, once this storm passes you, you actually should be done with the majority of the risk. There might be some extra thunderstorms that move around and move near your area, but let's get through this first storm first. Let's get through this first storm.
Found your 5 Mile Road camera.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
I am very interested to see what is under that base.
Yep.
That is also another spotter report from the same, or not the same person. Person near Newcastle. Multiple structures damaged south of town, south of Newcastle. This storm that's currently moving through Cincinnati and Covington right now has some very interesting activity that I am watching for the potential of something tornadic. It would be right there if I were to try and find where it is specifically. It would be just near the the Highland Heights area. The Highland Heights, the Camp Springs, over here near the intersection of 275, 471, southeastern side of the city. Columbus, Ohio, getting anything? They should get some severe weather. I'm wondering about the tornado threat. I don't think it may be as strong as once was previously forecasted. But there are storms that are going to be heading off into that area. There's also some supercells that are going to be near the Washington Courthouse and the Circleville area, as well as Kingston and Chillicothe. So honestly, we should... areas in southern Ohio, or central and southern Ohio, shouldn't write off this event completely. There's still some more activity that's possible.
Some pretty nice structure on that camera.
Oh yeah, I'm looking.
That horseshoe-like appearance.
Yep, and on the right side of that horseshoe is where we're gonna want to watch, because it looks like it is recycled. Like based off of the visual imagery, not radar.
Yeah.
Anything left for Cincinnati tonight? As soon as this storm is done and out of your way, you might get some additional thunderstorms, but that should be pretty much it. Which is good.
I'm watching what's coming right into the middle of the screen.
Yep. I do agree. I'm going to check back on our storm that is near Bowling Green. It still has rotation. It's just not spinning up quickly. It's getting there. That supercell that is north of Dixon is still something that I really want to watch out for as well. We'll have to watch out closely.
Yep.
That is not a debris signature. Go away. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for Olathe and areas west of Leachfield. Let's go on to Louisville's radar for that. Oh. There's also a thunderstorm and or supercell that's on the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, north and east of Cookeville. It is west of the severe thunderstorm warning, so not the one that's near Middlesboro. It is just to the west. It is over near Sunnybrook, Byardstown, Jamestown. That one is the only discrete supercell that is in that mess. So watch out, folks. That could be over near Williamsburg and Corbin, Kentucky. It looks like there's rain that's being concentrated around that central portion.
What I was questioning. I've been looking at it, and it's
obviously
odd.
It looks like the
say...
radar is aiding the fact that it could be recycling.
Yeah.
It looks like it's recycling. It just not sure if it's exactly.
I'm going to search for a new camera.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
It's a bit further east.
Yep. Yeah. We're starting to get to that part of the Beltway where it's just going to be pretty hard to see.
Yeah. Huh.
Yep, live for over 6 hours. Crazy, huh? I'm gonna look back at this here.
Well, we had a big, like, 5-minute interval where scans were not coming in off of the terminal. Just noticed that.
Yeah. Still, a Somerset camera is not going to work. That sucks. Yeah, it looks like the cell near Mason and Corinth and Williamstown, that severe thunderstorm warning that produced the tornado on the northeastern side of Louisville, is still going. Still trying to look to be tornadic. It is moving into a little bit of a radar hole-ish, but we'll still see if we can track this to the best of our ability.
Let's see.
North Central Tennessee is still going to want to watch for the potential of a strong thunderstorm. There is a storm that is just to the east of Forbes, moving into Kentucky. Otherwise, a lot of storms across the board are not really too severe or too tornadic at this time. We'll have to wait for maybe another hour to really see if there could be something that can change. There is one storm that I'm watching very, very closely, however, that is moving north of Nashville. If you are in Robertson County, Cheatham County, northern Davidson County, so that's like extreme northern portions of Davidson County, as well as Sumner County, you guys are definitely going to want to watch. There's the potential for a supercell over there that could be trying to intensify. Excuse me.
I'm noticing something pretty interesting.
Which is?
The cell that is passing east of Cincinnati Covington has an entirely new updraft on the south end. And it's using part of the old mesocyclone that it had, I believe.
Either that or there's more storms that are forming on that outflow boundary that it
That
has.
is that as well.
One of those two. Still a severe thunderstorm warning, however, for Batavia, Amelia, Williamsburg, Clermont County, as well as northern Brown County. That's going to be interesting. We might be talking about a supercell here north of the KILN radar, north of the Wilmington radar. It just turned right. Yeah, it just turned right. If you're near Washington Courthouse in Fayette County, Ohio, you need to watch out. Potential for something tornadic is possible over near your area within the next, I'd say, 15 to 20 minutes.
I do see what you're referencing, yeah. Nate, I'm going to forward something to you that was sent to me from Cassidy. It's on Snapchat, so I don't think you can share it on stream, but I'll send it to you anyway.
Oh, I can go onto Snap Maps on computer.
Oh, right. Right. Forgot that Snap is on computer now.
Mm-hmm. Well, Snap Maps has always been on computer, but Snapchat finally went on too. Yeah, Washington Courthouse, Ohio is going to want to watch very, very closely. That is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Northern
northwestern
Alabama.
Madison County in north-central Alabama, northeastern
Alabama.
Limestone County in north-central Alabama, southwestern Lincoln County in middle Tennessee.
That's something I didn't expect to hear for a bit.
Yep. Well, northern Alabama, more than likely, but southern Alabama, that still has a little ways to go.
Northern Alabama, yeah.
Is Huntsville's radar down?
That's what I'm wondering. I think it is. I believe it was one of the radars that was affected by whatever was happening yesterday, where we had a ton of radar losses.
We might have to use sky cameras. We're going to have to use cameras to actually... We genuinely are going to have to use cameras to figure out what is going on. We are genuinely...
KGWX might also... Nope, KGWX is up at least. But yeah, we're looking...
Is it up?
10,000 feet up, yeah. It's just nowhere close to the ground.
GR2 is not working for me. I'm opening a new tab. Do something, please.
It loaded really slowly for me, but yes, it is up.
I wonder.
See, are the blue cameras north?
Yes, blue cameras are north.
Okay. Right, so we have two that are looking right into it.
I wish they could move this camera, the Space and Rocket Center. It's looking due west.
I have to find the correct one on here.
The answer is yes.
I believe I-65 and US 72 is going to be one of our best bets. Once I find it. If I find it.
I found it-ish. There's the live view of Athens, Alabama.
It is right in that ring.
Sheesh. Sup, Friss? Nice to see you. Yeah, that radar did take forever. Wow.
Did it finally load up for you?
Yeah. Well, not for
Good.
Huntsville, but it loaded. KHTX is working on radar scope? Really? Hold up. So now I'm going to want to see. What if I go into Omega?
I'll check that.
It still looks like it's not. The latest scan
Notice.
was 2252.
It is up on radar scope.
Oh, it just got updated there. So I guess we're going to be using Omega or scope. And that's not really a whole lot of rotation, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's not a ton.
Yeah.
It would also be directly in front of us on the camera.
And it's not. So I'm not too worried. Not right
Yes,
now.
I am still watching.
What's up, Kala? Hello, hello.
A lot of Scud streaming through.
Streaming through where? Oh, the camera?
On the I-65 US-72 camera.
Yeah. A lot of power outages in West Virginia. Of course, that makes sense because a lot of areas over there in West Virginia are pretty rural, so it's going to be pretty hard for you to get power companies out there to fix stuff, especially with a lot of trees down. So a lot of power outages over there. There are some power outages north and east of Louisville. There are some places over there that will likely need to be considered. That's a heck of a supercell in southeastern Kentucky. That's pretty cool, Julie. I appreciate you forwarding that to me. Is GR2 just not working?
Believe so.
Then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to configure my polling, and I'm going to put Iowa State at the bottom. I'm going to use different polling site.
Fair. That cell that's passed through Athens now is slowly improving.
Yep, that's
by the
better.
looks of it.
Iowa State feed is crashing.
Gotcha.
So if you get off of Iowa State, you'll be better.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. This camera just turned and got a view on the base of this storm that just passed through Athens. The sky cam that is just south of the traffic camera is looking directly at it.
In Athens? Oh, yeah.
Yes. It's a quite large area. Nope.
He's
stop
turning
Yep,
back.
there you go. There you go. There it is.
Yep, I'm looking at it live right now. Once again, this is in Athens, Alabama. There's also a storm here in northern Kentucky near Falmouth, Morgan, and Sunrise, as well as Brooksville. That one could potentially be tornadic here relatively soon, so please watch out for that. And then there's a supercell that's over near Batavia. This camera is doing 360s. Why is this doing anything?
It's just turning it around. I mean, I appreciate the view of the storm. Look at that inflow tail.
Yeah. Wow. I'd be looking on that left side, though.
Yeah, I would as well. So that scud that we were looking at was actually probably just the inflow tail to this thing, because it was past the cameras already. That's a good view there.
Yeah.
Did the camera just go down?
I
Or
restarted it.
Nope.
Yep, so once again, tornado warning. Looks like we could actually... There's a good reason why they're looking at it from Athens. Because honestly, it's starting to tighten up just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a little bit of rotation here. A little bit of something tornadic as possible. Definitely something to watch out for, in my opinion. Still a big severe thunderstorm warning here for Fayette County, Pickaway County, Madison County, and portions of Franklin County here in Ohio. Still need to watch out for those storms as they move about. Yeah, this supercell here on the border of Ohio and Kentucky, this one definitely needs to be watched out for. North of Sunrise, south of Falmouth, heading over to Brooksville and Germantown. That is actually an intense velocity signature. That could potentially be something significant. I'll show you guys here. We zoom in on the radar feed. Very strong velocity signature here. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle, just to the south and east of Falmouth, just to the west of Brooksville, this is going to be heading into Bracken County. If you live in Bracken County, you need to get into your safe space now. They moved the camera for Athens to try and get a better look. I think they zoomed out just a little. Yeah, it looks like there is... That might be... You think that could be a just a little teeny bit of a lowering on the right side. Right over here. I think that could potentially be a little bit of a lowering. New severe thunderstorm warning. It's hard to say, isn't it? There's a very ominous cloud there that is north and east of Athens. We're going to go back to that cell that's
Surprised
there, though.
it's as visible. surprised it's so visible.
Yep. Tor possible on that cell that is moving towards Brooksville and Milford. That's still a heck of a supercell too. Wow. Yeah, once again, Brooksville, that's a crazy cell. We'll have to continue to watch that. I'm going to look in some other areas. Batavia, there is a little bit of rotation over there, but it's not really too much, so I wouldn't be too concerned about that. I'm going to go to Nashville's radar. There is still that storm that's over near Bowling Green. Although, for whatever reason, it just looks like... Once again, IEM bot is just lovely. IEM's polling server crashed.
Yeah, Garrett sent.
Well, yeah,
Another
I've already
one.
got it on it. I just had to
Yeah.
move the... Yeah, so that
figured.
storm that's from Bowling Green has now become a lot stronger. It is moving near Glasgow in Kentucky. Need to watch out for that. There also might be a tornado that could form over here in Robertson County, Tennessee, near Greenbrier, Coopertown, and Springfield, as well as areas just to the west of White House. I want to see, there are live traffic cameras that are in Tennessee.
Ooh.
Tennessee traffic cameras. I think there could be something very interesting associated with that storm. Feature menu. Traffic cameras. Yes, there are. Where is this going to head towards specifically? North of White House. Yes, there are traffic cameras that are over near White House. They are live. Tell me that's looking south. Oh, I think that's looking south. That's at White House, though. I'm just going to have to use this camera. I'm going to have to just see what's up. Yeah, we're going to have to watch that very, very closely. But once again, storm that could potentially try to produce a tornado moving through near Greenbrier, Tennessee. That's something to watch. There's also another storm that could be trying to form a tornado over here near Corinth in Kentucky. That's south and west of Bowling Green. Do not be surprised if this gets a tornado warning issued over here south and west of Bowling Green. And do not be surprised if this cell over here near Glasgow gets a tornado warning issued for that area. Although we are starting to get into a radar hole for some of these areas here in Kentucky, which kind of sucks. I'm going to go fix... Is Louisville up to date? It is up to date. Wow. Kind of surprised. Yeah, that cell near Glasgow needs to be monitored. There's a cell near Greensburg in Campbellsville. Watch out for that. Man, this cell near Brooksville just continues to look very significant. Like from a supercellular perspective. It may not be producing a tornado right now, but it definitely could at some point. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Mason County in northern Kentucky,
Got
central
it.
Bracken County in northern
Yes,
Kentucky,
sir.
southeastern Brown County in southwestern Ohio.
Got it. New tornado warning for this cell that we've been staring at for 5 years. Woof. That's what I gotta say. If you live in Brooksville, Minerva, Germantown, Ripley, Aberdeen, and Maysville, you need to get into your safe space. Yep. Tornado warning once again. Tornado warning here for Bracken, Mason, and Brown counties here on the border of Kentucky and Ohio. I wonder if we could take a look from the Cincinnati radar. Yeah, Cincinnati radar is not that bad. It definitely looks like a supercell, I'll tell you what. That is a heck of a supercell signature. Riley, you seeing that off of the airport radar?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at it.
That's kind of crazy. Man, oh man. Crazy. I was crazy once.
I think something else that's odd. The baby cell that's right behind it.
What? In northern Kentucky?
Yeah, it's just east of Morgan.
That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado
Southeastern
warning
Kentucky.
for Harlan County in southeastern Kentucky, east central Bell County in
What?
southeastern Kentucky, western Letcher County in southeastern Kentucky, southeastern Perry County in southeastern Kentucky.
It's the old pioneer cell.
Yep, it is, and it's still trucking. Eastbound and down. If you live along US Highway 119, all the way up to the border of Virginia and Kentucky, you need to get in your safe space. This includes Harlan, Everts, Cumberland, Closplint, Tots, Disney, Cowood, South Wallens, Lynch, Eolia, and Whitesburg. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. A tornadic thunderstorm is moving very close to your area. Let's sell near Corinth. It's finally updated. I wonder if it produced... Ooh. Looks like we could have potentially had a brief tornado. It's hard to say, and I kind of don't believe it myself, but the potential for a brief tornado definitely could have just occurred near Auburn, Tennessee. That's east of Corinth. So something to note with that. I'm going back to Nashville. Glasgow continues to show some significant rotation, elevated rotation at least. Yeah, it looked like something could have potentially consolidated just to the north and east of Corinth. So it's not completely out of the question that we could have just had a tornado over there. Storms that are over near Greenbrier aren't exactly as tornadic as it once was, but there's still some little areas of spin over there. So we're going to continue to watch out for that and how they could potentially interact with our little environment. I'm going to look back at our storm here near Harlan because I got our other radar on it now near South Wallens. There is a little bit of rotation on that. So very, very interesting. Storm that was over near Athens that's now in Harvest is not doing much, honestly. So won't have to worry about it. There was a report of a funnel cloud by a train spotter on it, however, so that is something to note. I would say that would kind of make sense. Ooh. Excuse me.
Yeah, I feel you there.
I mean, I still got ways to go, but woof.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, and the stuff in Alabama is pretty crazy.
Well, wanna? Hold on. New scan coming in.
I'm gonna get thunderstorms
Yeah,
tonight.
all right. West of Williamsburg,
State.
near Parker's, like South Kentucky, South Central Kentucky. Oh, I guess it's more Southeast Kentucky.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the one that's west of the tornado warning.
Oh, that one. Probably good to use
Yeah.
Knoxville. Yeah, it does have some good rotation on that.
Couldn't tell since the velocity was fairly disorganized for a bit, but now that it's kind of
That
fixed
is.
itself, it's fairly obvious.
Might have just undergone a merger too. Or it's attempting to go through a merger.
It is going through it right now.
So that might be an interesting area to watch for localized tornado development.
Yes.
Because of the fact that it's going through a merger. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central Logan County in South
Bowling
Central
Green.
Kentucky, Northern Simpson County in South Central Kentucky, West Central Allen County in South Central Kentucky, Southwestern Warren County in South Central Kentucky.
I feel like they're just scaring the crap out of Bowling Green at this point. That's another tornado warning that is just in the same spot.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go back in time. Yeah, there's a tornado warning for the exact same spot. Scaring the crap out of those people over there. Woodburn, Rich Pond, Memphis Junction, Alvation. If you're over there, please consider getting into a sturdy structure and staying away from windows, as there is a tornado warning for your area. Once again, there's also still that storm that's north of Glasgow. That'll have to be watched. We were talking earlier about the potential for a storm that could try to be tornadic here in McCreary County, heading off over into northern Whitley County, as well as Laurel County. If you know anyone that lives over near Rockholds and Woodbine and Corbin over here in Kentucky, please consider telling them that there could be some significant weather moving near their area. I actually have a camera at the London Corbin Airport, I believe. Is it live? It is live. Look at that. They do have a camera there. Pikeville Medical Center. So there's a camera in Pikeville. WYMT Studio, which I have no idea where that is. Moorhead. That's not working. But yeah, the London Corbin Airport. So, area of localized, tornadic activity is possible over there. We'll have to watch. That is about a weak echo region for the tornado warning storm in northern Kentucky. That is pretty crazy. We could be talking about the potential.
My layers are really slow to update.
Yeah, that's why I've officially moved everything over. Just can't handle it anymore. Is that a spin up? Not on that. What I want you, that is a spin up. That's a tornado. If you're in Fayetteville, Ohio, you need to get in your safe space right now. Fayetteville, Ohio, get in your safe space. Due east of Cincinnati. If you were to take US Highway 50 out of Cincinnati, go to the east. There's a town called Fayetteville there. It's the intersection of 50 and 68.
Spotted it.
Tornado near Fayetteville right now. If you're in Fayetteville, Ohio, there's a tornado in progress. Little area of correlation coefficient right here. A tornado is on the ground. It is in progress here. Once again, due west of Fayetteville, heading near Fayetteville. So if you're in Fayetteville, Ohio, need to get into your safe space. Yeah, that is definitely a quite the spin up. All data feeds are out of control according to the National Weather Service. So there's just so many people using it that it's just going to be a little bit of a struggle.
Right. Yeah, I may have to switch over because I haven't even gotten that Fayetteville one yet. My recent scan was 7 minutes ago.
Yeah, if you're in Fayetteville, please continue to get into your safe space. There's probably the potential of a tornado. There's likely a tornado ongoing right now, I should say, according to a little debris signature that just popped in. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for North Central
Yep,
Brown County in southwestern Ohio,
Yep.
West Central Highland County in south central Ohio.
And is it for this storm? Yeah, it is.
Yes.
A new tornado warning for Fayetteville.
See where radar scope is loading it fine.
Yeah, radar scope definitely seems to be doing all right with it. Is that a new supercell that's trying to develop southeast of Columbus? Might be some elevated rotation on that.
Find out.
Yeah, that's right. They do have the terminal radar over there. Hold up. I'm going to have to move one of my other radars that exists. Do I need Louisville anymore? Do I really need Louisville? Not really.
Probably not.
I'm going to push this over in Columbus. Storm. Look up in the sky, obviously. Thanks, Nate. Yeah, there's a mesocyclone there. Near Asheville, Royalton, and Canal Winchester, south and east of Columbus. So that might be an interesting storm to watch. The only problem is now we're starting to get into another one of the worst radar holes in radar hole history. And it's more than likely because there's a bunch of mountains over here. No one likes covering weather in eastern Ohio.
Can't be what northern Arkansas used to be.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Please tell me this is not going to hit Lancaster, PA? Nah, Lancaster's fine.
Yeah, I'm actually just using radar scope because it loads pretty quickly for everything.
Fayetteville tornado is starting to weaken significantly. There is still a little bit of rotation associated with this, so if you're in Fayetteville, continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows. But there is that tornado in particular is starting to weaken quite a bit. If you're in Ripley and Minerva, once again, that storm still is rotating quite a lot. It is still spinning like a top. If you're near Ripley, you're going to need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Morgan, Tristan, Caleb, and I actually went through Maysville to go up to Ripley and then up north back home. So we actually know what Ripley looks like, which is kind of interesting. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern
Extension,
Madison
Alabama.
County in north-central Alabama, south-central Moore County in middle Tennessee, southeastern Lincoln County in middle Tennessee,
Gonna be honest, I don't
southwestern
know.
Franklin County in middle Tennessee.
I mean, I guess. But the updraft kind of just left split 5,000 times and it just shed like half of itself. So I'm not too sure that this is probably going to be doing too much. But new tornado warning here for portions of the border of Alabama and Tennessee, south of Fayetteville. South of Fayetteville, Tennessee. CMH Columbus Airport has sky cameras? Really? Can you help me find them? CMH Airport sky cameras. I definitely don't see where. I don't see where the cameras are. Nate when Sky Cameras is for me? Yep, that's me. That's me. You know me, I like my sky cameras. That's a tornado. East of Minerva. Tornado in progress. Right on the border of Kentucky and Ohio. Tornado in progress, Minerva.
Yeah.
Yep, confirmed tornado now. It has now been confirmed. That storm has been looking like it's been trying to produce for a long while. We've been watching that storm over and over again. If you know where Ripley and Minerva is, if you're north of Maysville on the Ohio side of the Ohio River, You need to get in your safe space, once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That'll eventually head over towards Bentonville and West Union. So please watch out. Although that storm is starting to become a mess. It might have failed its updraft. There's another area of rotation behind it near Brooksville again. So if you're in Brooksville, watch out. If you're in Minerva and Germantown again, watch out. If you're in Maysville, watch out. Potentially there could be some more stuff that is moving about. Still very strong severe thunderstorm warning over here for portions of Columbus and south of Columbus. So definitely going to want to watch out for that. We could see a potential merger near Pickerington, believe it or not. Potential storm merger that could be ongoing on the southeastern side of Columbus. Man, do I wish that the Columbus radar would have a better reflectivity. Tornado watch has been issued for portions of West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio now. Few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. So that's cool. My guess is it's like 50-30 or 60-30. 60-50? What?
Mm-hmm. It's a little higher than I thought it would be, too.
60-50. Woof. They still think that wind shear is going to be pretty crazy. So we're going to be here live for a while. Once again, a long time. Long time. Also, mesoscale discussion has been issued for portions of Alabama. Watch issuance 95% probability. It says increasing risk of tornadoes and damaging winds. Watch issuance expected in the next couple of hours. And that was issued at 5:53 Central. That was about an hour ago. Ish. Models have been consistent. The development of strong southerly low-level jet by mid-evening. Northward advection, better moisture. Strengthening of lower-level wind fields. Sounding suggests rapid enlargement of photographs after dark.
Yeah. So you might want to take a look at photograph maps on mesoanalysis in that area.
Of
that New Watch just
Alabama?
Came out in. No. Well, I mean Alabama too.
Oh, of the watch. Yeah, obviously. That thing looks crazy. Can someone explain to me what is over there near Philadelphia, though? That photograph near Philadelphia.
Nah, I'm good.
I'll
pass on that.
I kind of wish I had a weather balloon now. I could launch it right here. Be able to figure out what all is happening. Stretch. Nate Slabberograph. Seems legit. Storms aren't supposed to start until 10 here in Chattanooga, according to the Weather Channel. Hopefully they're not too bad. Well, we'll be here regardless to help you out. Oh, Atlanta, Georgia. Look, by midnight tonight, they're probably going to get some strong, severe weather. So It's possible they could get some activity.
Ugh.
Day 5 has a 15%. Look like anything interesting? I haven't looked into it too much, to be honest with you. And today still isn't even done yet, so kind of waiting for that.
You know what? Since I think you can handle what's happening right now, I'll take a look into it.
Yeah, go for it. Go ham. Doesn't look like anything's on the ground with the tornado warning cell that is now into portions of Brown County. That will eventually move into Adams County, Ohio. So if you live in Adams County, you'll need to watch very closely. Reports of damage out of Athens of trees down on a power line. So need to watch out for that. Also, severe thunderstorm warning in northeastern Mississippi.
Northeastern Mississippi. Ah, okay.
Corinth.
Yep.
The suspect. The usual suspect. Are there any of these cameras that I can use for something else? Do I need the Cincinnati, not camera, radar? Do I need Cincinnati's radar anymore? I'm going to say no. It's starting to move out of some of these areas.
Wow, okay.
I'm using Memphis's radar. Might be a tornado on the ground. North Corbin, Kentucky. Need a second opinion. Yeah, so Corbin is an area that we've been watching pretty closely. It had a severe thunderstorm warning with it. And we were pretty sure earlier had a tornado. With this one, no. This doesn't have a tornado on the ground. With this one. Wait, you said north? North. I don't see anything that's north. It might be better for us to move. Oh my gosh, that rotation with the storm that's in southeastern Kentucky. Mental. Once again, if you're near Cumberland and Tots and Close Plint, you need to watch out very closely. Do I have any cameras down there? No, I do not. Unfortunate. Yeah, that cell down there is pretty crazy. I'm gonna go over to Jackson's radar. Maybe it'll give me something better. Your brother lives in Cumberland, Kentucky? Need to watch out for that then. Anything near Frankfort? Frankfort, I think honestly, is probably going to see just some severe storms, but nothing really too crazy. Nothing really too crazy. Yeah, there is some rotation near Corbin, but it's not on the ground. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Brown County in southwestern
Extension.
Ohio, central Adams County in south-central Ohio.
Yeah, so they did extend the tornado warning. Bentonville, West Union, Duncansville, and Lynx here in southern Ohio. If you live in those areas, need to get into your safe space. that mesoscale discussion? No, it did not just get issued. It's been here for a while. How does Canton, Ohio look tonight? Canton, Ohio is really interesting because you guys aren't in the tornado watch. I think you guys could see just a lot of thunderstorms. It's, I think the storms might go a little bit to your south. It might miss you by a bit. That storm in Corinth is doing nothing. I don't know why I checked on that. I'm going back to, I'm going back to Louisville. What about Parkersburg, West Virginia? Parkersburg, West Virginia, we'll have to watch. A couple hours from now is when storms could start to move near your area. It'll be a bit, though. It'll be at least 2 hours. At least. I started 7 hours ago. Yep. I've been trucking along, eastbound and down. Eastbound and down, loading up and trucking. We're gonna do what they say can't be done. Yeah, I'm going back to Knoxville's radar. Any rotation near Asheville? Is Asheville like the southern portion of Ohio? I'll have to look it up. I have no idea. Asheville, Ohio. Oh, that's all the way up there. No, you guys are good for right now. Asheville's just got a lot of strong winds. Yeah, a lot of strong winds, nothing tornadic. Guys are good for right now. Man, this storm near Bentonville and Decatur as well as West Union, this might produce another tornado, and it might be a strong one. Another bounded weak echo region. If you're near West Union and Bentonville, you need to get in your safe space once again. Thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Is near your area.
Oh, I see that now.
Yeah, it is. Pretty crazy. I'm going to mute the desktop audio real quickly, Riley, so they won't be able to hear you. Mm-hmm. Lamau. Oh, that's gone. Cool. That's one person that's considered. All right. I turned it back on.
Okay.
I was just checking up here. So I was just checking that.
Yeah, I see.
You know how it is. By the way, I appreciate everyone who's being here in chat. I know we're kind of just watching through thunderstorms. We're just kind of calling it out as we see it. As I said, I really do appreciate you guys for being out here. Keep hitting that thumbs up button down below. That helps us spread the information. If you want to join the community, hit that subscribe button down below. We go into all sorts of weather topics and stuff like that. All right, we're going to look in the chat. We're going to start being a little bit more interactive here because the weather's not really doing too much. We only have 3 tornado warnings, and it just so happens that one of them is pretty much dead. That's the one on the border of Alabama and Tennessee. I mean, I really don't see that one doing a whole lot. That's just me. Yep, we've been checking Kentucky all over the place, Pickle. What's up, Julius? Nice to see you in chat. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here, Pris. Southwest of Campbellsville, Kentucky is Bannowick Echo region. I'm assuming that one's the one that is over here. Yeah, that one was the one that was over near Glasgow. Not really as strong as it once was, but then again, to be fair, we are getting further and further away from the radar. So we may have to use Louisville's radar for this. Where's Louisville? There you are. What you got? Yeah, so we do have a Bannowick Echo region on it. It's just kind of... It's trying. It's the little storm that could. So, but yeah, we'll watch that. How does north of Dayton look like for the night? North of Dayton's fine. Believe it or not, I'm going to show you guys these tornado watches. You see these red boxes? If you're north of the red box, you're actually in good shape. If you're in Mansfield, Marion, Lima, Canton, Akron, Youngstown, you guys are good for the night. For the, pretty much. You guys might get some severe, thunderstorms, but from the tornado threat, it happened a lot further south. Columbus is getting a severe thunderstorm right now. It's not really anything super tornadic from what I can tell, which is the good news, of course. That might be a debris ball that is starting to form over... That might be a debris signature that's heading into West Union, which would be very unfortunate if that was the case. We'll have to wait for another scan to say that officially, though.
Where's West Union again?
That would be the tornado warning on Ohio.
Yeah, I got it.
That also, I want to mention, there's a storm that's east of Columbus that should be monitored because it could potentially be trying to develop something tornadic. This is near Buckeye Lake. It has an elevated mesocyclone. I really think this thing should be watched. I really think that thing should be watched. Eventually, I'm going to have to bring in Pittsburgh's radar, which is kind of interesting. But for right now, once again, Buckeye Lake. If you're near Buckeye Lake, Thornville, Glenford, Gratiot. Huh?
That definitely is one.
It definitely is a debris signature.
Yeah, that is one.
Yep. So tornado on the ground heading into West Union. Tornado on the ground heading into West Union. If you're near West Union, Ohio, you need to get in your safe space. What's up, Farmer Matt? Nice to see you.
West Union, Duncansville as well.
Yeah, Duncansville, Lynx, anywhere along not Oklahoma, Ohio. I keep saying I'm not used to Ohio, man. Ohio 41 and Ohio 125. If you're in those areas, please be sure to get into a sturdy structure. You can see here is the area of rotation. Blues moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right at that upside down triangle is where the tornado vortex signature is located. And you can see little area of green right here, little area of green, and even a little area of yellow that moves over to the side. That looks to me like a debris signature that had occurred. It is moving into West Union or areas a little bit to the west of West Union. So please be sure, if you haven't already, get into your safe space. You also have a storm that's heading into Maysville that has some rotation. That might be something that people might need to watch out for, but that also could be some strong damaging winds as well. So kind of a dual threat, if you will. Tornado warning has been updated in Adams County. Please get in your safe space. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern Wise County in southwestern Virginia.
Well, Lynch, Cumberland, and Eolia are still doing stuff, and Virginia just got a new tornado warning here. This is Wise County. So if you're in Wise County, new tornado warning over there. Get into your safe space if you haven't already. Dismal Bread with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, is the event over for Middle Tennessee like Cookeville? Let me check. There's a lot of thunderstorms that are in Tennessee, so honestly, I'm not too sure. I don't think so. This line over here, there's another line of storms that are going to be moving into the Nashville area. This could potentially try to be severe. Let me see what the models say with that line in the back. Yeah, they, according to the HRRR, says it's still going to be tornadic. So watch out for that line still. Man, Alabama, according to the HRRR, is just gonna have a whale of a time.
Is it?
Yep.
Here, let's check. What run are you using?
22Z's. Let's take a look at 23. What is 23Z's initial run? That doesn't make any sense. Now I gotta cherry pick every single little thing because my ADHD says so. The initial hour on 23Z is so funny. Make that make sense. All right, sounds good, Matt. But no, I think Middle Tennessee could still potentially see some severe weather. Some tornadic activity. This thing still might be on the ground north of West Union. It looks like it still is. It looks like it actually might be occluding. Or at least it's possible.
That's what I was thinking it was doing the last few scans. Although it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, it's
given its location in the storm.
Yeah.
It's kind of behind another updraft.
Yeah. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Harlan County in southeastern Kentucky, central Lesher County in southeastern Kentucky, southwestern Pike County in southeastern Kentucky.
Southeastern Pike County. Yo, man! Y'all man just got hit with the tornado warning. Except it's not Pikeville. It's Pike County.
So he didn't get hit with a tornado warning.
His county got hit. It's not far away from him. Stretching. Excuse me. I just looked at his stream and he's like, he's red in the face. He's looking around like, oh boy. Oh boy. He's trying to hide it, but I can tell. He's just like, his inner weather guy in him is just like, oh my gosh, it's going straight for my county and I can't chase it. I feel that. I feel that.
Yeah.
How bad do I think Northwestern Georgia is going to get tonight? It won't be too bad. It'll get pretty severe, but it won't get too severe. West
It's
Union just
definitely
reported a tornado on the ground. Jordan Hall, you think? Interesting. I mean, it looks like it's on the ground. The National Weather Service has confirmed it's on the ground, so. What?
Hmm?
Tornado Watch Alabama. I gotta see that for myself. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
No, wait.
southeastern Moore
People-
County
80,
in Middle
50
Tennessee,
huh?
southeastern Lincoln County in Middle Tennessee, central Franklin County in Middle Tennessee.
If that's 80-50, Riley, we're gonna be rolling in a coffin.
Yeah, I got two monsters sitting next to me right now.
Mm-hmm. I might have to ask my
Very.
dad to make me some coffee while he's downstairs. That's another tornado warning. That's south of Columbus.
Tornado warning for southern Fairfield County in central Ohio, north
Lancaster.
central Hocking County in central Ohio.
If you're in Lancaster, Amanda, Sugar Grove, and Bremen, you need to get in your safe
boy.
space. There is some rotation there.
Okay. It's 70-50, not 80-50, but that's still decent probs on that watch.
Yeah, that is 70-50. When does that
Considering it's like-
expire? 2 in the morning. Oh.
I'm not sitting through all of that, buddy. I got class tomorrow.
Ah.
I'll be here for a good chunk of time.
Yeah,
If
good
we get
chunk
a
of time.
quiet period, I will have to work on some assignments that I have to do at some point.
I get that. I get that.
Considering there's 4 tornado warned cells right now, the time isn't now.
I'm gonna organize my bottom bar.
Yeah, I'm gonna look south of Columbus. Yeah, I
Um,
can understand why they warned that.
yeah. Eastern Mississippi. Where did I put Mississippi on here? Cool. Eastern Mississippi. Boom. Which area is not... There's still portions of Indiana in the tornado watch, but I'm going to take them out of the graphic because honestly, Indiana, you're good for the night. You can go sleep. I still got to add West Virginia, bruh, and portions of Pennsylvania. This is... I'm just going to say much of Ohio. Much of Ohio. You're all getting it. Just assume. West Virginia. That's all they say is West Virginia. File, save. I'm gonna have to update the watches and stuff. It's gonna have to be 800. Nope, it's gonna have to be 6,000. Yep, there we go. All right, I updated it. Look at that. Boom, all updated. Everything is good. Local mesoscale discussion for the storm that is in southern Ohio. Greatest strong tornado threat in Watch 78 and 81 will exist across south central Ohio this evening. Long track supercells become better organized in the low levels within the last hour. Recent TDS. Environment ahead. Supercell remains favorable. Tornadoes. The STP around too. Thank you, Bentley. Very cool.
Look at the STP.
Therefore, this supercell will pose a continued tornado threat with potential for strong tornadoes through the evening. Thanks, Bentley. Very cool.
I've never seen anyone use the STP in a discussion. There's a first for everything.
That's and the funny thing about it too is that I would have been like super okay if they used STP in combination with something else. But I kid you not, that's the only thing that is on there.
It just says STP.
Yeah, it says recently a TDS was in this storm, and then the environment has an STP of 2. And that's it. That's it.
I'm going to Twitter for this one. I can't wait.
Oh, boy. Will Marysville get hit? What part of, what state and what part of the state is Marysville at? Soon they'll be citing NATOcast tweets and discussions. I swear. I swear. They do, I'm going to quit. That's going to be a tornado near Jacksontown. Yep, we were talking about that earlier. Good call, Caleb. That was over near Buckeye Lake. Good call. That's going to be a tornado likely near I-70 here in Ohio. If you know anyone that lives near Gratiot here, or Gratiot, that might be on the ground. That might be on the ground. That might be a tornado in progress east of Columbus, near Jacksontown. And is it Gratiot or Gratiot? Does anyone know? Marysville, Ohio?
At this point, either or.
Yeah. Where is...
Either or. Just keep going.
All right. I asked where specifically in Ohio, and I got no help, so I'm looking it up. I wanted
Why?
Oh, it's northwest of Columbus. Yeah, you're good for right now. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. Yeah, it's used the Columbus TDWR. That's 100% on the ground. Once again, east of Jacksontown, west of Gratiot or Gratiot. That is 100%.
There's the tornado warning for it. Although it's out of the area in which it's occurring, because jurisdiction.
Tornado warning for central Muskingum County in east central Ohio.
I wonder if that's Pittsburgh's jurisdiction. Pittsburgh's predicting it. They're watching it. They're not asleep. Yeah, that is 100% likely a tornado in progress near Jacksontown and Gratiot. If you're near Toboso,
Tornado warning
new
for
tornado warning as well.
southeastern Licking County in central Ohio.
Yeah, there's the other one.
Yeah, it's starting to intensify a little bit more too. Could potentially be on the ground. Could potentially be on the ground now. It's as consolidated as you possibly can get it, honestly. So once again, 2 new tornado warnings over here in between Jacksontown and Gratiot, or Gratiot. Gratiot? Is that what it's called? Gratiot? Nice, Gratiot. So if you're near Gratiot, Glenford, and then eventually Zanesville, Ohio, you guys will need to watch for the potential of some tornadic activity near you here soon. STP, strong tornado probability. It's significant tornado parameter. That's what STP stands for. Significant tornado parameter, which basically tells you how volatile the environment is in a very weird way. The only reason why I use significant tornado parameter is to meme. I don't use it as a reliable source for anything.
Me using it to cherry pick Alabama right now.
That's, as I said, to meme. I use it to meme, and that is to cherry pick Alabama. Gray shot.
Really understand it.
Yep. So if you're in Gratiot, Zanesville, North Zanesville, you need to watch out. You don't understand why it's 70-50?
Not entirely. Oh, found it. Never mind.
Never mind. Be quiet now. Bentley knows something we don't. I don't know.
70-50. Eh.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing still might be on the ground near Gratiot. I'll tell you what, Riley.
Probably is.
I'll tell you what, Riley. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm really happy I didn't chase.
Me too.
Uh,
Because what are these storms moving at? Like 60?
60 miles per hour. It's now dark. That's when the significant tornado threat is apparently supposed to come about now, according to everyone else. Who is speaking in the background? That's Riley. Riley is the one who's helping.
Am I really quiet again? Because I just realized my mic was pretty far away.
Kind of. I'm sure everyone could hear you. I just turned you up. Hopefully.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're near Gratiot, Toboso, north of Glenford, near US Highway 40 and Interstate 70, getting close to Zanesville, there is a tornado. It is likely in progress. Yeah, and there's the debris ball and reflectivity. So there you go. Need to get into your safe space. Riley's fine. Yep. Okay, cool. Okay.
Sweet.
You heard him. Still a little bit of rotation near Lancaster, so if you're near Lancaster, continue to stay in your safe space for right now. Hey, Riley.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to consider the following?
I do that quite often.
Then consider this. Remember how they issued a mesoscale discussion? Bentley issued the mesoscale discussion for Southern Ohio for the STP.
Yeah.
Go take a look at what those two storms are doing down there. Go take a look.
Okay. Actively.
That's the best significant tornado environment, apparently.
Well, there's one of them's kind of a bow echo.
One of them is a bow echo.
The other one is just, I don't even know what that is.
It was a supercell, and now it is downgraded. It looked at itself, it felt disappointed because of the STP, and said, yeah, this is it. I'm done, man.
Yeah, I think both of those are now outflow dominant.
Don't look at me.
At least the northern one's getting close to it.
Storms are starting to get closer to Nashville. They're not severe at the moment, but still something that I think people should watch out for. It eventually will be pretty severe. So I would, once again, continue to watch that as close as you possibly can. But that probably won't cause as many issues as what Alabama could do tonight, later on tonight. So we could come to a point, Riley, at some point tonight, to where if there are no more tornado warnings, we could stop the stream, make a new one, and that way I can just like go on until Kingdom Come, instead of having to end the stream at the peak of the Alabama risk. Next MCD based on the recent NAM 3K runs. Yeah, if I do that, that window right there looks very nice to scream out of. I'm sorry, that was a little...
You know what? I'm about to look at it.
No.
I'm about to find out. Yep.
No.
Yes, sir, I am.
I don't like you. As I said, I'm a certified NAM 3 kilometer hater.
I hate to say it. They might be right.
I am not trusting your opinion ever again.
Me?
Mm.
What'd I do to you?
NAM 3 kilometer is terrible, and you know this.
Oh, I know it's terrible. As someone said, it's based off of the NAM. Like, you know what? I'm gonna fact check that. And I'm gonna say it probably wasn't. Okay, maybe it was.
A tsunami warning?
I think it's a mix.
Really? Tsunami warning for Okinawa? Wait, what? Hold up. Earthquake 3D. Guess what I have here, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, that's a 7.5. That's a 7.5 magnitude earthquake in Taiwan. With a depth of 11 kilometers? Pff, yeah, that shook up everything. Tsunami warning for Taiwan, huh? And this was a couple of minutes ago, too. This was at 7 Central, 8 Eastern. You can see the big rings here. There's two of them. There's a 7.5 and a 7.4.
Tornado warning for southeastern Pike County in south central Ohio, northern Scioto County in south central Ohio.
You're not going to believe it.
I'm not going to believe this McChicken.
The northern cell in that MCD just got tornado warned.
What? Oh, it's an extension.
Oh, yeah, it is. Why did I think the recent one was expired?
Yeah, if you're in Taiwan, consider the following. A lot of shaking has occurred. Get to higher ground. Get to higher ground. Stay away from beaches. A tsunami warning has been issued for Taiwan. Here. I think I have bookmarks, earthquakes, tsunami warning center. Look at this. Tsunami threat. Taiwan. Bulletin.
Oh. I know you're on tsunamis
I sure am.
and stuff, but Alabama might start earlier than I thought it would.
Can it not? Enough.
There's a lot of baby supercells
Stop.
going on right now that are drifting
Stop.
northeast, north of Montgomery.
I'm gonna keep Earthquake 3D on in the background, guys. If there's any earthquakes that are above, say 6 magnitude, we'll be able to know. Trust me on that. Sound settings. Earthquake 3D is where? It is not anywhere. This is unfortunate. Anyways, it's bad in Zanesville. Watch out then. It definitely, there's a storm that definitely could be tornadic that's heading off near your area. So watch out, Highlander. Watch out. Yeah, that's a area near Mountain Creek and Verbena that might try to produce a tornado. It's got a spectrum width drop on it. When in doubt, Birmingham radar it out. What's the red outline, the map of the served states of the radar outline? Oh, this stuff up here, this is a tornado watch. All this stuff, these red lines up here, that's a tornado watch. Where tornadic activity could exist. Is Chattanooga going to get it bad? Not terribly bad. It'll just get some strong, severe weather. We'll be live as storms move on through, so.
I'm eyeing 2 severe thunderstorms in Kentucky right now that actually have decent rotation on them. One of them is in Clay County.
Oh,
it's near
wow.
Manchester. The other one's in Casey County.
Mm-hmm.
Southeast of Springfield, Kentucky.
Real quickly, chat. I was just sent this camera from Taiwan. You can see the massive shaking of that camera. Cam under maintenance. My goodness. You can see the ripples. So once again, tsunami warning for portions of Taiwan. If you are over in Taiwan watching this for whatever reason, and you just felt a big earthquake, please do not stay near the ground. Get to higher elevation if you can. More reports of tornadoes coming out of southwestern Ohio near West Union. Report of a tornado in Ripley, Ohio from amateur radio. And then debris and trees down the road north of West Union, according to amateur radio in Adams County. So watch out for that. Also, report of a funnel cloud by a train spotter in Lancaster, Ohio. Watch out for that. It seems the storm that was over near Gray Shot, it used to have a tornado on the ground. It's no longer on the ground at this time, and it's producing a lot of strong, damaging winds. There's also a new area of rotation near Rushville that's developing northeast of Lancaster. I would watch out for that if you guys are over near Somerset, Junction City, as well as New Lexington and Crooksville. If you're in Zanesville, you're going to be seeing a lot of strong, damaging winds. So I would watch out if you can. In about a half an hour, the Storm Prediction Center is going to update their site. We're going to start to see some updates in regards to the outlook of the 4 out of 5, the 3 out of 5, the 2 out of 5, and all that stuff, and where people are expected to be seeing the most significant impacts. Which areas can see that? If you're just tuning in here now, today is most certainly a tornado outbreak, though it is not as bad as it was forecasted so far. We're going to continue to watch these storms move on through, especially into portions of southern and eastern Ohio, as well as western West Virginia, portions of Kentucky. Looks like that storm that was over in eastern Kentucky has now died off. The tornado warning, so they should be allowed to expire soon. At least I hope.
Yeah, the one that was near it also was kind of disorganized very quickly, so that one doesn't really pose any threat either.
Mm-hmm. Non-U.S. Canada Pacific threat magnitude. Messages. Hazardous tsunami waves of this earthquake are possible within 300 kilometers of the epicenter along the coast of Taiwan. Government agencies responsible for threatened coastal areas should... I'm going to move this over here to the side so that way it's not... That way everyone can actually see. Yeah, that's better. Government agencies responsible for threatened coastal areas should take action to inform and instruct any coastal populations at risk in accordance with their own evaluation, procedures, and the level of threat. Persons located in threatened coastal areas should stay alert for information and follow instructions from national and local authorities. Tsunami is a series of waves, vary from 5 minutes to an hour, vary significantly from one section of the coast to the next. Persons caught in the water of a tsunami may drown, be crushed by debris in the water, or swept out to sea. So if you are in any of those areas there in Taiwan, of course, we mentioned, do not. That is a new earthquake that is above a magnitude of 6.
Yikes.
4, 5, 6. It's a magnitude 6 earthquake somewhere. It's an aftershock. It's an aftershock. A 6.5 magnitude earthquake in Taiwan. Slicer with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It says, if Western Ohio clear or more later around Wilmington, let me check. I think you guys might be good for the night, honestly, if you're like around Wilmington. I think you guys might be good. But that is a new earthquake, a 6.5 aftershock in Taiwan. That is the second aftershock after the main 7.5 magnitude earthquake that was over there. Yes, we are. I'm calling both extremes. Tornado, outbreak, and tsunami coverage. Boom. I'm calling both games. Update. Boom. We've done it. We have no thumbnail. We're going to just say tsunami in front of tornado outbreak, actually. That way, boom. Definitely not a tsunami. It's just a precautionary. Oh, I know. Squishy, what's up? Welcome to the world on fire. It's nice to see. Nice to see you're out and about.
Yeah, I'm gonna set my radar to like Birmingham, and I'm just gonna do my work
Yep.
now since it's quieting down a little bit.
Oh, I get that. What's up, Morgan? Nice to see you're alive and well. Yeah, sheesh. Well, if you're just tuning in here right now, we're kind of covering the whole kitchen sink. We've got tornado coverage in portions of the United States, including a potential area for a tornado that could just start to fire off here, approaching Portsmouth here in southern Ohio, as well as areas that could be near Lucasville and Wakefield. We got 2 areas of rotation that are over here at this time. So this first one is over here just to the north of Vanceburg, Kentucky. It's right on the border of Kentucky and Ohio. You can see greens are winds moving towards the radar, reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the west of St. Paul, just to the north and east of Rome. This is right on the border, once again, of Ohio and Kentucky. And this will eventually move off very close to Portsmouth, Kentucky, or Portsmouth, Ohio, right on the border near St. Paul, Kentucky, and Firebrook, Kentucky, as well as South Shore, Kentucky. So if you know anyone who lives in those areas, I recommend telling them to monitor the weather for changing conditions, and if stuff becomes pretty extreme, then you probably are going to want to get into some form of sturdy structure. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Perry County in southeastern Ohio.
That is a new tornado warning. And that is for Somerset. That's right. We were looking at Rushville and Somerset earlier. We said the potential for a tornado was possible. The National Weather Service has now issued a tornado warning for that area. So once again, Portsmouth, Ohio. Definitely going to want to watch out for something over there. Simeon with the 20. Wow, thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. It really does mean a lot to me. Another aftershock? I haven't seen something update yet. So we'll see. Ha! Ha 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 ha. World best prepared for earthquakes. This would be minor for them, I think. I would say so, especially since their entire foundation is built on a mountain. But there are some low-hanging areas. There are some low-hanging areas. If you're near Beaver and Jackson, Ohio, I would also watch out for the potential of something tornadic to head off near your area soon. We got a supercell with a lot of strong damaging winds that are going to be surging near your area. So there's Beaver and there's Jackson. How will Tuscaloosa be impacted tonight? They could potentially see strong damaging winds, spotty hail, and maybe even the chance for a tornado in and around their area. How bad do I think it'll get in Philadelphia, Tennessee? Tennessee is really interesting in my honest opinion. I'm going to look up where Philadelphia is specifically, however. Philadelphia, Tennessee. It's near I-75. That's on the east side of the state. I think you guys are going to see a lot of strong damaging winds. I think you're going to see a lot of strong damaging winds overnight. If they are going to be locally strong. Yeah, tsunami warning has been issued for Taiwan, I believe.
Tornado warning for northwestern Harlan County in southeastern Kentucky, east central Bell County in southeastern Kentucky, southeastern Leslie County in southeastern Kentucky.
The little bean storm over there near Path Fork and Blackmont. Look at that little tiny thunderstorm that's heading towards Harlan, Helton, and Putney. If you're over there, watch out. Get into your safe space underground or lowest and lowest part of your building. Oh. Oh my gosh. That's funny. Yeah, we've currently got 3 tornado warnings. 2 in Ohio, 1 in Kentucky. I think the cell near Stanford here, south of Danville, should be watched. That's well south of Lexington. Local news says level 3 risk tonight in Macon, Georgia. Anything new to add to that? As of right now, no. Macon, Georgia is still in a 3 out of 5. What app do I use to see earthquakes? Earthquake 3D. Now, if you want to get the premium version, which is like this application, you can get Earthquake 3D Plus. But just search up Earthquake 3D. It'll work. It'll get her done. This actually looks really
Tornado
cool.
warning for Central Scioto County in south central Ohio. Tornado warning for northwestern Guernsey County in east central Ohio, southeastern Coshocton County in east central Ohio, northeastern Muskingum County in east central Ohio,
Well, it seems
southern Tuscarawas County in east central Ohio.
Seems every single tornado warning is just happening right now. Isn't that convenient? Quite. Tornado warning for Cambridge. If you're in Cambridge, Ohio, you need to get in your safe space. I'm going to reorganize my radars. Move Pittsburgh. Move that. Move that. Move that. Move that. I can't spell. Yeah, that's not a small earthquake. That's a 7.4, 7.5 magnitude earthquake, of course. Oh. 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 Significant damage here in Taipei. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Wow. Yep, now there's a tsunami. Tsunami warning has been issued. 1 to 3 meters. 1 to 3 meter waves for Taiwan. 0.3 to 1 meter tsunami waves for Japan now. So once again, tsunami warning has been issued for Taiwan for 1 to 3 meter waves. And tsunami waves can be moved to Japan as well. Does it say where in Japan your friend lives there? Yeah, so China and Taiwan, 1 to 3 meters above tide level are possible along some of the coast of China and Taiwan. And then I would say the southern coasts of Japan. It doesn't say specifically where. Tsunami waves are expected to be not as bad in some other spots. Looking at some stuff here. All right, I'm going to go to my radar over here in Pittsburgh. As a tornado warning, once again, is for areas near Cambridge. Do something with the loud typing. I'm looking up something on the side, so I apologize. I'm trying to get some more information. I can't exactly tell them to get information for me because they're not with me or they're not outside. They're not watching the stream, so I'm just trying to do as much as I can. Yeah, a couple buildings have collapsed in Taiwan. Couple buildings have collapsed in Taiwan. Once again, a tsunami warning has been issued for Taiwan and Japan after a 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck the island of Taiwan. There's only 2 tornado warnings, or actually 3 tornado warnings right now. One of which is in southern Ohio. The other one is over here in eastern Ohio. And then another one is in southeastern Kentucky. This one over here near Harlan and Putney. You can see this little small storm. This one, believe it or not, has the chance of producing a tornado. So watch out for that. I've also got my earthquake monitor up here right above me. That'll help me figure out as to what all is going on, if there's more earthquakes that could be popping in and about. So we shall see. But yeah, those are the main areas right now. I'm going to look at the tornado warning that's in the south side of Ohio here, heading towards Portsmouth. That one was a storm that we were actually talking about that actually should have been tornado warned just a little bit earlier. Now it's not doing as much. The rotation is actually not as strong. You can see with the velocities, greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle, there's this general spin in the atmosphere right here, but there's a lot of these grays in the middle. These grays indicate some very slow moving winds, which means they're not really all too strong to begin with, right in the core. So it's not really too crazy. That's a landslide that just occurred off of the mountains of Taiwan. Yeah, Taiwan, listen, Taiwan is going through it right now. There's a lot of stuff that's happening. Google Earth Project. I do not have permission to view this project. That's cool. It looks like the storm that's over near Jackson, Ohio, as well as Beyer, Wellston, and MacArthur is starting to uptick in activity. Chillicothe is actually in the clear for right now. You guys can go to sleep. Believe it or not, storms just went south of you. And they also went north of you. So they kind of split the gap. You could see some more thunderstorms tonight, but nothing would really be significant. So you should be good. Ten-inch wide tree laying across the road, northeast of West Union. So more than likely a tornado that occurred over there. More than likely. What time does that warning end? 24 minutes, 24 minutes, 39 minutes. Okay, so we still have a while. That sounds great, Steven. Glad to see you're doing about as much as I am. Atlanta, Georgia is going to be seeing stuff later on tonight. Much later on tonight. Lots of outages. For this event here today, I can pull it up here and show you all these boxes here. These are our power outages. There's a lot of power outages left over in West Virginia from the storms this morning, and that makes sense because their infrastructure is not amazing. But there's not really a whole lot of outages, really, in across the risk here today. The only real area where there could be some significant outages would be this area over here northeast of Louisville. Talking about maybe 3,000 to 4,000 people without power. And then over here in West Union, when we had that tornado earlier, almost 5,000 people without power over there. Yeah, there's still a lot of people without power in Charleston, by the way. That's over 52,000 people. Is it going to be real bad or just storms? One or two of those storms might be real bad. Otherwise, the other one's not really too much. How about Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh's going to be dealing with a lot of flooding. All right. You had a lot of flooding earlier this morning. You kind of need to watch out. All right. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. But if you're expecting stuff like tornadoes and stuff like that, probably going to be seeing a lot of wind, if anything. Not really too much beyond that. We are 27 likes away from 1,000 likes on the stream. Can we get there? I'm gonna need another water bottle. in a second. Oh no, 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 go away. We don't care. That was me. How did I hear myself in the background? West Virginia has a lot of trees down. They hit transformers in Charleston. That's not too surprising to me. The storm that's heading into Cambridge is not as bad as it once was. It's still a lot of strong winds, but it's not as significant. We're still watching it very closely, though. We'll make sure if anything changes, we'll let you know. But how late am I going to be streaming? So here's the funny thing. I'm probably going to stream for another hour, right? But wait, I might, well, not might, I probably will start a new live stream, right? A new live stream, which will cover the southern tornado risk. All right. So you get my drift? We're going to be covering the northern risk, and then we're going to be covering the southern risk, right? We did get our 1K likes. Thank you so much. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, storms. It looks like the event that's up north is going to start to whittle down here soon. We're talking about like portions of Ohio, West Virginia, and extreme western Pennsylvania. But the southern end over here, that will start to uptick here in an hour or two. Which is why I said, if we time things right, we might be able to, you know, get a new live stream going, and then we can roll in that way. Can I do Cynthiana, Kentucky? I can. What does it look like for Deatsville, Alabama, slightly north of Montgomery? You guys are in the threat for tornadoes tonight. I would watch out. But the interesting thing about Alabama is that it'll be 1 or 2 supercells that can try to produce tornadoes. It won't be like all sorts of them. It'll be like 1 or 2. Cynthiana, I think you guys are getting some thunderstorms in the area. Once it stops, well, obviously it's not raining right now, but once it stops raining again, because you're going to get another area of thunderstorms that are going to move through your area. Once that is over with, you should be good. I don't think the tornado threat's really going to peak back up in your area. How far south? No, Panama, Florida is kind of lit up. This time they shouldn't. It's just going to be Dothan. Dothan is as far south as it gets. Dothan all the way up to like Birmingham. So Alabama and the surrounding areas over as well into Georgia. Probably leave once the new day 1 outlook comes out. It's going to come out here pretty soon. Within the next 2 minutes, there's going to be the new day 1 convective outlook. They just issued a new mesoscale discussion. Says there is a continued threat for tornadoes through the evening within Tornado Watch 81. Instability is primary limiting factor. Despite that limited buoyancy, brief tornadoes have been present. Shear will increase as lower level jet intensifies, which will likely maintain the threat into the early overnight hours. So basically what they're saying is that you're not really going to get that much better than we're at right now. What tsunami? So there is a tsunami warning for portions of Taiwan. Well, actually all of Taiwan and Japan. 1 to 3 meters. Above tide. I'm actually going to look at the tsunami stations. No, it's tides and currents. Tsunami stations, please. So that's the water level data over there. There's the earthquakes. I'm going to go back over here and I'm going to try and find these National Buoy Center. There we go. There we go. There we go. Look at this. There's a buoy. So we definitely have had tsunami activity over here in some of these buoys here. 725 nautical miles west of Agna, Guam. Over here, 750 nautical miles northeast of Manila, Philippines. We've had some waves. Well, actually, no. It's the 15-second registry where we're seeing some waves, intense waves of about a meter. It looks to be about a meter over just east of Taipei. So now I'm really interested to see so water column height at station. So we had some waves that moved on through because of the shaking south of Japan. So there, this buoy right here, this yellow buoy, had some shaking because of the earthquake. I'm really interested to see. I'm going to come back to this station here quite frequently because there's a lot of intense wave action here. water column height. Yep, so waves have been pretty much up and down across this area here. We're talking about a meter difference. NHK says a 30 centimeter tsunami observed at Yonaguni Island. There you go. There you go. Yeah, so there was a localized area here. I'm really watching. I'm really watching that buoy right there. That is due east of Taiwan. This is going to be a really interesting buoy. Is this a confirmed tsunami or a PDS tsunami? This is a confirmed tsunami. But it's not really expected to be too significant for areas that are outside of Taiwan. It's just 1 to 3 meter heights above tide that'll move into that area. Which, for those of you who can't translate meters into feet, we'll show you guys. Okay, meters to feet. All right, so 1 meter is equal to 3 feet. It's actually 3.3 feet. So if you do 3 meters, that's almost 10 feet, which is pretty gnarly. So 10-foot tsunami wave sounds pretty whack to me. It still looks like the storm that's over near Cambridge isn't really doing too much, but 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is a fair assessment. This is the only tornado warning, by the way. That's the only tornado warning. I understand there's been tsunami stuff happening, but how bad is it? Right now, it's not bad. Right now, we're kind of in a lull. Over the next 30 minutes, severe weather in the northern west is going to start to actually deteriorate significantly to the point to where there's not really going to be much, and the first event will be over. And then we'll be focusing on Alabama, which sounds wonderful, where there are some supercells that are going to be developing there eventually, and some more tornadoes could be possible. But today is definitely a tornado outbreak. Today definitely has a tornado outbreak. I'm going to show you guys here storm reports. 8 tornado reports there, ladies and gentlemen. 8 tornado reports. That's a lot of hail reports in southwestern Mississippi. That might be the majority of our hail reports right there. We also have significant amount of wind, especially from this morning. This morning we had some significant wind. And then we had 2 tornado reports over here in Illinois from a cold core tornado. Not really too crazy. 2 tornado reports over here in Tennessee. And then the rest of our tornado reports are over here into portions of Ohio, Kentucky, and West Virginia. And honestly, there's probably going to be another tornado report or another couple of them right there. What does it say about Okinawa under a tsunami? About 1 meter. 1 meter at most. Could be your waves. 1 meter at most. So it's honestly not that bad. Is Tennessee going to be a part of the Southern event? Tennessee right now is currently a part of its own event to where it's meandering about for right now. There's storms that are moving through Nashville at this moment. I'm going to actually move over Knoxville's radar over to Nashville. Any confirmed debris heights over 100 meters high? I'm going to say no.
Tornado warning for southeastern Muskingum County in east central Ohio.
I'm not too sure. 100 meters high? Oh, you said 100 meters high? 100 kilometers. 100 meters? Yeah, I'd say so. I'd say so. We've seen some debris signatures over 1,000 feet. We should be around, I don't know, 300 meters. 300 meters, right? Does that sound about right? I can't remember. I can't translate between the two. How's Joplin and Moore? All those areas out west, they're fine. They were fine. Not a whole lot happened to them last night, fortunately. Excuse me. Yeah, they issued a new tornado warning for that small storm right there. Near Blue Rock and Philo. So if you're near Blue Rock and Philo, south of Zanesville, in southern Muskingum County. Go on, get in your safe space. How high in meters of Joplin the Mortar? Oh boy. I'd have to look up the data. I have it on hand. Still a severe thunderstorm warning. The storm that's heading over into Russell Springs, Jamestown, and Dunville, and eventually into Somerset. So those will be storms that we can watch. A lot of storms on this line, I don't believe are going to be super strong. I think you could get some localized areas, though. What happens if Nashville gets hit with an EF5? Is it going to be EF5 or an EF? That is the most that's the most brain thinking, and the reason why I say that is because whether that was intentional or not, it still is a valid point. Because sometimes you can have EF5 tornadoes that are in strength that are rated EF4 because it didn't do enough damage. So I get that, Jasmine. I think I would say if it's that bad in Nashville, you have to. Usually reserve EF5s for like the most significant tornadoes in the most significant populous areas. So I would say so. Yes, they both were rated EF5. I'm talking to someone in chat. Both Moore and Joplin were EF5s. This is correct. That's a little supercell that is north of Dadeville, Alabama, and Tallapoosa County. What about Norcross, Georgia? Oh, is Norcross near Atlanta? on, man. That has a little bit of rotation near Forkland, south of Utah, into the Greensboro, Alabama area, south of Tuscaloosa. I'll watch. If it's near Atlanta, then you guys could see some severe weather. Atlanta will probably see their activity sometime around 10 or 11, give or take. And then you're going to see another line of storms that are going to move on through sometime around midnight, maybe a little bit after midnight. Is the new SPC Outlook due soon? It should be. I don't know why they're taking forever with this. I don't think there's much more to consider. Yawn. Mm. My little brother is screaming because of hockey. Could be a big update. I doubt it. I doubt it. I doubt it. Well, that's just me. I doubt it. Had to say that. Those people could probably lip sync. Try and read my lips as to what I was telling everybody else in the chat. Or not everybody else in the chat. Everybody else in this house. I just yelled. Well, kind of yelled. Does the active tornado warning cell rotation look as strong as the... No. No, Brad, it doesn't. Is Knoxville, Tennessee part of the area for tornadoes? Yes, but I don't think it'll be super strong at this point. I think there's a chance. I don't think it'll be too strong, though. I think everywhere in Tennessee has a chance to produce a tornado, as long as you're on the east side of this line that's moving through Nashville, which is right here. Columbus dodged a big tornado just to its east. Yeah. That tornado that was over near Jacksontown, east of Buckeye Lake. Yeah. Indiana is completely out of the risk now, so that's good. Northeastern Mississippi has now been taken out of the risk. Could there be an F3 on tonight based off of CC and rotation? I would assume so, but you couldn't be able to tell if it was an F3. You can't tell if anything is a what type of tornado it is specifically until you see the damage that it does. Based off of radar, it just tells you what the winds could be like. The enhanced Vegeta scale, the EF scale, that tells you what type of damage the tornado did. All right, day one just came out, and not only is the moderate gone, moderate is completely gone, but the northern event is in a slight risk with the exception of this small little area here near Wheeling, where there is a little 10% chance of tornadoes and a 10 sig. That's what they were working on. This little small area here near Wheeling that has a 10 sig. Congratulations. Congratulations. So yeah, Nashville over to Cookeville and Knoxville, all the way down to Chattanooga, Huntsville, and then all the way from Atlanta to Birmingham down to Montgomery, Auburn, Dothan, Enterprise, Cordele, and Tifton, as well as Warner Robins. They are all still in a tornado risk. Gnarly, huh? Look at this risk. I think it's funny. Whew. Let's see if I can find a camera for some of these storms. Because I know how it is. It can be a little boring. Just waiting for thunderstorms. I get how it is. Yeah, they still haven't updated those graphics yet. But as I said, the new day one came out. The new day one came out. And no longer a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale no longer exists. Holy DC with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says I'm back. Well, nice to see that you're back. There's not really too much happening right now. I'm going to be honest with you. Stuff will probably happen a lot more in about an hour and a half again. This might be around the time in which I take my break. Give it a little bit before I restart a new stream. Because we have been live for almost 9 hours. And if we go live again, that means that the second storm that we can, or the second storms that we can track, we can all do that. We can do that with no time limit. We can stream as long as we want. Or at least up to 12 hours again. We're at 49,312 subscribers. I appreciate you guys for subscribing and help spreading the information and stuff like that. It means a lot. Thank you. Is Northeast Kentucky near Ashland, Kentucky in the clear now? Let me take a look. Ashland still has more severe weather, so no. I'd say I'd say the major tornado risk is starting to decrease for you, but wind and a localized small tornado risk. Still is possible. Well, I live stream Florida tomorrow because there's East Coast 2 out of 5. I'm gonna try to live stream tomorrow. I'm gonna try. 50K special when? Whenever I get it. Whenever I get there, my friend. Whenever I get there. Non-US Canada. Tsunami waves have been observed. Based on all available data, hazard tsunami waves are forecast for some coasts. 1 to 3 meters above tide level, China and Taiwan. 0.3 to 1 meters across some coasts of Japan. Lexington, Kentucky. Give it another little bit and you guys should be good. Give it another hour or two. That cooking stream idea would be great for a 50K special. That cooking stream would be great for a 100,000 subscriber special. That'd be pretty cool. Whenever I get to that stage. We should share all of the North Carolina and Virginia live cameras for Nate to watch tomorrow. Wild kidding. Family portrait. Seems legit. Linda with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel, even though you're thanking me for doing stuff on here. I say thank you for dealing with my shenanigans. I appreciate you. Yeah, we got a couple of supercells that are trying to go about in Alabama. It's actually kind of interesting. This cell near Greensboro continues to look very interesting as well. South and east of Utah. That's still a supercell that's heading towards Wadley, Malone, and Roanoke. So some storms once again over here in Alabama that are trying to spin up and spin around. Yes, there is a tsunami for portions of Taiwan and Japan after a 7.5 magnitude earthquake did some significant damage across some of the areas over there. Interesting. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa is going to be potentially seeing some thunderstorms that are moving on through here right now. There might be another wave later on. It's possible. Yeah, look at that. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. The little small area in northern West Virginia. fun. So right now you're getting the main activity of severe weather. As soon as this passes you, you're going to get a light area of thunderstorms, a light bit of thunderstorms sometime around 10 to 11. And then once that's gone, you're done. But the main tornado risk now is all these little baby thunderstorms. All these little thunderstorms that are popping in and around across the board. Yeah, there's going to be a tornado threat even going into late tonight, past midnight. I'm debating, honestly, chat, that if I end the live stream here soon, let's say I continue for another hour or two. Let's say I continue for another hour or two. I'm debating as to whether or not, whenever I end the live stream, I should just monitor the weather for now. And then if there's any significant tornadoes that can occur, or tornado in general, I turn the live stream back on. So, we kind of monitor it all. And then we step in if needed. Is Columbus, Ohio in the clear? As of right now, yes. You guys are good. Should be good for the rest of the night, actually. Oh, there's a couple other thunderstorms that are trying to form, but they're not really supposed to be tornadic, in my opinion. So I think you guys should be good. Yeah, there are no tornado warnings right now. There's only one flash flood warning, and it's in northern West Virginia, the northern panhandle, as well as eastern Ohio. I'm going to change the name of the stream because the tsunami is not as bad anymore. I mean, there is a tsunami, and we're still going to talk about it, of course, but... Why is there a tornado watch in Tuscarawas County, Ohio? Today there's supposed to be a significant tornado threat, and it underperformed. Didn't really do as much. Poor lapse rates limiting factor in the southern mode, SPC said. Well, I kind of figured that much. Yeah, 5.6 degree kilometer or Celsius per kilometer. Yeah, we probably will go into tracking mode tonight. And if there's any sort of tornadoes that occur, we'll let you know. We'll come on live and stuff like that. But we'll be live for a little bit longer. For a little bit longer. Yeah, that'll be interesting. So now we're just watching this stuff over here in Alabama for now, honestly. Now we're looking at Alabama. Is this for tomorrow? I wouldn't say so. Say stuff that's going on right now is doing stuff. Chillicothe is fine. You guys, I believe, can go to bed. The storms pass to your north and south. You're just getting a bunch of general rain, which is kind of interesting. Are you going to keep streaming or call it a night? I'm going to keep streaming for a little bit longer. Little bit longer. Not too much longer, but a little bit longer. So, yeah, I mean, I'm going to try and interact with chat as much as I possibly can. What's the word on the tsunami? So the tsunami right now, based off of what tsunami.gov says, it's still, we could be seeing 1 to 3 meter waves above tide in Taiwan. I'm looking at the station that is in the opposite direction of Taiwan, because waves obviously spread in all sorts of different directions. It looks like the waves were pretty significant earlier. Now it's pretty tame. So I think the tsunami might start to calm down for now. If there's another pretty big earthquake that happens here soon, we probably could be talking about another tsunami that could occur for areas near Taiwan and near Japan. That's based off of what I'm seeing on the side. Like, if you guys want to see, there's the chart that I'm looking at for the water column height at this station. So, this is a live look here in southern Ohio where pretty much nothing is happening. Just hate to break it to y'all. The 10 o'clock for the northern event. So basically from areas along the Kentucky border, Kentucky and Tennessee border and north, from 10 o'clock Eastern, 9 o'clock Central, and beyond, the event's pretty much done and over with. It's areas that are south of that that probably could see some severe weather. What can Greenville get? Tomorrow there could be some severe weather. For you all, but it won't be really that bad, honestly. It'll be in the morning. What about Weirton and Steubenville? Up there in the northern panhandle of West Virginia and stuff like that, I would just be mindful of the potential for some localized flooding along the Ohio River. Otherwise, nothing's really supposed to be too severe. As I said, areas that are north of the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, as well as the border of Tennessee, Virginia, and North Carolina and north, you guys are pretty much going to be good. All right? There's not really going to be a whole lot. It's areas that are down south into Alabama. All right? Alabama and Georgia. They're going to be seeing the threat for storms overnight tonight. Richmond, tomorrow is going to be your severe weather risk, and we'll just have to see. I'll just have to see how things develop on that end. Tsunami just reaching Japan? Really? Kinda. Waves are steadily increasing, but I think that might be because of the tide. I think the wave change was too quick. It happened a lot earlier, like about an hour ago. Yeah, if you're just tuning in and you're trying to figure out why am I talking about a tsunami, that's because a 7.5 magnitude earthquake struck Taiwan earlier, and a tsunami warning had been issued for portions of Taiwan, China, and Japan. Which is crazy if you think about it. Crazy, crazy, huh? Anything about Charlotte, North Carolina tonight? Not really. Not really. Not really a whole lot of power outages unless we're looking back in West Virginia. Otherwise, a lot of these storms are pretty tame, which is the good news, of course. Greenville, Georgia. Look. So, let me just put it to you this way, okay? Areas that are in northwestern to western Georgia are probably going to see some severe weather within the next couple of hours. Areas in southern Georgia will probably see their severe weather around midnight to past midnight, and then those storms will continue to move further and further east. So I hope that answered as many questions as I possibly can, because the severe threat is pretty balanced across the board. It'll be, a lot of these storms are not going to be severe, but there might be one or two of them that could be relatively severe, relatively strong, that could try to produce a tornado or two. One of which could be strong. One or two of which could be strong. Couple tornadoes could be strong. Could be. Is the tornado threat a serious one for Atlanta, in my opinion? Not a super serious one, but I think that the threat for strong tornadoes is still possible. So I think should be monitored. There is the threat for localized area of tornadoes over here near Wadley and Roanoke, Alabama. If you know anyone that lives over there. Now, this is north of I-85, north of Lafayette, and due west of LaGrange. And at this current trajectory, it's going to take its way all the way over to Franklin and Central Hatchie over here in Georgia. So we'll have to watch out. How's Middle Tennessee looking for the rest of the night? A lot of just sub-severe storms, depending upon where you are in Middle Tennessee. So if you are from Nashville and north along 65, if you're along 65, you're clear. If you're west of 65 and you're north of Nashville, you're clear. If you're along 65 in southern Middle Tennessee, you could see some severe weather, but it's kind of not really too strong. So that's the good news. I think a lot of these storms are going to be sub-severe, but you might have one or two of them that could be severe and could produce a tornado. So, you know, it's funny enough, I probably should have included Tennessee as a part of this southern risk when I was talking about severe weather last night. So when I was talking about the threat for tornadoes and stuff, because we were live even when storms went down into southwestern Missouri. We talked about how Alabama, I said you can either see stuff in Alabama, like you can see a lot of severe weather, or there's going to be nothing at all. I probably should have included portions of Tennessee after, say, 8 o'clock p.m. You're either going to get a lot of severe weather or you're going to get nothing at all. And that's kind of where we're at right now. Do I think, what do I think what's going on right now with the weather? Could it continue or just ramp up soon? I think it could ramp up soon in portions of Alabama and Georgia. At least the chances of more significant severe weather. Tennessee, I think it's going to stay about the same. You might see like a storm or two, as I mentioned, become significant severe. Got a really interesting view here out of the DeKalb, the Boaz Marshall camera here, which is near Boaz, Alabama. It's in the northeastern portion of the state. And we got some lightning out there, out in the distance. You'll be able to see it. What does KMRX mean? That is the radar station code. Cookville for me, and in 2020, we had it pretty bad. Thank you for the reassurance. Yeah, no problem. I mean, one thing I will say is that if I do decide to end the live stream at any point here soon, I'm going to kind of be in weather tracking mode, if you will. I'm going to try and see if I'm going to multitask. All right, I'm going to be doing some other things, but I'm also going to have my radar on the side, and I'm going to be having my automated system here in my ear that's still going to tell me if a tornado warning gets issued. And if I think something could get significant, then I'm probably going to pop back on and be live again, right? But for right now, I'm going to be live for a little bit longer. I want to see if I can continue to find a couple storms that might be interesting. Yeah, look at that. See, you still have some of that lightning out in the distance. We saw a tornado earlier today, by the way, over near Evansville, Indiana, towards the beginning of the day. It was the first tornado warning of the day. We saw a tornado cross over the Ohio River. That was pretty cool. What do I use for my automated system? GR Earth. GR Earth tells me the tornado warning and stuff like that. You can go back in time and you can listen to tornado warnings and stuff like that. Ooh, heck of lightning right there. All right, we are going to stop polling and we're going to see. Yeah, we knew it. Move up. Okay. We're going to change this radar. We're going to go back to Birmingham's radar for right now. See if there's anything interesting. That storm over north of Greensboro, that could be trying to produce a tornado. There's a cell in Hale County, Alabama, north of Greensboro. Little bit of rotation right there. I'm going to show you guys here on the radar as a huge lightning strike appears right above me now. Here's the rotation in question. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation. That's where it would be. North of Greensboro, east of Sawyerville, and south of Cypress and Moundville. So if you guys live over here near Centerville and Eoline, this is getting into northern portions of Perry County, as well as western portions of Bibb County. There could be the potential for a localized tornado here. It is definitely possible. A little mini storm there too. There's a couple other storms that are in Alabama as well, but that one's probably the one that I'm watching out for the most. Is this No, it's just, I guess all polling sites are going to be pretty bad today. So Maxwell's radar. Still have some pretty decent rotation over here near Wadley and Roanoke in Alabama. This is eastern Alabama near the border of Georgia. This is west-northwest of LaGrange. So you can see LaGrange is at the bottom right-hand portion of your screen. And once again, we do have another storm here that has rotation. Our radar is down here north of Tuskegee and north and east of Montgomery. So you can see reds are winds moving away, greens are winds moving towards, right in the middle, this counterclockwise spin. That's where I'm watching. But that rotation isn't too strong. It's starting to kind of deteriorate a little bit, which of course is the good news. We need that to continue to be the case. If you're enjoying the content so far, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe. It helps me grow the channel. It also helps me grow the community so that way we can continue to, as a group, spread information to more and more people. show you this live look once again out of northeastern Alabama, over near the Boaz area. It's looking at some showers and thunderstorms that are north of Birmingham. How does Christiana, Tennessee look? Tennessee in general, as I said, there's a lot of storms that are around there that aren't going to be super severe. There's going to be that one or two severe weather, one or two severe storms that could potentially try to be tornadic. But other than that, it's not going to be too crazy. That's south of Murfreesboro. Here in a bit, you are going to have this line that's going to pass you, or going to pass you. When this line of storms finally do, you're good for the night. Now, I don't know what you use to track that, or if you just want to stay indoors and then, of course, just listen for the thunderstorms, and then when it stops raining, you're good. That's pretty much what we got from that. What do I think it'll be like in the Charlotte area? I think it's supposed to hit us between 4 and 7. Maybe any tornadoes. I don't think it'll really be a tornado risk. It's a small risk for tornadoes, if anything. New mesoscale discussion here in Alabama and Georgia. A cluster of strong tornadoes over west central Alabama may intensify in the next hour, posing the risk for a few tornadoes and wind damage. Deep warm layer from 0 to 4 kilometers that is thus far limited updraft strength. However, model guidance suggests that this layer will cool off somewhat in the next 1 to 2 hours, allowing more robust convection. Both the HRRR and recent WOFUS runs show the corridor from the current storms eastward to southern Birmingham area toward western Atlanta suburbs as having a relatively greater threat in the next few hours for severe storms, including a few tornadoes. So interesting. We may have to go into tracking mode after all. Can we expect anything later in Jackson County, Alabama? Jackson is where in particular? I gotta find. Oh, that's northeastern Alabama. I would say there's going to be a couple scattered showers and thunderstorms, some of which could try to be severe, but honestly, this is just me. If you do see a tornado, like if there is a tornado warning issued for your area, it's going to be similar to a very strong downburst of wind. Like, I kid you not. It'll be like a strong gust of wind. That's what these tornadoes will do for you over near you. So Noonan should stay up. That's what the Storm Prediction Center says. It says, watch out for severe weather overnight. It doesn't, you don't have to stay up. You can obviously go to sleep. If you have one of these weather radios, that's what I have on my wall in case if a tornado hits my house. Boom. You'll be good. It'll wake you up. It'll do the trick. It'll get her done. Can I expect anything in Rome, Georgia? Maybe some scattered showers and thunderstorms. But honestly, if you had to ask me where the main risk for severe weather is going to be over the next couple of hours, all right, it's going to be within this area right here. Right there. Over the next couple of hours, that's going to be where the main area is. Now, if you don't know where your where your town is in Alabama or Georgia, I apologize. But that's where the main risk of severe weather can probably exist. Anywhere further north of that, it'll probably start to deteriorate a little bit more. It probably won't be as significant. I really think it's just in this localized area here is where we could probably see that activity. There could be some other areas. Now, just because I also said that areas that are north of it probably aren't as significant doesn't mean that you can't get a storm or two that can be strong. Just the area over the next couple of hours is probably going to be here in this black square. And then this will eventually transition down here come midnight and after midnight. Midnight and after midnight is going to be in and around that area. Now, I want to put out a disclaimer. Because I already see some people in chat looking in there saying, oh boy, we're going to be in for a long night. Listen, okay? Notice across the board here in Alabama, there are no yellow squares. All right, I'm actually going to turn off all the red squares, okay? I'm putting on warnings. There's warnings up here. You see this green box? This is in portions of Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio. These are flash flood warnings, okay? Over here, I don't know why my little brother is making noise with water over there, so that's cool. But anyways, just because I said that those areas highlighted could see the most significant severe weather in the short term out of all the areas doesn't mean that everywhere in that box is going to see it. All right? That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that if you are looking for the most significant activity tonight, whether it is decent or not, it'll be there. It'll be in those areas. A lot of these storms that are in Alabama right now are not severe. And there's a good reason for that. There's a little bit of an inversion that is preventing thunderstorms from sustaining. At least they're becoming significant in that sense. That will probably change, however, in the next couple of hours. In the next couple of hours, it probably will change. But I think, personally, that this might be a great chance for me to go into a more weather tracking mode where I'm paying attention to the severe weather on the side. Because I do believe, once again, that storms tonight, we could potentially be seeing a couple of tornadoes. But it would more than likely be in areas in Alabama and Georgia rather than, say, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Ohio. Tennessee, you still have a chance, but it's not as high. Are we waiting for the low-level jet to kick in? I mean, it's already kicking in. Down there's an inversion aloft, and the inversion's going to cool down. That's what we're waiting for. But it's going to take about an hour and a half to 2 hours to do so. And I've been live streaming for 9.5 hours. And yesterday I live streamed for 10 hours straight. 10.5 hours straight. Which is a lot. Ross lands in Tallahassee tonight at 12:34. A weird feeling. So I declined going on the trip today. He flies from North Carolina. Yeah, there's a lot of severe weather that's moving on through that area. How's Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh is going to be a local flood risk. There's a flash flood warning for much of that area there in southwestern Pennsylvania. Turn around, don't drown. Don't drive in the flooded roadways because it could basically appear a lot shallower. All right? If you've ever seen the side of a lake and you looked at the lake and you thought, oh, it's not that deep, it's pretty deep. You step into there, you just flop, boom. So if you can imagine people trying to drive in flooded roadways, thinking it's pretty shallow, and then all of a sudden their car starts floating. It's basically the same thing. That's the reason why you see people on the local news in the middle of the day during flood risks. See people floating in cars because 2 reasons. And usually it's the one where they're not very bright. Usually. If you're enjoying the content so far, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe, as we are covering severe weather across portions of the United States, particularly the eastern portions of the United States, with the exception of the East Coast, because that is where there is no severe weather currently. Right now it's actually specifically in Alabama. Alabama, that's where the threat of severe weather exists. What about the yellow section of North Carolina? I think that's going to be more of a wind threat for you all. A lot of these areas, if you're in a thunderstorm right now, you know, if there's thunder roaring outside and you got lightning flashing all over, there's a good chance it's going to do nothing more than just that. It's not really going to be doing too much more than just that. Unless if you're in Alabama or in Georgia and you're waiting a couple of hours, it's not really going to be doing too much. So that includes Pennsylvania, that includes Ohio, that includes Kentucky, that includes West Virginia, that includes Tennessee. There are some areas in Tennessee that I'm going to want to watch out for, but that would be in the kind of tracking mode thing to see if storms actually do form. The risk for Tennessee has deteriorated slowly. It was supposed to be a little bit more interesting. Now it's not as crazy. Tans with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate the super chat. You're in Gadsden, Alabama. Hopefully you're in a good building for the night. You're going to be seeing some severe weather here pretty soon, or even just some general thunderstorms here pretty soon. Thoughts for Atlanta. Atlanta's going to be seeing some severe weather overnight tonight, likely from, I'd say 11 to 12. Maybe even 1 in the morning. But as for whether or not those storms can actually be super strong, it'll be difficult to say for sure, but I don't think they'll be too strong. Let's go take a look at the Atlanta radar. What do I think about Knoxville, Tennessee? I think that'll be primarily wind, but I think there could also be the chance for a seems legit. I guess it's that time of night. I guess it's that time of night. That time of night. I have no idea what people are doing. Ah. Main threat for Atlanta tonight is winds. Yeah, it would be mainly winds, but there is the chance for a storm or two to try and spin up something. But it'll mainly be winds. I'm putting down everyone who mentions anything about oil now. If anyone mentions anything about oil, they're getting put down. I think a lot of my moderators went to sleep. True facts. Oh, cool. Caleb, cool. Anyone that mentions oil in the chat gets hidden. Thanks, Caleb. Appreciate you, boss. Ow. Why am I getting shocks down my hand? If you're in Douglasville, you're good to go to sleep if nothing ramps up around 11. Oh, yeah, I would say so. I'm gonna, in about 15 to 20 minutes, I'm probably gonna end the stream. And then if there's anything significant that happens, I'll come back live. So if you guys want to subscribe and then hit the notification bell, stay up to date, you'll be ready. As I said, anyone that mentions anything about oil, don't worry about it. People are just weird. The people in chat are just weird. I don't know. They're just, people are trying to troll, and I'm trying to keep things semi-professional. And people are just being weird. Alistair, cool, you can help Caleb. Anyone that mentions anything about oil, hide him. Why are they trolling? Because they have no lives. I don't know. Is Buffalo, New York going to see anything? Not really, just a lot of rain. Maybe some snow tomorrow or Thursday. Yep, so that's a good example. So lube and or oil gets put down. I'm half tempted to turn subscribers only mode on. You guys okay with that? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That way, if they're going to at least troll, they have to subscribe. At least it's a win-win. I like that. Let's do it. If they're going to troll, they're going to at least subscribe. Yeah, I don't really see too much with these storms that are moving into Georgia. I think in an hour or two they probably could try and be more, but right now, I don't think it's too much. Yeah, if you're a subscriber, which by the way, subscribing is free. Subscribing is free. You know, you can subscribe and then you can talk in chat. How the turns have tabled, I know, right? How the turns have tabled. Worry about your best friend now? She thinks she's gonna get a tornado? Right now there is no tornado. Right now there is no tornado. There's a small chance for a tornado later on tonight, but... What parts of Tennessee is still in the risk zone? Middle to eastern Tennessee, but that's mainly a wind threat. Mainly a wind threat. Look at that! See, people are still trolling, and at least they're subscribing. There you go. Congratulations. So what went wrong today? Cap eroded way fast. Morning convection equals messy storm mode. So kind of, yes. So the storms that occurred this morning created a lot of oh, what is going on with my radar? My radar is struggling. Configure polling. Move up. Okay. So the storms in the morning created a colder air mass over portions of the risk, which then created a lot of stable air. So, can my friend raid me? I don't know. You have that turned on or not? Also, how long am I staying live? Probably for another, I don't know, 20 to 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, something like that. I don't think I have rating turned on. How do I turn that on? I have no idea. Can I turn it on manually? Like if I hit the go live, go to the YouTube Creator Studio, go to my stream. Yeah, I don't know. Monetization's off, obviously. Yeah, there's not really a whole lot of activity besides there's a supercell that's over here near Pennington and Linden, near Marengo County in Alabama, and then there's this storm that is over here just to the west of Centerville. You have to do it in the community settings? Cool. I am going to do that. Community settings. Defaults. Oh, automatic filters. We sure? If we're talking about like rating, like as in new viewers going into stuff. Permissions. Creator demographics. I don't see anything on there. I don't know. Here. How to turn on YouTube rating. How to enable live redirect.
Here, that channel will
Shut. Oh. I would need to allow them through YouTube Studio. That's what I would need them to do. If I put subscribe mode for 24 hours, that would prevent other people who could be watching my channel for the first time, who might actually need information, to not be able to talk. So that's kind of counterproductive. J. Vigro, I think that's Vigro. I think that's how it's pronounced. With the $5 super chat, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It really does mean a lot. It helps support the channel. Thank you. Do I think tomorrow will be more significant risk than Monday? I think it'll be about the same. It'll be about the same. Long-time subscriber, enjoying your channel. Keep the work. In Greensboro, North Carolina. Looks like it's coming your way around 4 a.m. Yeah, late night. I agree. I'd rather an event underperform than overperform, because if it overperforms, it means more people's lives are impacted. And that's not great. It's not fun at all. Yep. Still produced a couple strong tornadoes, though. So it definitely was a tornado outbreak today. It just wasn't a widespread one. It wasn't a big one. It was only localized within the moderate risk. So they got that forecast correct, but everywhere else. Well, there was also this storm that was in northeastern Tennessee. The strong tornado that was over there. That was pretty crazy. Yeah, April, by the way, if people mention anything about oil, put them down. True facts. And what I mean by oil, you'll know what I mean. So use your discretion whenever someone talks about oil. You'll know what I mean. You'll know what I mean. It's not like the it's not the car oil change type. It's the something else type. Large threat for tornadoes in northwestern Georgia. Gotta be early. What? Badger securities. It's not a large threat. It's just that's where the most likely chance for tornadoes to occur. It would be not exactly northwest Georgia. It'd be western Georgia and central to eastern Alabama. I think the storms that are that far north up near you could probably be more of a wind threat. Maybe even negligible tornado threat. Yeah, West Virginia did get hammered. How are we looking overnight in Montgomery, Alabama? You're going to see quite a few thunderstorms. Could potentially even see something that could try to be severe. But we'll see. Art and Chill with the 1, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the super chat. That really does mean a lot. All those funds, by the way, that people send to my channel goes either into my daily necessities or it goes straight back into the YouTube channel. So I appreciate everyone who's been supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot. Bear Creek, Alabama is northern portions of Alabama, near like Phil Camp, Hackleburg, Phil Campbell, and stuff like that. I think you guys are actually pretty good. You guys might be able to just go to sleep. Yeah, I think you guys specifically might be able to go to sleep. Nina with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. This is Nathan Morgan. You guys are saving lives. Great job today. As always, thank you. Well, thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for just dealing with my shenanigans, my rambling and stuff like that, and talking about tornadoes. So thank you so much for choosing this channel to help out. What about Paulding County, Georgia? I gotta find out where. Oh, there's Paulding. It's northwest of Atlanta. Yeah, you guys are gonna see some storms. I'd watch out for the potential of some strong damaging winds. If a tornado does form, it could try to produce a stronger wind gust, if you will. Maybe not anything more than that. But yeah, don't sleep on a localized PA threat tonight. I'm sleeping on the localized PA threat tonight because I'm in PA. I'm sleeping on it. Can I look at Virginia? There's nothing really going on in Virginia. I'm looking at it right now. There's just some thunderstorms. It's right above me. Were there any strong tornadoes? There were a couple of them today. Is Johnson City, Tennessee safe tonight? Johnson City, Tennessee, I'll look up. Johnson City, Tennessee. Oh, that's extreme eastern Tennessee. Yeah, I think you guys are gonna just see a lot of strong winds. I think you guys can go to sleep, but make sure you have the emergency alert notifications turned on, just on the off chance. That's a supercell in southern Kentucky. It doesn't seem to be doing too much. It's in Cumberland County. I'll watch. Areas in North Carolina and South Carolina, you guys aren't really going to be impacted today unless if it's tomorrow. Then it'll be the eastern portions of that state, specifically from Myrtle Beach all the way up through the Outer Banks and then up into Norfolk. I'll show you guys the outlook here for severe weather tomorrow. And there you go. So anywhere within this brown area is where there is a chance of, or a pretty good chance of seeing a thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. Areas in the green is a much smaller risk, but it is a non-zero risk. So, I mean, it's as close to zero as you can get. It's actually a 2% chance for tornadoes within a 25-mile radius, but it's not really that crazy. Got sent to me, staying up in Birmingham, Alabama until the rotation stops. Good evening. Well, good evening to you. Thanks for all y'all stopping by. Nice to see you guys. And there's the risk for severe weather tomorrow as well. A massive 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. There you go. It's a little bit better now. You can see it. Goes from the Delmarva all the way down through the East Coast into the Southeast and into the Big Bend of Florida, down even into Tampa. Would I stay alert in LaGrange? For right now, you guys can relax a little bit, but in about an hour or two, I would start to be alert. Night Alley, nice to see you. I know you were trying to expect some stuff in Morgantown. As I said, usually once you get into the heart of West Virginia, it's the same old show, isn't it? You know how it is. Nothing really too much. There's also the threat for severe weather on Saturday, I believe. If we pull that up. Yep, this is Saturday, April 6th. The threat for severe weather over the portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, and northern Texas. We will likely be covering this live as well from some severe weather. So we'll see. Could be severe weather tomorrow, as I said. I'll have to see how life treats me. I've got something that I need to do. So we'll see how quickly that storm threat materializes. But that's kind of the general overview of what could be happening over the next few days. Cincinnati good for the night? Yep, Cincinnati's good. You can go sleep. A lot of people that are north of the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, actually everyone that's north of the border of Tennessee and Kentucky, so that includes Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, you guys can go to sleep. Tennessee, you guys can go to sleep if you want to. But there's going to be some localized area of strong damaging winds. Maybe even the chance for a tornado is possible, but it's hard to say. I'd say no. A lot of strong winds. You're a student in Alabama and see cold front with a low pressure heading currently in Mississippi. Could I look at Montgomery, Alabama? I can. Montgomery, Alabama is down here, and there's not really a whole lot of thunderstorms around it. We're going to go to Birmingham's radar, actually, because I don't have the radar in Montgomery up and running. But these thunderstorms eventually could become severe, and eventually later on tonight in Montgomery, we could be talking about a localized area of severe weather. And I'll show you what I mean. Right up here is the time in Central. You can see 9 p.m. Central right here. There is Montgomery, so if you want to follow along those two areas. 10 p.m. 11 p.m. is when storms can start to kind of move on through. Same thing for Atlanta, actually. Atlanta at 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. You can see stuff start to move on through that area. 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Central, 1 Eastern is when stuff can start to probably be a little bit more widespread. 1 a.m., 2 a.m. is when stuff starts to move out of Montgomery, so you guys should be good. Yeah, I'm almost 10 hours into a live stream. Woof. Is there much video of any tornadoes today? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. I'll pull it up because I had it on my Twitter. So I'll move this over here. I'll get radar up on the side again. So there's Birmingham. I'll play that loop. I'll get this here. There was a 7.5 magnitude earthquake in Taiwan earlier. So just remember, if you look at this, this is some of the damage that was in Taiwan. Look at that. Building that partially collapsed. Look at how crazy that was. So we were talking about tsunami, a potentially 3-meter tsunami, which is not really that high, but it's still a tsunami. It's still kind of crazy. That could be hitting Taiwan. More damage there in Taipei, which once again is really crazy in Taiwan. And this just happened 2 hours ago. 2.5 hours ago-ish. So you didn't know that happened? There you go. There's the tornado. A tornado that was over near Smithfield, Kentucky.
That's it right there. Right there. That's it. We're going to get in the Facebook bug because that's debris.
You can see the debris flying in the air.
No.
So that was near Smithfield, Kentucky. There's some of the violent shaking that was over in Taiwan. And then this was one of the strong tornadoes that occurred today. This was near Sunbright, Tennessee. This actually had a warning, a PDS tornado warning that was issued in this area for a large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is what it looked like. And I'm actually, yeah, I'll zoom out for this. Look at the multiple vortice structure to it. Multiple tubes. Look at how crazy that is. Birmingham would likely is likely going to see some thunderstorms throughout the night. Just make sure you have a way of getting warnings for severe weather. That could be severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. Any way you can. Marja, with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, how about Sumter County, Georgia? Sumter County, Georgia is where? I gotta look up where that is. Thank you for the 2. I really do appreciate that. Go back over here. Sumter County, Georgia is near Americus. Your threat for severe weather is going to be overnight tonight, past midnight. So after midnight. So I'll pull this up here again. Show you. Here is your time in Eastern. And of course, Americus is down here-ish, near Albany. North of Albany, I think it is. If not, it's south of Albany. It's somewhere in that area. 2 a.m., 3 a.m. Storms start to approach this area. Also, a very strong storm goes through Macon and Warner Robins. 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. So watch out for that. And then 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. storms start to move off through into southwestern Georgia. So definitely something to watch out for with that. Looking at Cape and the Super Soak composite, not much for Georgia. Yeah, So when I look at CAPE and stuff like that for mesoanalysis, I go to thermodynamics, and then CAPE 100 millibar mixed layer. It takes the lowest 100 millibars and it looks at the environment that way. That's what I was taught in Penn State. And you can see there's some energy. It's going to try and uptick here pretty soon. It's going to try, but it'll be mainly localized within this area here. 3 Cape and Vort. Stuff will just start to get pretty interesting there in general. But yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of an inversion there. There's also our low-level lapse rates are not very good right now. And they don't exactly look to be the greatest heading into the overnight hours either. So, as I said, there may be 1 or 2 storms in this entire event overnight that could probably be your tornado producer. But the majority of storms tonight aren't really going to do much. It's exactly what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a lot of thunderstorms, but they're not really doing all that much. What's up, Blueberry Muffin? Nice to see you. That's cool. All right, close that. There's still people up and about in northeastern Alabama at 9:30 Central. Make that make sense. Weather to be kept an eye on is central and east Alabama and west Georgia. Yes, that is absolutely correct. That's the area to watch for severe weather for now. See you, Caleb. Nice to see you. I think I'm going to end the stream here in a couple of minutes. In a couple of minutes, I'm going to end the stream, and then I'm going to go into tracking mode to where I'm going to just basically monitor what all will happen. I want to mention we are increasing our number in subscribers. I really do appreciate you all subscribing. If you know anyone that likes this type of content, talks about weather and tries to, track severe storms. I mean, we've tracked over 20 hours of severe weather over the past 2 days. That's a lot. So if you like stuff like that, feel free to come on in. We talk a lot about meteorology, talk a lot about other extreme facets of weather, and we're pretty educational. We're educational, but we're also pretty informative as well. So I appreciate you all supporting the channel. Once again, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up button down below as well. Helps us spread information to more and more people. Andrew with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, how about near KFFC radar for tonight? You're home? Once again, there's a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. There might be 1 storm that can try to be strong. It could try to be severe, maybe even tornadic. But for right now, it ain't happening. So, yeah, North Carolina is going to be fine. You guys can go to sleep. It'll be overnight tonight and tomorrow into which you can get thunderstorms. But realistically speaking, if you're not in Alabama or Georgia, you can go to sleep with no real worry at all. I'm telling you, there's not really going to be that much. Realistically speaking, here in central and eastern Alabama, as well as western Georgia, as well as southwestern Georgia, and southeastern Alabama, that's where the threat for severe weather will mainly exist tonight. If you're not in those areas, like if you're in northern Alabama, you can go to sleep. If you're in western Alabama, north of I-20, you can go to sleep. It's just simple as that. North of the I-20, I-59 merge, you can go to sleep. realistically, everyone can go to sleep if you really want to. But if I see anything that's going to be really bad and I'm still conscious, I'll come back live and I'll tell you guys what's going on. All right. Otherwise, yeah. Does that include Sylacauga? I believe Sylacauga is eastern Alabama. Yeah, I would say that would include you guys, but believe it or not, you guys pretty soon could be out of the risk here soon. You've got a whole complex of storms that are going to be moving through over the next hour or two. When those storms pass by, as soon as that's done, you're good. Watch out for the local flooding threat, by the way. And there's also a supercell down here near Linden in Marengo County once again. That could potentially try to produce something tornadic. I'll watch that very closely, as I mentioned, and if that thing does anything pretty significant, I'll let you know. But other than that, not really too crazy. All right. Final thoughts for today. Thank God the event was not as bad as it was forecasted to be. There was some issues this morning, thunderstorm-wise, that made the event not as volatile. Thank goodness. Unfortunately, there still were strong storms. There was a tornado that was in the northeastern portions of Louisville, Kentucky, which is a metro area. So we're hoping that the folks over there are okay. There was also a couple other tornadoes in portions of Kentucky and Ohio, as well as extreme northeastern Tennessee, where there was a large tornado over there. PDS tornado warning. A lot of flooding. So turn around, don't drown, don't drive in the flooded roadways because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And there's the threat for severe weather tomorrow, though it is not going to be as intense as today was, fortunately. Whether I am back tomorrow to be live, I don't know. We'll have to see. But just make sure, if you are subscribed, you turn on channel notifications so you stay up to date with all the latest information that I do provide here. All right, we have been live officially for 10 hours. It is time for me to go rest a little. I'm not going to go to sleep. I'm going to go rest. And if anything bad happens, I'm going to go live again. And I'll make sure that whoever's in the path of this will get the coverage. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully everyone can just not hear a notification from me until tomorrow or Thursday. So, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy, you guys know what to do. Subscribe, like, share, whatever. You know, I don't really do it for that. Social media is in the description down below. So if you like the idea of social media, like Twitter, Discord, whatnot, it's all down there. And I will catch you guys next time. Make sure you guys stay safe tonight. Have a good rest of your evening. Good sleep. I will talk to you again eventually. Good night, all. Peace out.